Good afternoon or evening to everyone tuning in from around the United States or even all over the world potentially, as we have an absolutely monstrous severe weather threat all across the entire United States tonight. We have numerous areas of concern, and you can visualize this for yourself on our website. But look at this map. We have a lot going on here. I'm going to break this down piece by piece for a little bit of what's going on tonight. We've got up in the Northeast, we've got a risk for some wind damage and some isolated large hail up there. Down in the Southeast, we're looking at a wind risk, and all of those storms are going from east to west, as they are on the southern end of a high pressure system that's centered over the United States. That same high pressure system is driving our weather up here in the Central Plains as well, where we could see some isolated damaging winds and potentially some very large hail in that region. Back into Idaho, into the Northwest and the mountains, we are looking at the potential for some downbursts up there. So some very strong, isolated, damaging winds up there. Some of those drier thunderstorms, essentially, the kind of wet microburst type of environment. And then in the Midwest, our main event, where we are looking at a significant tornado risk with the potential for a couple of strong tornadoes up through the Midwest as well. And all of these storms are just revolving around this high pressure system, rotating in a giant circle. That's that ring of fire pattern, a very classic weather pattern here that we've got through literally the entire eastern half of the United States. So it's a very, very active night for severe weather. And as we can scroll down here and take a look at some of these numbers, you can also see those in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen here in our overlay. But we have like 90 million Americans residents that are under risk zones right now, including almost 6 million that are within a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk in the Midwest. And then our slight risk is going to include some massively populated areas, some very major cities: New York, Atlanta, the Twin Cities, Des Moines, Birmingham, Buffalo. All sorts of very, very, very populated areas are within these severe weather risks. And then our marginal risk is also going to include a bunch of other very populated areas, including Nashville, Memphis, Omaha, Philly, Hartford, and Knoxville. So very, very populated areas and a significant threat. On our tornado map here, our tornado probabilistic outlook, you can see where we do have the SIG-1 region for a couple of large and strong tornadoes. Could definitely be possible. So that's going to stretch all the way from the Iowa and Minnesota border, especially the eastern portion of that border, and then push all the way through Wisconsin towards Green Bay, and also including Madison. So a couple of very populated areas in there as well. You can see 13 million Americans are under tornado probabilistic outlooks for this evening, including 5 million that are within a 5% risk. And then as we look at our wind outlook for tonight in the Midwest, it's beefy. We are expecting some more of those windbag type events rolling through the Midwest. Out in Idaho, you can see that isolated risk for some stronger winds in southeastern Idaho. Down in the Central Plains, you can see a SIG-1 risk outlined there as well, where we could see some strong winds with some of those elevated thunderstorms. And then down in the Southeast, we are literally already watching all sorts of winds storms down there producing damaging winds. And then back into the Northeast, for all of New York, including New Jersey, some parts of Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, even clipping Maine and rolling through New Hampshire there. We literally have so much of a wind risk going on today across the entire country. And then hail risk, we are mostly limited to the Central Plains and the Midwest, as we have quite a lot going on there as well. But we could see some isolated hail up in the Northeast and down into the Southeast. So we're going to get right into things today, as we have tons of storms ongoing right now. We do have a total of 16 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map. Here we're looking in the Southeast right now. Here's Huntsville, Alabama, just west of, where we're seeing a couple of strong storms producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail, maybe about an inch hail. Rolling through Mississippi, areas like Columbus, Starkville, West Point, also headed towards Tupelo. All sorts of areas there that could be experiencing some stronger storms. And then out in eastern Alabama, these are storms coming out of the general Atlanta area. We're seeing all sorts of storms out here that could be producing some small hail and maybe reach severe thresholds. We see one of those storms near Pyridon and headed towards Chandler Springs and Waldo. It has already reached severe thresholds. And it wouldn't shock me to see many of these storms reach severe thresholds and get warnings put on them as well. And then down towards Louisiana, we've got all sorts of severe weather going on with this cluster of thunderstorms. And you can see those winds are just kicking out like crazy. I mean, you can even see it on radar, all sorts of boundaries and these just different areas where you can see winds being kicked out ahead of these storms. I'm highlighting some of them in white here, where I mean, it's just pretty insane. These are just very significant wind producing events that we're seeing all over the country tonight. Up in Idaho, we do have one of those storms going on right now near Oakley. So these are those elevated storms that are not going to be producing like hail or anything necessarily crazy, but they will be producing wind. I will say this one is more of an air mass thunderstorm that is not tagged with any wind damage. It is tagged with some small hail, though. But I'm expecting the threat to definitely shift to being more of a wind threat here in southeastern Idaho, really anywhere in this portion of Idaho. There's also a risk for parts of Utah and Nevada, but I'm not quite as concerned for there as I am in Idaho. But we could definitely see some isolated storms up there. I see lots of folks in the chat. We have Blake, our graphics guy, is in the chat, our director of media. Also, Weather Wisdom. I see my mother in the chat. We've got Steph in the chat. We've got Logan in the chat. We've got Rain in the chat. We got all sorts of folks out here in the chat, some of our regulars. So it's good to see you all this evening. Let's check in on what's going on. And you got to bear with me tonight as there is a lot going on. We're going to be jumping around from state to state and area, like region to region. We'll be jumping between time zones every 2 minutes here, really. So you got to bear with me. We're going to be jumping around a lot. So I appreciate the patience. I see Mason in the chat tuning in. Also, Brady in the chat saying, W, Brother Will, keep up the great work. Thank you, my friend. I see the work you're doing as well. I like your show. So keep your work as up as well. Of course, we will be here live from basically start to finish through this evening here. Obviously, you can see I'm wearing a Team USA jersey here as we are getting ready to see kickoff in just about 2 hours. As the U.S. is taking on Bosnia. And also Senegal and Belgium I have playing behind me right now. They are in extra time right now, tied 2-2 as Belgium scored 2 goals in the like 85th and 89th minute or something like that to tie things up and force extra time here. But yeah, up in New York, you can see all sorts of storms in Canada near Ottawa and Toronto. Those are all headed down into New York. Everything in this region in the Northeast is basically going to be coming out of the Great Lakes region and heading down like southeast, something along this type of path. So areas like Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, Connecticut, whatever, all sorts of different states may be impacted here. Even New Jersey and Pennsylvania, depending on where some of these storms track through. Out in Colorado, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning going on. This is in far southeastern Colorado here, out in Baca County. So this is just east of Campo or southeast of Springfield in Colorado. Going on in Colorado, you can see so many different little boundaries that are just being kicking up some of this dust. Again, it's been very dry in Colorado. They've been dealing with a lot of fires out there as well. In fact, we might be looking, I think this actually is a fire, I believe. So I think this actually is the radar picking up on a fire to the southwest of Pueblo. It does appear. I'm not 100% confident in that, but it definitely does appear that we are looking at some pyrocumulus clouds going on here, which is essentially just fire. It's just fire. Back into Denver, you can see the Denver convergence vorticity zone here doesn't look to be super active right now compared to how it sometimes can be, as it does look like, yeah, I think this is a fire that has not been going on all too terribly long southwest of Pueblo here. You can literally watch that smoke just continuing to billow up. So again, we have so many different hazards on the map tonight. I mean, this is This is not just a tornado threat. There's a significant wind threat. We have a fire threat. We have a hail threat. We have a flooding threat. Obviously, lightning is always something that people fail to consider, which can deal some significant damage, cause fires, and it can take lives in theory. So that's always concerning as well. Out in New Mexico, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near Weber City. This one is going to be tagged with just 60-mile-per-hour winds, as a lot of these storms are becoming outflow dominant. Again, you can just see these outflow boundaries showing up all over the place where we have storms. I mean, they're everywhere. All of these storms are producing those crazy looking shelf clouds, and I actually do have one to share with you guys, a photo of a shelf cloud here from one of our storm chasers, Timothy Kern, affiliated with Adrian Roncahan, who's out there right now storm chasing. And here's a picture of a shelf cloud down in Alabama and Mississippi right now. I don't know exactly where he is at the moment, but he is down there in the southeast. And this is, again, this is a powerful storm. You know, this is not the type that's going to be producing tornadoes or anything, but it will be producing significant straight line winds that could deal some damage. So yeah, we have, 15 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now, including Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Colorado, New York, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and we had Idaho just a few minutes ago. So I mean, we're in like 7, 8, even probably going to get up towards 10 to 15 different states that are under warnings at any given moment as things start to ramp up in about an hour or so. I'm expecting convection to start to initiate back in our tornadic zone not terribly long from now, as we can make our way up that direction. That's interesting here. You can see another boundary set up clear as day out in Nebraska and Kansas. So that'll definitely pose a risk for initiating some of those storms and potentially ingesting or artificially inserting a little bit of vorticity into those storms that fire off in this region of Kansas. And that could increase the threat for damaging winds. It looks like we actually do have our first little bits of cumulus starting to fire off down here in Minnesota. And again, things are just going to blow all the way through Wisconsin, even into the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, as we get a little later into the evening here. And yeah, it looks like we are just now starting to get some of the initial bits of convection starting to bubble up a little bit. I do have another picture from Timothy I'll show you guys really quickly here. You can just see that shelf cloud. You can even see the way this one is got a kink in it and it wrapped up a little bit. You can see a little bit of a lowering going on here. Now, again, that's not anything that's going to produce a tornado, of course, but it is a little bit of weak low-level rotation that forms when you get these little kinks in your shelf cloud along the leading edge of your storm. But this is a very, very powerful storm here that's probably producing at least 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I see Patrick in the chat saying, thank you for your coverage. Well, thank you for being here, Patrick. But yeah, you can just see the way we have, we're not having super clean striations here. But you can see all of these aquamarines that are coming through here at the edge of our shelf cloud. So it is going to be a long broadcast tonight, so make sure that you've got yourself some food and are ready to stay with us for the long term here. And I did get confirmation on where Timothy is at. He's near Florence, Alabama right now. So that's where those storms are coming from. So he is out here in northwestern Alabama. I see Kaysen asked about Sherman, Texas. I don't believe that really anywhere in Texas is in a significant risk besides just northwestern Texas. I want to say Sherman is somewhere near the Dallas area. I don't know exactly where Sherman, Texas is. Yeah, okay, it's just north of Dallas. Yeah, okay, that's right. So yeah, I'm not really worried about Sherman, Texas tonight. And yeah, like Logan said in the chat, just because you're not in one of these outlines from the Storm Prediction Center Just because you're not in, any of these darker green or yellow or orange areas on the map does not mean that you won't get severe weather. It just means that the probabilities are very low and confidence is very low. But it could still happen. We're seeing it happen in Louisiana right now. I mean, of course, this isn't a marginal 1 out of 5 risk, but those storms will probably continue to be severe as they get towards areas like Shreveport and potentially even into East Texas. And if you wonder why I keep checking my shoulder, it's not because I think somebody's watching me. It's because I am checking in on the Belgium and Senegal match, which is finishing up right now. And then we'll have about an hour or so until the US match begins against Bosnia. I actually had the luxury of getting to watch Bosnia play versus Panama here in St. Louis. That was on June 6th. That was a lot of fun. Bosnia is a fun squad. I mean, just look at all of this convection bubbling up all across eastern Alabama, literally the entire state of Mississippi, top to bottom. I mean, there's just so much of that heat that's just been sitting here getting absorbed by the surface, and we get all these little air mass thunderstorms that pop up. That's kind of what you get with this high pressure system. So in general, you have sinking motion in the atmosphere, but during the day you get so much heat that enough instability develops, and then in the evening you get these crazy pop-up storms. For example, down in Florida, they see this all the time. This is kind of their normal day-to-day life in Florida. But in Mississippi and Alabama, they don't get this every single day. They get it in the summer. This is not anything super unusual. It just isn't quite as common. Possibly some small hail falling near Goodwater here. Maybe even up to ping pong ball size hail. This will probably get severe warned. As we do have 60 dBz values getting lofted well above 30,000 feet. Almost 35,000 feet into the air. So just north of or northwest of Goodwater near Overbrook here in Alabama. So that one might see a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, literally any of these storms, none of these are going to be, producing tornadoes or producing giant hail or producing, like 80-mile-per-hour winds like we've seen with some of the storms recently. But any of these could be, could end up producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe up to golf ball size hail. And as well as maybe even getting up towards 70 miles per hour winds. It's possible, but I wouldn't expect it to go any higher than about 70-mile-per-hour winds. Okay, actually a correction. So that shelf cloud I showed you earlier, that was not the one near Florence, Alabama. That is where Timothy is headed now. That shelf was in Belmont, Mississippi, which is just across the border into Mississippi, for those who do not know. Any chance of a tornado? Absolutely. Not really in the southeast, but in the Midwest tonight, there's absolutely a chance for a tornado. We could even see a strong tornado tonight, maybe even two. All right, back towards Erie and Niagara here in New York. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning as some of these storms are just about to cross the Canadian border into the United States. And these are going to bring, for Erie and Niagara counties, 60-mile-per-hour winds. All sorts of storms in New York that are going to be bringing damaging winds here tonight. We do see this one tagged here. I think this is for, I'm not sure which one this is. We have a bunch of different polygons up in New York. But a lot of these are mostly going to be bringing just damaging wind, 6-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail up here in northern New York. Back in central New York, we are tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail as well. That's going to be the general standard for a lot of these storms. They're going to be tagged with that 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch hail for a lot of these storms that reach severe thresholds. This one is tagged for some smaller hail, but also those 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one's headed towards Albany, the state capital of New York. And down in Pennsylvania, just north of Philly, we have another storm that's reached severe threshold. So this one is also tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So again, you're going to have to bear with me a lot here tonight because we're going to be bouncing around all over the country like absolute crazy. I'm going to try to keep up with every single new severe thunderstorm warning that's issued. So whenever we get new ones, I'll try to jump to those. And of course, right now I'm just kind of jumping around because I'm just looking at the ones that are currently on the map. But as things get a little bit more active, we will potentially be focused more on the Midwest with that tornado threat. But if you are just stopping in with us, the number one thing that you can do to support is to like, comment, and subscribe. So definitely the big three. And if you share too, that's even more helpful. But if you like, comment, and subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated. It's optional. You don't have to do that. Back north of Buffalo, we do have a special marine weather statement. And these are, again, just tagged with like 45-mile-per-hour winds as they are crossing the border into the United States. All right, I want to check in on these storms in Louisiana because they particularly intrigue me. They have so many different outflow boundaries around them. I mean, literally, this is insane. You don't see this all the time. Like, it's not unusual. You just don't get to see it all the time. Where you have these outflow boundaries that are so well defined on radar. I mean, this is pretty insane. All of these areas are where you're seeing these winds being kicked out that are producing possibly 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at times. Now, not all of them are going to be producing winds like that, but they will be producing gusty winds nonetheless. What you're seeing here on radar is basically just the edge of that outflow, the cold pool for these storms pushing out, and it's kicking up. It's like wedging air up into the atmosphere, like a door wedge, essentially. And that air, as it lifts, it has to cool and condense, and you get some clouds along the leading edge of it. And that's where you get your shelf cloud a lot of the time here. So basically, you're seeing these possible shelf cloud type environments. As we do have some damage photos from Iuka, Mississippi, where we actually have power lines and trees down. This is coming from storm chaser Adrian Roncahan. So we do have trees down in Iuka, Mississippi, as well as power lines down. And they're not fully down here. This is not like a fully down power line, but you can see this power line. I'm going to highlight it here. Comes all the way down to the ground, and it gets pulled back up a little bit. So we do have some partially downed power lines, and we have significant tree damage. I mean, this tree was just absolutely obliterated here. I don't need to circle it. You can see the big tree on the ground. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, so I'm going to check in on that. That's for Moore and Sherman counties in Texas. This is northern Texas up here. So we're north of Amarillo. As we see this little cell out here that's popped up near Sunray that could be producing some small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just across the border into New Mexico, I know we looked at this one a little bit ago near Weber City, but this is a pretty strong thunderstorm. We're rolling through the area here. Could maybe be seeing some hail up near Grady. Nothing crazy going on there, but definitely could be seeing some hail with these storms as well. Maybe around 1-inch hail, peaking up to maybe golf ball size hail at most. But again, look at these outflow boundaries you can see on the map. It's insane. These storms are very, very strong. They have very, very strong outflow. So that's another reason we're not really expecting any kind of a tornado threat in these regions, but we're most certainly expecting the threat, especially out in the Texas area over here in Western Texas, where we could see some of that hail risk creep into the area, some isolated areas where there's enough instability and steep enough low-level lapse rates where we could get some larger hail. But those storms are going to be kind of isolated. We're not expecting like a widespread hail situation down there. The wind damage in Texas is going to be the greater concern. And it's the exact same thing. These storms are so outflow dominant. that we're expecting some hail damage out, or some wind damage, excuse me, out there, as these, especially when these storms begin to weaken, all that mass just comes crashing down to the surface, right? So essentially, I'll go to a blank area of the map to show you this. I'll draw it out. So you have all this air coming up into a cloud, right? And in that cloud, you have an updraft and then you have the downdraft. And so when the updraft collapse, all that mass just comes shooting down to the surface because you become downdraft dominant. So you just have all this mass shooting towards the surface at Mach 9, basically, not literally, but like very, very quick. And when it hits the surface, it has to go out in all directions. So you get these downbursts essentially, where you get a lot of wind damage as these storms begin to dissipate. So that's one of the concerns out in Idaho. It's one of the concerns down in Texas and New Mexico. But again, any of these storms could pop up and produce a little bit of damaging hail as well, but nothing crazy. At least these are all moving west. Did the tree dodge the house? In Iuka, Mississippi, I don't know if that. It looks like that tree fully dodged the house, as far as we can tell in this picture. Adrian, I'm not sure if you're tapped into the stream. I'll just message him. Did that tree dodge the house? So I'll try to get an answer for you on that, but this is the picture we're looking at here that we've been talking about, where we have a down tree in Iuka, Mississippi from some of these outflow dominant storms producing damaging winds. I see my other friend named Mason, Soupy, in the chat. What's going on, my friend? And our editor, Artemis, is in the chat as well. Definitely show Ben some love, is his name. He does a phenomenal job for us. A good friend of mine. Summer Dragoness back in the chat. Good to see you. Adrian is typing right now, so we should have an answer about those storms, about that tree in just a minute here. West of Huntsville, we do still have this strong cluster of storms going on that could be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. I'm not expecting anything crazy at all hail-wise with these storms. There is actually a little bit of broad rotation here near Anderson. I'm not expecting this to tighten up and really become particularly concerning, but it's not entirely outside of the realm of possibility. So this is just north of Rogersville in Alabama. We're in northern Alabama here. Adrian has told us that, yes, the tree did not land on that house. So that is good news. And I'll show this photo again one more time. This is what we're talking about. This fallen tree down here from the wind in Iuka, Mississippi. And we do have good news, which is that it did not hit the house or any vehicles, as far as I know. Okay, so we are starting to bubble up with this hail core down here in central Alabama. So you can see those 60 dBz values, that's your magentas here, getting to around 30,000 feet. So this is that 30,000 foot line, and those magentas are just beginning to crest it. So we're getting some very, very powerful updrafting going on. You'll see that this is not a very sheared environment. I mean, we're looking straight up and down here. So these storms are probably not going to last very long. It's hard for these updrafts and downdrafts to stay separated, which is the key for a long-lasting thunderstorm here. So at some point, the downdraft will take over and all of this mass will come crashing down to the surface. And that is where you get those kind of downbursting winds a lot of the time. Definitely some strong hail, some strong wind, and possibly some maybe ping pong or golf ball sized hail headed towards Sylacauga and Oak Grove right now. And this is down here in Alabama. We are southeast of Birmingham for a reference point. Rain asking, are you going to be here all night? Yep, I'm going to be here all night. Belgium's just struck one off the crossbar here in extra time. I think they have shrunken this one down. I don't think the whole warning has been canceled, but near Syracuse out here in New York, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning going on. This is to the northeast of Syracuse, headed towards Utica. And it's near Rome. It's tagged for some small 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, keep in mind that 1-inch hail can still deal a little bit of damage on occasion. It's not very common. It's not going to do much damage, but it can deal a little bit. We can see all of these storms firing off in Canada. They're just going to begin to cluster up and really start to blow through New York and parts of the Northeast. It's going to eventually form a line that looks something kind of like this and just push off in that direction, bringing some very, very significant damaging winds to the Northeast. Yeah, I'm going to be staying here during the US game, unfortunately. You know what? I love listen, man, it's heartbreaking to miss that match, but I'm going to have it on the TV here. And you never know, maybe our severe weather threat will dwindle out by like 8 p.m. or so and I'll get to go watch the second half with my family. So, we'll see. Yeah, dude, the DR Congo game versus England was insane earlier. Congo looked incredible. They looked absolutely incredible for the first half of the match. They were the better team for probably more than half of that match, but Harry Kane was not to be denied. He was inevitable. But that DR Congo team, they're a very young team. It's their second time ever even being in a World Cup. They got their first World Cup win in this tournament, qualified for the round of 32. They're going to come back in 4 years and be an even better team because, again, they're very young. So in 2030, they are definitely a dark horse to watch out for. I mean, they're a really talented team. I loved watching them play. All right, let's check in on the storms down here in Louisiana. Look at these velocities. Just so many little, just random, these are like chicken finger looking storms out here. Can you tell I'm a little hungry? Just these chicken finger looking storms just spreading all over the place in Louisiana, just all being kicked up with all this instability and not a very sheared environment. So these storms just, they fire off and they don't move super fast. They kind of just sit there and they train out from wherever that area of lift is that's sending them up. So we can watch here as we go back in time. These storms are just kind of cruising on to the northwest, and they're not moving particularly fast, and they're just cycling within themselves, and they're just rolling. They're just doing their thing. Near the Mississippi River, we do have a lot of storms that could be producing some small hail as well. None of those reaching severe thresholds at this point anyway. There's a check going on for Belgium to possibly get a penalty. For me, that's not a penalty. It's just not a penalty to me. It's an honest attempt to play the ball. I don't think that's dirty at all. I don't think that's a penalty. But that's just me. Let's see what the referee says. They may actually be giving a penalty. The Senegal players do not look happy. Yeah, they gave the penalty. Wow. That should not be a penalty. That should not be a penalty, in my humble opinion. Now, I will say in the DR Congo and England match earlier, there absolutely should have been a penalty given to England. I don't know. I don't know how that wasn't a penalty. Harry Kane definitely dove a little bit, but it was absolutely a penalty either way. But yeah, this one for me, this one is not a penalty. So the refs have been really good in this World Cup, but this is two decisions in back-to-back matches that I have not agreed with here today. For those who don't know, I'm also an MLS analyst, so I do I do a lot of different things. That's part of the reason I'm so into soccer and the World Cup. Okay, let's jump back into New York. We do have some of these storms starting to possibly grow, possibly trying to reestablish themselves out here in New York. None of these are particularly towering storms, but they are absolutely going to be blowing through with some 60-mile-per-hour winds as they get towards Vermont. All right, back down in Alabama. These are where some of our strongest storms are at right now, near Rogersville. We do have storm chaser Timothy Kern affiliated with our signed storm chaser Adrian Roncahan. He is out there headed towards this storm right now. I see the AI discussion starting to pop up in the chat. I will say I'm not really a fan of anything public facing being made with AI. I think it's a really useful tool for learning. I think it's been incredibly helpful for me in my academic endeavors. And I don't mean cheating on things. I mean literally using it as a tool to learn, because AI can break things down for you easily, and you don't have to spend 2 hours going to like a professor's office hours, or something like that. You can just type it in and get a decent explanation now, but AI is not a reliable tool. You got to take it with a grain of salt. It should not be used in weather at all, besides for like AI driven models are fine, but it should not be used in general human forecasting at all, ever. And it should not be used to make public facing graphics. There's just too many mistakes, and it's just like put in the effort, it's not that hard. Put in the effort, potentially people's lives could be on the line at times here. You got to just be willing to put in that effort. As it is Lukaku who is going to step up and take this penalty here for Belgium, for those who maybe care about this. We do have a strong storm here just south of Starkville, Mississippi, home sweet home. And all of these storms could be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as they push into central Mississippi. Again, all of these are moving from east to west, which again is not anything like, super rare, but it is uncommon. I should say it's not super anomalous, but it is uncommon. It happens infrequently, as Lukaku has buried that penalty. Or actually, I don't think it was Lukaku. I don't think he took it. But Belgium have pretty much sealed the deal with a 3-goal comeback here. I think I missed a question earlier about what I think about the tornado risk going on up in the Midwest. So I haven't honestly had the chance to look super deep into it today. I will say that there's definitely the potential for a strong tornado or two, but I haven't had the chance to look at exactly what the atmospheric profile is going to be looking like up there. I do know that we are expecting storms pretty soon here to start to fire off as the cap erodes all throughout the western portion of this green and brown region here. And as these storms just continue to propagate towards areas like Green Bay, they will be taking advantage of an atmosphere where tornadoes could be possible. Summer Dragoness saying, I'm in Wisconsin, so it looks like an interesting evening. Yeah, it definitely is an interesting evening, to say the least. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why we could end up with basically nothing happening tonight. We could see things cluster up too quickly. We could see the cap not erode fully, and we don't get really any good convection. We could see all sorts of things that could go wrong for this evening. But regardless of what's going on with the tornado risk, it's also a concerning and interesting evening around the entire country, because we have all sorts of wind and hail risk in the southeast, in the northeast, in the central plains, even into the mountains in Idaho. Can the storm near Goldville, Alabama be strong? Where's Goldville, Alabama? I will say I don't know exactly where Goldville, Alabama is. But to answer your question, probably, because really any of these storms out here could end up being decently strong. Any of them could produce those 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. There's Goldville. Yeah, this storm is just beginning to fire off and bubble up. It is looking like, well, I don't know. Let's take a volumetric scan of it and take a look, as it is lifting some stronger targets, some heavier targets higher in the atmosphere, getting those 60 dBz values close to 30,000 feet. So this one could definitely reach severe thresholds here, potentially producing up to ping pong ball sized hail if it continues to uptrend. If we see more of these magentas really get lofted from top to bottom in here, it would be more concerning. This one is even slightly more sheared than a couple of the other storms have been, which would enhance the risk for hail with it. But again, none of these storms are in a very favorably sheared environment at all. So a lot of the storms today in the southeast are really going to lack much of a punch with a hail threat because of that lack of shear. A lot of them are going to be short lived. The downdrafts are going to become dominant very quickly, and you won't be able to grow and sustain hail high in the atmosphere. Summer Dragoness saying, I was pretty impressed by our hail earlier today. 1-inch hail that we got in the next county over had 3-inch hail from the same storm. We do have a storm near Macomb, Mississippi down here, right around Tylertown, that is firing off and bubbling up pretty strong, and it's right near an outflow boundary. I think it may have actually been kicked off. I can pull a couple frames back. We can see it probably was kicked off right around this outflow boundary. Yeah, it was basically kicked off by this outflow boundary. I mean, literally so many different boundaries flying all around this area. I mean, you can see another one to the south down here. You can see our very, very clear looking one there as well. And so all sorts of outflow boundaries going on down here, which enhances some of the lift, and you can get some of these stronger storms out here in the southeast. But this one is going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized or penny-sized hail, excuse me. I'm not expecting this one to get crazy. Kevin saying, 60 people in here. Let's go. Love to see you grow so rapidly. Well, I appreciate that, Kevin. I'm really excited about the growth that we've had, but we are nowhere near done. We got a long, long ways to go. Complacency is a luxury of a weak-minded fella. If you are new to us, though, definitely make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. That is the number one thing you can do to help us out. Is anyone going to light fireworks off tonight? I am not. Fireworks are a July 3rd and July 4th thing typically for me. Timothy is now headed towards Iron City, Tennessee now. So kind of just north of the border here. I forget exactly where Iron City is. Where in the world is Iron City? I'm blanking. There it is. As Senegal have fallen, Belgium have won. So the United States, if they beat Bosnia at 7 p.m. tonight, they will move on to take on Belgium. An incredible comeback. But yeah, Timothy is headed towards Iron City. I can actually turn on our spotter dots, and I bet you we could find him. There he is. There's Timothy right now. I know his name is really hard to see. It's very small on the map, but he's in that circle right there, and he's headed up through Florence towards Iron City right now. Power Flash is saying it's crazy how sporadic most towns are in the US, but tornadoes still manage to directly hit them. Yeah, I mean, the majority of tornadoes don't really hit anything at all. But we have so many in the United States that they do hit a lot of structures, a lot of towns, all sorts of stuff. Again, the United States is it's pretty densely populated. Um, but like at the same time, it's also massive, you know? So there are naturally, especially like when you get out west, there's just a lot of areas where population is much more sparse. But like along the East Coast, we're a little more densely populated. Towns are less far apart. Speaking of fireworks, what would happen if you were to set off a firework in a tornado? Nothing. It would just go into the tornado and explode. That's about it. That hail core over Bluff, Alabama exploded. Is that this one? That's Hoax Bluff. I'm not sure if that's the one you're talking about. I assume it is. If by exploded you mean is improved, like uptrending, becoming more severe, I think you would be right. As we are now getting near about 40,000 feet almost, that we're launching these magenta targets, these 60 DBZ values up into the air here. So definitely a very strong updraft. I'm not seeing any of those silvers and whites getting into there, and browns, anything like that. But still 60 plus DBZ targets getting lofted almost 40,000 feet in the air. So a very, very strong updraft out here for Hoax Bluff. And this storm is headed towards Reese City, Wilsonia, and Keener. It could be dropping up to ping pong ball sized hail. The National Weather Service has it tagged for $half sized hail. Down in Louisiana, we actually did get a flash flood warning for Livingston and Tangipahoa parishes down here. This is basically for Albany. We do have just so many storms rolling through this general area. Okay. Help Weather saying it looks even more mean from the Huntsville radar. Okay. Let's take a look at that hail core from the Huntsville radar. It looks pretty similar. Perhaps you were right a scan or two ago. Or perhaps I'm a scan or two behind. That is also equally possible. Pretty similar here. Still getting those magenta targets almost to 40,000 feet. Not quite. From the Huntsville radar, it does look to be ever so slightly weaker, but it could have been better a couple scans ago. I can't really go back in time on the volumetric scans. Summer Dragon is saying, I'm not a fan of fireworks due to a number of reasons, but to each their own. Fair enough. I personally love fireworks. Rifty Fish saying, is it going to storm in Wisconsin on the 4th of July? Hopefully not. I don't know, honestly. It is a couple days out, but it's definitely possible. I wish I could give you a better answer than maybe, but unfortunately, that's all we're good for in meteorology. All right, we're going to jump back up to New York and check in on all of these storms rolling on through. We actually do have our first severe thunderstorm warning that does go into Vermont. So this one is going to be tagged with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is for Lamoille, Grand Isle, Chittenden, and Franklin counties in Vermont, as well as Clinton and Essex counties in New York. And all of this is just a giant wind producer. Summer Dragon asks, I completely understand. I completely understand. Cade Woolaway, at least you have the paper like some. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Enlighten me. Help me out here. Logan saying it depends on if they've done legally or not, because sometimes the way they're done is illegal. What are we talking about? Fireworks? Still? Chasing for a Cause saying, I like the weather app I'm using. I am using the great Gibson Ridge product GR2 Analyst V3. All right, back down to Mississippi, getting west of Starkville. We are still looking at a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. And you can see, especially near Matheson, I should say, we've got some of these wind values coming back at 4,000 feet, being sustained around 55 miles per hour. So you mean the degree? Yeah. So I did just graduate with my undergraduate degree in professional meteorology with a minor in mathematics, and I'm also pursuing my master's at Mississippi State University, where I'm doing a thesis as well. Chasing for a Cause says, I chase and this could help. If you chase and you don't know what GR2 Analyst is, that's scary, bro. You need to be using this. That's scary. This is the industry standard right here. Now, it's not available on your phone, of course. You need a computer, but we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning that is crossing out of Vicksburg, Mississippi, and into Louisiana here. This one's going to be tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. South of the general Memphis area, again, we are still seeing tons of these storms continuing to fire off. And Memphis, by the way, for today, is included in a marginal risk for severe weather, just barely included in it, but it is included in it. So the Storm Prediction Center, anyway, has expected that some of these storms they begin to roll through the Memphis area could become severe or reach some severe thresholds. But I definitely think it's possible. I mean, you can still see the outflow boundaries getting kicked off of these storms. Look at this, what I'm highlighting here in white. That outflow boundary visible from the Memphis radar unit. Definitely possible that we see severe threshold winds rolling to the northwest. We did actually, I think we just hit a new peak of 78 viewers. So that's cool. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Definitely make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's the number one thing you can do to help us out. All right, into New Mexico, we do have Curry and Quay counties within a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is just near Broadview and Bellevue, as this one could be producing up to 1-inch hail, possibly even slightly larger. Does have a pretty towering storm associated with it. You can see these echo tops getting upwards of upwards of 52,000 feet. So this one is blowing up like crazy near Broadview and Bellevue. And there is a downstream severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of it. And this one is just on the Texas side of the border. And I think this is Deaf Smith County. Go ahead and just turn on county names. Yeah, Deaf Smith County out here. So definitely a cluster of strong storms beginning to blow through the New Mexico and Texas border, eventually towards areas like Amarillo. And I think these storms will definitely be there well before morning. If you know, you know. Alrighty. Back up to the Northeast, we'll check in on what's going on down here in New York. In Juanita County, we do still have this thunderstorm producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly some 1-inch hail. We are seeing values below 3,000 feet sustained at around 45 miles per hour. So definitely could see some of those gusty winds rolling through. We did just hit 80 viewers for the first time ever. So that is really, really cool. I'm really grateful for the support. And we did also in the exact same moment. This is pretty cool. So we just hit 800 subscribers and we hit 80 viewers at the exact same moment here. So a couple of cool milestones for the channel is here you can see we did hit 801 subscribers is what we're at now. So I do want to say thank you very much for that. Obviously, we're worried about a severe weather event tonight, so our number one concern is obviously not our growth. But I am very grateful for all the support and everyone who's been liking and commenting and subscribing, because that is the number one thing that you can do to help us out. Looks like we do have a couple of stronger storms out here in Vermont right now. We're so close to the radar that it looks like there's just some showers, but when you take a volumetric scan, you can see higher in the atmosphere, they are still producing some larger targets. So, and I can use our composite reflectivity product. This is a derived radar product here, which is lower resolution, but that's okay. And you can see some of these storms are bubbling up pretty good here. And this is near Burlington in Vermont. Near Albany, New York, we do have some storms in that area as well that could become reach severe thresholds. They were at severe thresholds earlier today. Thank you guys for all the congratulations in the chat. I really appreciate that. Okay, down in Tennessee for Giles and Lawrence counties, we do have this thunderstorm that Timothy is headed towards. Let's check in on where he's at. There he is. So he's just north of Florence right now. Looks like maybe he stopped at a gas station or something. As Kaysen said, he's headed off to church. He'll join back after if I'm still alive. Well, I appreciate that. And enjoy your evening. Timothy out in Florence right now has sent us a new photo. Nothing crazy. Whoops. He's not seeing anything crazy at all as of right this minute. Just some general clouds up in the sky. You can see some striations indicating a little bit of instability here in some of these clouds, but nothing crazy at all right this second. He is, again, just in Florence right now as he is continuing to head up towards the Tennessee border, maybe towards Iron City. I'm not sure what this interstate is that goes to Collinwood and eventually Waynesboro, but if he got on that, that would probably be the best place to go to try and get a good view on this storm. Though I will say the storm may be weakening out a little bit here, which is, of course, good news. Yeah, it looks like it is beginning to weaken out, so we could see another outflow boundary get kicked out from this storm, and all of that mass just plummeting to the surface, expanding out in all directions, and causing some localized little microburst type damaging winds. Heading towards Memphis, we do still have a strong outflow boundary being kicked out from this line of storms. It is blowing literally right towards Memphis here. And so we could see a couple of severe level wind gusts associated with that. Probably not anything crazy. We will see if these storms continue to uptrend, though. It could become a little bit more concerning in terms of the severe threat. Down just west of Starkville and headed towards Winona, we do have quite the strong little cluster of storms here in terms of producing some damaging winds. So this is rolling towards Montgomery and Carroll counties in central Mississippi. It's in Webster County right now. Okay, let's turn off county names. When I have county names on, the radar can sometimes get a little bit crowded. Seeing 87 viewers, that's insane. I really do appreciate everybody tuning in. All right, we're going to check in southeast Colorado, where we do have Baca, Bent, and Prowers counties all touched by this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not sure which county it is that's just barely being clipped. That's Prowers County, is just literally barely being clipped a couple square miles within the severe thunderstorm warning. This is near Deora, and it is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail, probably nothing that will deal any damage. It could uptrend, and we could see some larger hail as that hail core does look to be growing a little bit, but this is a pretty young cell here. Nothing really impressive at all right this second. It's also in a pretty bad radar hole, so it's hard to get a particularly great picture on it. North of Amarillo, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning, as this one looks to be completely dissipating rapidly. So right around now is where we could see some of those stronger wind gusts starting to roll through areas like Cactus, Sunray, Mochevik, Cap Switch, really anywhere around this storm in a general circle around it, as all this mass heads down towards the surface and those winds kick out in all directions around the storm. Christine, I see you back in the chat. It is good to see you, and it is good to remember to say Christine and not Kristen. James Harble asking about southern Minnesota. So definitely southern Minnesota will be concerning later this evening. We haven't really seen any crazy initiation out there just yet, but we are going to be getting to that time pretty soon here. As we can see, some cumulus starting to fire off and a couple of thunderstorms, nothing reaching severe thresholds yet. out in southern Minnesota, even northern Iowa. And I would not rule out a tornado in northern Iowa tonight, especially like the northernmost portions of Iowa near like Mason City, maybe Decorah. Oh, I see an old friend of mine, Don V, in the chat. It's good to see you, my friend. Yeah, there are a lot of limiting factors tonight. So we may or may not see some tornadoes. There's not a high confidence in tornadoes tonight, but the environment is there that if we do get one that develops and with a discrete supercell, we could definitely see a strong tornado develop. But again, in the same breath, I'm in the name of transparency, which is a huge thing of mine and what we do here at WillBrattonWx. We could see no tornadoes tonight at all, or maybe just one or two weak ones. That is definitely in the cards as well. But that's just one of those things. It's one of those reasons. It's not a significant outbreak or anything like that. Where when there's a significant outbreak coming, like a day or two in advance, and everyone is heading right all the chasers are coming your way. All the local news and the media are talking about it, and it's coming. In these types of slightly smaller, like medium level events, there is the potential for nothing to happen, but you're also less likely to know about it in advance. So it's important to stay weather aware during these types of times, is basically what I'm trying to say. So kudos to everyone who's tuning in tonight and staying weather aware this evening. Logan, I agree with what you are saying in the chat. Yeah, Reed Timmer is in Clear Lake, Iowa. Yeah, that doesn't shock me. Reed always has a really good leak, a really good read. Reed has a good read on things. He's one of the best in the business for a reason. He's been doing it for many, many years. Extremely talented guy out of Oklahoma. He went to OU with my graduate school advisor, who I'm doing my thesis with. All right, we are seeing everything starting to cluster up here in central Alabama. I'm going to pull some frames back so we can look at the progression here. But all these storms came out of eastern Alabama. They are beginning to cluster up as they head possibly just south of Birmingham. Honestly, it might kind of split between Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, clipping both major cities here. You can see all of these storms just starting to pop up and congeal very, very quickly into one strong thunderstorm that is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly 1-inch hail. I'll take a volumetric scan of this storm. That's a little bit too large. That's better. So you can see all of these different little towering areas in red where various different updrafts have collided, and you have just different areas where there's echo tops going on, or echo tops that are reaching higher thresholds going on is what I'm trying to say there. None of these are reaching insane values. Again, the instability isn't monstrous out here. So we've only got a couple pixels that are breaking 50,000 feet. So these are strong storms, but we're not looking at anything like absolutely insane. We're not looking at giant hail or anything like that, but we could see some small hail, and most importantly, and most likely, we could see some gusty winds with these, especially on the order of around 60 miles per hour. Apparently, we have a new mesoscale discussion. Take a look at that. All right, so we have a new mesoscale discussion for northeast Nebraska, northern Iowa, southern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, and far southeast South Dakota. So essentially what they're saying is we're going to be most likely issuing a severe thunderstorm watch. And it looks like the low-level jet is coming out of the south, which is not surprising. That's what we saw yesterday as well. And it's what we're going to continue to see with this ring of fire pattern. And they are expecting that low-level jet to ramp up. And let's see, it looks like a pretty favorably sheared environment as well. So definitely something to watch. We did just get a new large severe thunderstorm warning down in Mississippi. This is downstream of the storm we've been talking about that is headed towards Winona. So this one is going to be out in Attala, Carroll, Choctaw, Montgomery, and Webster counties here in Mississippi. And I do see that we have 89 viewers right now, which is actually insane. We are literally just smashing records like every 5 minutes over the last day. 97 viewers now. Oh my goodness. So I really appreciate it. If you haven't already, make sure that to like, comment, and subscribe. I really would appreciate that. It's the number one thing that you can do to support us. I did want to very quickly go ahead and show the image again that we saw earlier of a downed tree in Iuka, Mississippi. And this is just down in the southeast, the type of damage that these simple storms can cause. These are just simple thunderstorms. And again, we have another down power line out there in Iuka, Mississippi as well, where that power line has kind of been pulled off of the line a little bit, dangling down onto the road. It's a dangerous situation. A lot of people will just kind of disregard storms like this if there isn't a tornado risk, but you can still get some significant damage with these. And thankfully, this tree did not impact any homes or vehicles as far as we know. Okay. Oh, it looks like we surpassed 100 viewers. Wow. That is crazy. So we have surpassed 100 concurrent viewers. And I feel really bad just repeatedly talking about milestones, but this is a particularly exciting time for us here as our team has been grinding really hard to produce the best content possible over the last couple of weeks after launch here. So it's really, really cool to see everyone getting rewarded. I mean, our editor, Ben, has done a phenomenal job. Our graphics guy, Blake, has done an incredible job. Our meteorologists have done an incredible job. Our storm chasers have done an incredible job. Everyone has done an incredible job. It's just so cool to see the support and see a little bit of a reward for all the work that we've been put in. Fruits of the labor. As we do still have this outflow boundary just blowing through towards Memphis. So we could still see 60-mile-per-hour winds potentially coming through areas like Memphis, South Haven, and Hernando, as well as the northern portions of Memphis towards like Millington. Actually, we did just get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama. So this is for Clay, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties, headed towards Columbiana here in Talladega Springs, Wilsonville. This is the storm that we were looking at earlier. It is now producing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and you can see some of these velocities in here. And we are looking low in the atmosphere. This is only 1,000 feet in the air, and these are rolling in at well above 60 miles per hour sustained. So very, very impressive here. Definitely could be seeing gusts up to and maybe even potentially just above 70 miles per hour as this storm is just going to blow right on through towards Columbiana, Alabaster, Ashby, Calera, eventually towards Tuscaloosa. And I think it'll probably stay south of Birmingham. Again, these storms are not going to be moving in a straight line at really any points. It's a very messy environment without a lot of shear and a lot of upper level support because we're just sitting in the middle of a giant high pressure system that is draped over the entire eastern half of the United States. It's that classic ring of fire pattern, which I think honestly is a stupid buzzword that meteorologists use to try and get people excited about the weather and to pay attention. But that is what they call it. It is, in fact, it is genuinely called a ring of fire pattern. Summer Dragoness saying, good luck with the rest of the stream. I'm going to head out. I hope you hit more milestones. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for tuning in. I really greatly appreciate it. Timothy said he is calling it and just heading back to Huntsville for the evening. So we are no longer going to have visuals on that storm, which is okay. But yeah, we are continuing to chug along here. I'm going to check in on what's going on in New York and Vermont, as we did have some stronger storms out here near Burlington. And as whoop, that's not what I wanted. I wanted our composite reflectivity. You can see we are close to the radar. So when you look at the lowest tilt angle here, it looks like these are just some general showers. But as you go up in the tilts and you look higher and higher into the atmosphere, you can see these are some pretty strong storms near Burlington. So I'm going to take a volumetric look at this to see what that hail core might be looking like. These are still pretty young, by the way. So yeah, nothing crazy in terms of the hail core going on near Burlington, Vermont. But it could get to those thresholds where we could see some severe hail dropped out of this. It is saying 1-inch hail is what the National Weather Service has it tagged with, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. Should I whip out the guitar and play a little Johnny Cash? It's a great song, by the way, being referenced in the chat. Wow. Oh my goodness. All of our team, our staff are getting really excited about all of the support that you guys are showing right now, tuning into this broadcast. So I really appreciate it. Again, we have a team of over 20 people now. We just signed, we officially announced the signing of Jessica Moore today, which was a big milestone for us, as she is an incredible storm chaser. I can go ahead and show that really quickly. So here is on Twitter. You can see we just officially signed her today. I'll drop this link in the chat so you can read more about it if you would like to. So that was a big milestone for us today. And we just signed another storm chaser this morning, so an announcement for that will be coming out in the not so distant future as well. When they say Ring of Fire, I think about the belt. Yes, Help Weather. Me too. I think of that too. Okay, so for context, I'm gonna pull up an image of this. Hopefully, I don't get copyright striked. This is on Wikipedia. So this is the Ring of Fire in the Pacific Ocean. So it's just a giant, like it's the edge of this tectonic plate here, where you have all sorts of volcanic activity, and they call that the Ring of Fire. So I'm with you. I always think of that when I hear about the Ring of Fire, every time. All right, we'll go back into central New York. Near Albany, it looks like these storms have begun to weaken a little bit. Although the one that is near Country Knolls, Round Lake, Clifton Park is beginning to uptrend again. So I'm going to take a quick look at this hail core. And this is a pretty sheared environment. So this intrigues me here. This is one that could definitely end up producing some large hail if it continues to uptrend. I'm not sure. The lapse rates in this area are definitely solid, but I don't know exactly what our instability is like. So it is difficult to say if that storm will continue to uptrend, but if it does, it could definitely produce some larger hail near Mechanicville and also Stillwater, New York. Near Utica, excuse me, just southeast of Rome, we also have another storm that could be producing some gusty winds. It's tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. I'm not really seeing anything that screams hail at me about this one, though. This is more of a wind threat. But again, it could continue to grow and we could reach severe hail thresholds. It looks like there's some notching in here, though. And when you look at the base velocities, there's definitely a little bit of inflow. I'm not really expecting any type of a tornado risk out here in the Northeast tonight. But this one, it is actually tornado possible tagged. So this is a tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm out here. And you should, it's not showing that at the bottom left of your screen. It's supposed to say tornado possible, but I think it's because we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning right now, so it's overriding that. But yeah, this is definitely a strong thunderstorm out here, and we'll continue to monitor it very closely. We got another mesoscale discussion. We just got one not long ago. Let me look at this. Okay, it is the one from like 20 minutes ago. Okay, I got you. Kevin saying, I've been noticing recently when studying underperforming high ceiling setups that the orientation of the supercells tend to be southwest to northeast. It appears to cut off the inflow and induce linear propagation. Yeah, so a lot of times it depends on the orientation of the boundary and the orientation of your 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear vector. So if those are more parallel, for example, if you have a cold front that's in this orientation and your 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear vector is oriented like this, those are relatively parallel to one another, and you're going to get upscale growth pretty quickly, and you're going to have a tough time getting that inflow that you need for storms to become tornadic. And so you'll have those like quote unquote bust days where you get more of a wind threat than a tornado threat. Meanwhile, if you have a 0 to 6 kilometer storm motion vector that looks more like this, you'll have more discrete supercells that won't interact with one another, as they'll just kind of fire off and move off in their own direction. They don't interact with each other very or as frequently. Okay, we did get a new severe thunderstorm warning downstream in northern Vermont. So this one is going to include Caledonia, Chittenden, Franklin, Lamoille, Orleans, and Washington counties. Headed towards areas like Hyde Park, Johnson, Walcott, Hardwick, Albany, Lowell. It's tagged with those 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. There is possibly a little bit of rotation near Jeffersonville, but again, we're close to the radar. Yeah, it's not very concerning at all. All right, we're going to jump down to Colorado, southeastern Colorado, near Deora, where we were watching this storm earlier. We may see a new severe thunderstorm warning put on this one, as the original one has less than 2 minutes until it expires. So that is definitely a one to watch here for a possible new severe thunderstorm warning. That storm's still kicking. Meanwhile, our storm southwest of Amarillo that has crossed out of New Mexico and fully into Texas for the most part is definitely looking a little bit stronger here. And there is possibly a little bit of rotation going on. Definitely a little bit of rotation. Now, I wouldn't expect this to become tornadic by any stretch. It's very weak mid-level rotation. But this could be producing, and most likely is producing, some severe threshold gusty winds and possibly some small hail as well. So we'll continue to monitor it. We do have a total of 18 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. In New Mexico, near Delphos and Dora, we do have another thunderstorm that is severe tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. Looks like maybe it had a little bit of hail going on there, a little bit of slightly larger hail, maybe up to like $half sized hail. But in general, not really much of a concerning threat with that one for large hail. We're mainly looking at a wind threat. Yeah, we do need more terms with the Nightbot. We need every single weather term humanly possible. All right, we're going to check in on what's going on in Louisiana. So we are in East Carroll and Madison parishes, where we are watching these storms continue to roll on through areas like Tyndall and Tallulah. Definitely could be seeing those gusty winds at the surface reaching 60 miles per hour. Not really any type of a hail threat with these, just a wind threat. And again, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning back in Alabama for this large cluster that does look to be downtrending a bit. But as it does potentially downtrend, we could see the risk temporarily increase for those damaging winds. Because essentially, again, it's the same thing I continue to talk about as I go to a blank place on the map. As when you have a thunderstorm like this, okay, yeah, just like that, perfect thunderstorm. When you have a thunderstorm like this, you have an updraft and a downdraft. But as the updraft collapses and the storm begins to dissipate, everything becomes downdraft oriented and all that mass comes crashing down to the surface and it pushes out in all directions, putting out some crazy winds a lot of the time. So you can see some localized downburst winds like that all the time. Very, very common. Out in Tennessee and near Waynesboro towards Flat Woods and Hohenwald, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is an extension of our cell near Florence. Kind of in a radar hole. As this one is tagged for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and some very small hail as well. Lorian saying, let's break out the dynamics textbook. I think we should add the pressure tendency equation. Do not ask me about the pressure tendency equation. I have PTSD from the pressure tendency equation. You can, however, ask me to write out the entire 25 term vorticity equation. Ben, as an aerospace engineering major, our editor in the chat says no dynamics. He's probably got PTSD from his dynamics classes. That's funny stuff. Was this severe? Is this new? We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Morgan City and Union Grove and New Hope in Alabama. This one is tagged for 60 mile per hour winds and some small hail as well. This is a little bit of a newer cell, but look at these updrafts. You can see it definitely could be producing some damaging hail with these, potentially getting around ping pong ball sized. I'm not saying there is ping pong ball sized hail, but it is possible that we get to that point. Oh, nah, Lorian, I'm glad you censored the shallow water equation because I cannot. The shallow water equation, that was Dr. Mercer's. That was the final straw. Atmospheric thermodynamics and atmospheric kinematics. All of the dynamics. Said I looked up the equation. That looks horrid. Is that calculated? Yeah, I will say, the vorticity equation and for example, the momentum equations and the ideal gas law is a nice one. It's easy to work with, and it's a really useful one that allows us to derive a lot of meteorology. So some of them are nice once you get to know them and you understand them, but it's all using we don't work in numbers in meteorology because we don't have enough measurements in the atmosphere to actually do that. So we have to work in theoretics. So we're using entirely variables and letters in our equations. It's a lot of upper level calculus, calculus 3 and 4, differential equations at times. A lot of people think it's not as difficult of a science as an engineering major, for example, but it can be harder than some engineering stuff. It is a very, very, very difficult major, especially if you do the professional track and you do the extra classes in the math and the extra dynamics course and all of that kind of stuff. We are still seeing very, very strong winds coming out near Wilsonville and Columbiana. So some of these values are reaching around upwards of 50 miles per hour being sustained here, only 600 feet in the air. So we could easily be seeing 60 or maybe even up to 70 mile per hour wind gusts in areas like Columbiana, headed towards Calera, Alabaster, all sorts of areas out here in these polygons here. So right now, this is Clay, Coosa, Shelby, and Talladega counties in Alabama. And then we also have Chilton and Shelby counties where there's a severe thunderstorm warning downstream, which is, in preparation for the storm to begin to propagate that direction. We need STP. No, don't use the STP. Do not use the STP. I'm an STP hater. I'm kidding. It is useful to have it as a command so we can, define what it is to new folks. We do have possibly some tiny little areas of rotation embedded as this cluster of thunderstorms starts to weaken and break up a little bit. I'm not expecting any type of a tornado risk with this, but I'm just kind of pointing it out. It is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds as it's headed towards Winona, Vaden, West, all sorts of areas down here in Mississippi. Texas indoor baseball, your definition is it's solid. So there's a few things wrong with your definition. One, it's not a model, it's actually a derived parameter. But two, it's not how significant the tornado could be necessarily. It's more of how significant the environment is to be conducive for tornadoes, if that makes sense. But you're very close. That is not a bad working definition. As this cluster of storms is now beginning to blow really close to Memphis here, and we have possibly up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are going to be blowing through the general Memphis area and a lot of rain. So if you're out in Memphis, definitely be ready for that as you're about maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes away from it. Christine talking about Stone Temple pilots instead of significant tornado parameter. So it's basically like Mu Cape, but with tornadoes. No, not exactly. Not exactly. Mu Cape is your most unstable layer of the atmosphere. Kevin saying, I'm going to email Broyles with the Storm Prediction Center about the orientation thing. Yeah, do it. That intrigues me. If you could chain me into that email, I would love that too. I'd love to see what he's got to say. He's very responsive. He always responds to people who reach out to him when he has the time. So he's a great guy. Yeah, Texas indoor baseball weather, dude. You're good, man. Listen. I'm here to help. I'm here to help people learn. I'm not flaming you at all. I just want to help the best I can, help people learn, and yeah. Down in Louisiana, our one cluster of thunderstorms that was in more central Louisiana, all the severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that have been lifted, but we do still have tons of random outflow boundaries flowing all throughout Louisiana here. So there's tons of different areas where you could see gusty winds pop up without even any rain out in Louisiana, even getting into eastern Texas. So tons of stuff going on. Yeah, Broyles is absolutely awesome. I'm a big fan of his. I personally, I think the Storm Prediction Center gets hated on way too much. I think they do a phenomenal job in general. You can't get everything right, like 100% right all the time, but I think they really do a phenomenal job, and I have a lot of respect for the work that they do. All right, out here near Columbiana, we do still have some very strong winds. I think this considerable severe thunderstorm warning is still warranted. It might be valuable for them to go ahead and upgrade the downstream regular severe thunderstorm warning to a considerable as well. We'll see what they do. Regardless, they should definitely shrink down the considerable severe thunderstorm warning, as areas like Winterboro and Sylacauga are no longer really in that threat. Yeah, well, people on social media will say anything's a bust if there isn't like the tornado of the year that comes from it, which is a really foolish mindset in my opinion, but that's just me. Some of these storms up here near Albertville are looking like they could actually be producing some small hail. Let's check in on these hail cores. Yeah, you can see some of these values getting lofted. This is not a very highly sheared storm, but we could still be seeing some small hail coming out of these for sure, possibly up to an inch, maybe $half sized hail. Sounds good, Case, and I will most likely be live. Hey, listen, all I'm going to say is everyone was screaming bust on June 17th, a couple of weeks ago, because convection took a little while to fire off. Yeah, literally, Kevin's talking about that in the chat right now. It just takes time. Sometimes the atmosphere needs a little time to cook. And when you just go out and scream bust on social media, all the people who trust you are all of a sudden going to let their guard down. And like I think a lot of folks fail to understand the influence that they truly have. It's something you can't take lightly, you know? All right, let's check in on the Northeast again, as we did have this tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm up here that doesn't look to really have any type of significant rotation going on. Still very, very broad, weak rotation. It is no longer tagged tornado possible. The original severe thunderstorm warning is still tagged tornado possible, but that one is going to be allowed to expire not too long from now. It's got about a minute and a half left. There's a more broad severe thunderstorm warning on it as well for inch hail. It actually is tagged severe possible. One of these larger warning polygons is. But in general, I'm not really worried about a tornado threat with this, to be honest with you. This is more of a wind and small hail producer here all throughout New York as this one continues to propagate towards the southeast. So here's where we're at in central New York. And this thunderstorm cluster is headed down towards areas like maybe eventually towards Albany. I see we've just passed 100 viewers again, which is actually insane. I'm really, really grateful for all of the support. South of Burlington, I am seeing near Brandon, we have another cell that's starting to fire off. I'm going to take a look at this one as it is starting to bubble up. So nothing crazy here yet, but this is one to watch that could eventually reach severe thresholds here near Rutland in Vermont. And then, of course, These storms out here near Hyde Park and just east of Burlington that we've been watching for some time are still out here, still going. And they're not unbelievably impressive by any stretch, but could definitely be producing some damaging winds and some small hail. Back near Buffalo, we had a severe thunderstorm warning not long ago as well. Those storms are now moving through Rochester and have been weakening a little bit. We do have another wave of storms that is going to come through across the border of Canada and into New York here. So this is going to be our primary driving factor with our wind risk tonight, is going to be this line of thunderstorms here that is going to bow all the way down through the Northeast, and it's going to follow a pattern something like this-ish. It's going to come down. I'll try to draw it a little better. I'll draw it in waves of what it's going to look like. So right now it looks like this, and it's going to begin to turn its orientation just a little bit to be a little bit more north-south as it pushes off into the Northeast towards Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, the whole nine. Down in Mississippi, we do still have a couple of severe thunderstorms, severe thunderstorm warnings active, excuse me. Near Yazoo City, we do have some low mid-level-ish winds. We're looking at 3,200 feet in the air here. Not super high. Clocking in at, it's being sustained around 45 miles per hour. So some pretty strong winds. Yeah, we did hit 100 likes as well. That's crazy. I really appreciate all of that support. It's really, really awesome to see. Again, I know I said it already, but seeing our team get rewarded for the work that they're putting in is really such a cool feeling, because this would be nothing without our team. Timothy has sent me a new photo here of some cool Virga going on. So here's what that looks like. You can see this rain right here that's beginning to fall down to the surface, but before it gets there, it evaporates. So there's no rain down here hitting the surface. That is a meteorological phenomenon known as Virga. So yeah, all sorts of storms firing off in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. Very, very active here. And also, again, like I said, pushing into the greater Memphis area now, just starting to roll into town near Germantown, which is, these are all kind of the suburbs of Memphis really extend like all the way out, kind of like this. So these storms in the outflow boundary are just starting to roll through there. And I would imagine anyone out in Memphis has a beautiful view at a heck of a shelf cloud starting to roll through right now. I really appreciate it, Texas indoor baseball weather. So how does that work? Indoor baseball weather, because it's indoor. Our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Alabama has been downgraded, by the way, to just a regular severe thunderstorm warning, as these storms are beginning to weaken a little bit here. They are, again, pushing towards the radar, so they look a little weaker than they actually are. But I can pull a few frames back, and we can look at the progression of these echo tops here. Give me just a minute for these to load in. Did I not click the button? Oh, I'm losing my mind. So yeah, you can see we had very, very powerful storms here near Millerville with probably overshooting tops, getting into the getting past the tropopause into the stratosphere, getting to around 55,000 feet into the air. And then as we go forward in time, these storms were really weakening a little bit. And that's not necessarily just a radar artifact here. You can see those echo tops are still much lower, even now, looking from a different radar, which has a little bit of a better view from further away. when you're talking about the upper levels of these storms. However, the storm near Clanton, so it looks like we are kind of recycling and bubbling up a little bit better down here near Clanton and Lomax, north of Verbena, near Thorsby, Jemison. So this one might need a severe thunderstorm warning here somewhat soon, though it doesn't look super powerful in terms of the wind right now. So they may not severe thunderstorm warn it, but definitely a storm that is bubbling up real good there. Seeing something in the chat about a tornado warning up in Canada. I haven't. Oh, I'm guessing it's right here. I'm not. I haven't really been looking at any of these storms across the border because I don't have access to Canadian radars at this moment. Definitely some strong rotation there, though. That'll be something to watch. That may cross into New York not too long from now and bring the risk for a tornado. It does have a little bit of that hook morphology there on radar, that radar presentation. Oh, there goes my mouse. I've thrown my mouse on the floor. All right. So yeah, definitely one to watch. Again, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings active here in Vermont. One near Rutland, and then the other one out here near Hyde Park. And these are both bubbling up pretty good. Definitely some stronger storms out here. Could easily be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. More of a wind threat than a hail threat here. They are tagged for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Is tomorrow going to bust because I plan on going swimming tomorrow afternoon? Well, I'm not sure where you're at exactly. Tomorrow will definitely bring some severe weather in some regard. And this is going to be back up towards the northern plains tomorrow. The Midwest, northern plains, and then also down, I think in the Tennessee Valley or that near Appalachia, I think, type of region in northern Georgia and East Tennessee, I think, if I remember correctly. I can just look. Hang on. From what the Storm Prediction Center has to say. Yeah. So back into the Midwest and the northern plains, and then also down here near Chattanooga, Knoxville, Atlanta. Which we will continue to monitor. And of course, you can check this anytime on our website, and you can share these images with your friends and family to make sure that they stay weather aware. That link is in the chat for anyone who's curious. And I'm not selling you anything that is not, we gain nothing from you visiting our website. It's just a good tool. It's just a very good tool that we created for people to be able to use. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cheyenne and Wallace counties out here in Colorado. So Cheyenne is the Colorado county, and then we're also in Kansas here. So this is a smaller thunderstorm that's fired off, but definitely could be producing some hail. It's got a 1-inch hail tag. And it's also tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I see Raul Perez in the chat talking about where are we going to have a Category 5 hurricane. There's no way to know if we're going to have strong hurricanes. In an El Nino like this, we're not going to have as many hurricanes. Like, we're not going to have, tons and tons of hurricanes, but ones that do get going do have the potential to reach those stronger thresholds. I am not a tropics expert, though. I have some friends in the business that are definitely more of tropics experts than I am. And they are very talented. Mark Sudduth is one of those guys with Hurricane Track. He's one of the most seasoned hurricane researchers in history. We are really early in hurricane season, though. We got a long ways to go. As these storms are definitely still pretty strong near Columbiana. We are seeing measured winds at like 150 feet in the air, sustained around maybe 30 miles per hour with these storms. So these are not anything crazy strong. Just south of there, near Thorsby and Jemison, at around 600 feet, we're seeing pretty similar story. So some strong gusty winds down there in central Alabama. In north central Alabama, just south of Huntsville, we do have some stronger storms there as well, where we definitely could be seeing some hail going on just south of Albertville. Definitely could be seeing some hail there. All right, let's check in on Memphis as these storms are just now starting to enter the general Memphis area. You can see that outflow boundary really extending out ahead of these storms, as a lot of them are dissipating and they're just pushing all that mass down to the surface and just pushing it right through Memphis. So Memphis is definitely going to get slammed with some gusty winds here. And the temperature will probably dramatically drop when that happens. All right, back down towards the Mississippi River. We do have a couple of severe cells just west of Yazoo City and near Lake Providence. And these are all embedded within like this line of and cluster of thunderstorms that's extending for a very large portion of Louisiana and Mississippi. There's so many thunderstorms going on down in this area where we've just been being baked by the sun. Are you expecting bad weather tonight? Yeah, definitely. We've already seen we have, 17 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. We could definitely see some tornadoes up through the Midwest a little bit later. You think on the day 3 outlook that Kentucky could get a NATO? Um, Probably not, to be quite honest with you. If you're talking about Friday, I doubt it. Lorian says, Will, I'm putting you on my TV and having some dinner. I'll be in to help as soon as I can. Okay, sounds good. Enjoy your meal. I think my family is picking up Freddy's, so I'll be getting a smash burger here not too long from now. As the U.S. is just about to start their match against Bosnia. And you'll be seeing me constantly doing this as I just turn and look at the TV just over and over and over and over again. And I just realized I'm not even on the right channel. Give me a minute. I got to do something about this. This is greatly problematic. A very, very important issue that must be resolved. Stat. Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. I've messed it all up. Give me a second. Alrighty. While I continue to tinker with this a little bit, where should we check in on? We'll check in on Colorado. Out here at the Colorado-Kansas border, we do have this tiny little cell here that could be producing some hail. You can see it's pretty sheared. So that is good in terms of if you want hail. Obviously, we never want severe weather, but that is good for the storm in terms of its growth. So it's a pretty young and small cell, but it definitely could begin to produce some severe thresholded hail. Yeah, and we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place in the upper Midwest. I would like a double smash burger. There we go. Okay. I have got it sorted in perfect time as they're literally lining up for kickoff right now. So USA versus Bosnia is getting underway, and I'm going to be turning my head back and forth a lot over the next 2 hours of this broadcast. I do have a cool little visual from Timothy right now on this storm that is out near Huntsville. So that's what he's looking at here. You can see that anvil bubbling up over here. It's nothing crazy, but it is a little bit. It does have at least a little bit of a sheared environment here. All right, down in Texas, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings southwest of Amarillo. This is near Friona, Summerfield, Hereford, Joel, Dawn, Umbarger. And this is out in Deaf Smith, Randall, Castro, and Palmer counties in Texas. There is also another outflow boundary that's headed towards Amarillo. So we could see some weird mesoscale magic as these storms collide with that outflow boundary near Amarillo. So that is definitely something we're going to need to pay close attention to here over the next like 30 minutes. So as these storms move this direction and come into contact with this outflow boundary, we could definitely see some localized increase in vorticity. Something to watch. All right, checking in Mississippi. We actually just got a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning here in Mississippi for this line of thunderstorms that's going through. It's past Yazoo City, headed towards Rolling Fork. And so this is just increased confidence that we're going to continue to see those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm as it continues off in that direction. So that is definitely something to watch, of course. And near Charleston in Paynes, this is northwest of Grenada in Mississippi. We might have a little bit of hail going on. Definitely possible we've got a little bit of small hail falling near Charleston and Paynes here in Mississippi. To zoom out and give you a little bit of a reference point, we are southwest of the land of torture known as Oxford, Mississippi, and northwest of Grenada. Out in Sylacauga, Alabama, we do have storm reports for small limbs all over the road with a tree snapped in some locations north of Sylacauga. So that's those storms that have been rolling through central Alabama here. In northern Alabama near Huntsville, we did have some small penny-sized hail reported as well. I don't think we've really had any storm reports anywhere else around the map. We're going to jump back towards New York, where we are now watching this line of thunderstorms that did previously have a tornado warning from Environment Canada. It is now headed into the United States. That rotation is still there. It's just not very impressive, but it is still there. So this entire line of thunderstorms up here in New York is going to be bringing wind and the potential for maybe good Lord, excuse me, a brief embedded tornado. Wow. Christine heading out for the night. Have a good evening and stay safe, Christine. What is exclamation mark Will? There's a command that's just my name, casually. No, the command that he wrote in the chat says exclamation. Wait, what? Oh, it's being automatically translated from Vil to my name. What am I looking? Okay, I got to show you this. This is kind of funny. When I'm hovering over this message here, it shows what it actually is, which is exclamation mark VIL, which is our vertically integrated liquid. It's a radar product, but it just automatically translates to Will when it shows up in my chat. You see, it says exclamation mark Will, but when I hover over it, it shows what it actually says, exclamation mark Vil. And there's like a translation thing by it. That's really interesting. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, we do have multiple strong storms that are about to be rolling through New York here. And this really is going to span like north to south, all of New York. We're going to have multiple pop-up storms along this line, and it's just going to continue to blow all the way to the southeast, eventually into Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, maybe even Rhode Island. Let's check in on our storms near Vermont, as these are still, they're definitely somewhat elevated here because you're not really seeing any targets until like 3,000 feet. So these LCLs are very high. Essentially, the cloud deck is pretty high in the air. You can see when I use composite reflectivity, these storms are definitely there. And you can see some of these heavier raindrops being lofted higher in the air. I'm not really worried about any kind of a hail threat with these, to be honest with you. More of a wind threat up here. It is tagged with 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Okay, out in Tennessee, we're going to check in on Memphis. As, yeah. I was still up in the tilt angle, so I was wondering what that was. You can see that outflow boundary is now just about to get to downtown Memphis here, as a lot of these storms are beginning to weaken, which is nice, but that doesn't mean the wind threat's going to go away. They're still going to kick out all of that mass, and it's just going to blow right on through Memphis. So if you're in anywhere in the path of this outflow boundary, expect some gusty winds coming your way not long from now. So anywhere kind of in this white box. Real ones know about the Sam joke. Sam. It's an outflow boundary. Yeah, no more of that sentence shall be completed. I agree with that. Okay, so we do have some very strong winds starting to roll through. This is just kind of west of Louise here in western Mississippi. Some of these winds are reaching up to maybe close to 60 miles per hour, being sustained at around 4,000 feet. So at the surface, we could definitely be seeing those strong winds beginning to roll on through. So some pretty strong winds rolling through western Mississippi here northwest of Yazoo City. That's kind of where we're at here. We do have actually a severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota near Rapid City, as we've had a kind of a random cell fire off that could be a hail producer here. Definitely could be a hail producer here. And this is like an air mass storm, I think. I don't, no, well, sort of. This is, it's really close to the radar, which is nice. The Underwood radar. It's a very sheared environment. This is quite the interesting looking storm. Very, very strong mid-level shear. Interesting. So definitely a storm that could be producing some larger hail. It's tagged for 1-inch hail right now. Not really much of a wind producer at all. There's not really much in the name of wind going on with this at all. But definitely could produce some hail. Back towards Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, we are still just starting to see some convection start to initiate out there. This is our main concern for a tornado risk this evening, which we are expected to ramp up over the next like 2 hours, really anywhere in this circle. I can go ahead and show you this on our website as well. If we look at our day 1 tornado probabilistic outlook, this is what we're looking at here. So really all the way from Sioux Falls through the Twin Cities back to Green Bay, even including Madison and just north of Des Moines. Anywhere out here in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, we could definitely be seeing a tornado or two. And I really would not rule out a tornado in northern Iowa. That was an area that I was looking at this morning as a possible target. See a lot of folks joining our Discord. If you want to join it, you can go ahead and join it with the link that should pop up here in the chat. You can do anytime you want to find that link, you can find it with !Discord. Meanwhile, we do have 19 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. So this is a very active night. And these storms in New York are just now crossing the border into, or crossing from Canada into New York. They're just now into New York. We did have our only flash flood warning just get lifted here like 2 seconds ago. So no flash flood warnings on the map right now. There is a risk for flash flooding though, as there's just a lot of precipitation on the map tonight. We do have a couple of areas of rotation, one near Hammond, maybe another near Brookville. And you can see the en route values are echoing that as well. And this is just along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms here. So I don't know what the LCL heights are looking like in this region. I can turn on METAR and try and get a look at what these surface winds look like and the dew points. I'm looking in northern New York right now. These storms crossing the border into New York from Canada. A couple little areas of rotation, but I'm not really expecting much of a tornado risk up in New York, but I just want to watch it closely. And my METAR isn't working right now, so yeah, meso analysis would be great. Thank you very much, Adrian. I know you guys can't hear him. That is one of our storm chasers, Adrian, in my ear, helping me out. He's going to pull up some meso analysis maps for me so I can get a look at these storms and the environment that they're moving into up here in New York, to see if we really should be concerned about this bringing the risk for tornadoes. Definitely got some rotation going on at the mid-levels. It's only at 3,000 feet, so the lower mid-levels here. Does the volumetric scan indicate that the storm near Charleston in northern Mississippi is severe? I don't know. Let's find out. It's, I don't know what radar is really the best. Unfortunately, the Mississippi Delta is kind of a little bit of a radar hole. Yeah, I would definitely say it's possible that we've got some severe threshold hail coming out of this storm out here in Charleston, Mississippi. In general, this could definitely be a solid wind producer as well, though. From the Memphis radar, we can see what some of these winds are looking like. And you can see METAR here. What do we have? Like 10 knot winds being sustained behind this. So nothing crazy. Gusting up to 26 miles per hour. So maybe not quite reaching severe thresholds. Meanwhile, in Memphis, we are seeing these this outflow boundary start to blow on through. So that's definitely something to watch here. What's up, Adrian? Okay, so these are pretty low to the ground storms here in New York. So Adrian's just told me that these LCLs are sitting around 500 to 750 meters, which is pretty low. That is low enough for you to get tornadic development with these. So if any of anywhere along this line, if rotation can start to wrap up, we could definitely see a tornado threat develop. And I'm really not that concerned about a tornado threat here in New York, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility by any stretch. We don't have any METAR up here, which is unfortunate. Near Potsdam, we're not getting any wind at all at the moment. Okay. Yeah, if we have winds that are coming into this storm at this direction from the east or the southeast, that would definitely aid in these storms trying to become tornadic. But I'm not really that concerned about it. It's not outside of the realm of possibility, though. East of Rochester, we do have storms rolling through that are reaching severe thresholds, blowing at 60 miles per hour. Near Waterville, same deal. Richfield Springs, all these storms are producing 60 mile per hour winds, as well as some small hail. The storm near Waterville does have a little bit of broad rotation going on. And it is slightly, well, not really. I changed my mind. It's not really got much of anything going on. And again, I'm not expecting most of any of these storms in New York to do anything besides produce significant winds. Maybe a little bit of small, up to golf ball sized hail. All right, I'm going to disable METAR for now as it's making the map a little bit cluttered. But we do have 18 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, plus these two special marine statements up here in New York. And I am getting some mesoanalysis maps now. I'm going to take a quick look at these. And okay. Yeah, so up in New York, these LCL heights are pretty low right now. So definitely conducive. We're looking, I can go ahead and pull these down. I'll walk you through what my thought process is when I go through some of these maps. But essentially what we're looking at here is these LCL heights. You'll see around, I'll use magenta, getting around 500 and 750 as we're rolling through northern New York here. So that is pretty low to the ground. That is conducive for tornadoes. Your surface winds, though, are not super impressive. You would want winds to be going like this if you wanted tornadoes. Most of them are not. Most of them are actually coming back the other direction from the northwest. So the lower level winds are definitely not super supportive. But what you do see on this map are very high dew points. You're seeing dew points up to 73, 70, 71, 73, 70. So very high dew points up here in New York as well. That is conducive for tornadoes, as you need that low level moisture. Our 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative helicity is not very impressive at all. So that's definitely a limiting factor, but there is some. So we definitely have maybe around 150 meters squared per second squared out ahead of this line at some parts. So you could see some localized area where a tornado is definitely possible. But this is definitely a limiting factor with tornadoes up here in New York for this evening. And then finally, what do we got? Effective bulk shear. Okay, so and the environment is not super favorably sheared as well up here in New York. So around 25 to 30 knots, which is not super favorable. So really good insight there from Adrian. I appreciate you passing those maps to me. That gives me a much better picture on what the threats are going to be with these storms. So I'm not really looking at a major tornado risk with these, maybe a weak and short-lived spin-up tornado, but nothing else. We do have actually one more map I can take a look at. What is this one? Cape or something? Yeah. So we got a Cape and Sin map here. Oh no, this is actually a Cape and Vorticity map. Interesting. Okay, so there is a Vorticity maxima in the area. And yeah, these Cape values are not super high, but they are there. So nothing unbelievably impressive with this system up here in northern New York. So I greatly appreciate that, Adrian. Do you know how to cook food from scratch? Sort of. I'm not an amazing cook, but I can cook, yes. And that'll be a corner for the United States men's national team. All right, let's go back on to Kansas in Wallace County, where we do still have the storm from earlier. Looks like it might be downtrending on the latest scan. Maybe not. Yeah, it is still kind of just sitting there doing its thing. It's not really going anywhere super quick, but it is moving off to the northeast. This, by the way, is not convection. These are not clouds or storms that you're seeing up here. Those, excuse me. Those are wind turbines being contacted by the radar. And I can prove that to you. If we zoom in here, it might take a little while for this to load, so maybe I won't wait on this. But the wind turbines, you'll be able to see the shadows of them all over the surface of the earth here. And that is what the radar is hitting. You can see them all over the place out here. Wind turbine here, like 3 of them in that circle. Wind turbine, wind turbine, wind turbine, wind turbine, wind turbine. There's just so many wind turbines. I mean, there's literally tons of them out here. And because it's so close to the radar beam comes into contact with those wind turbines, and you get these the stuff that looks like clouds, but it's not. All right, back down to Mississippi, where we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings active right now. We are getting some sort of radar interference from the Jackson radar going southwest. But there is still a severe thunderstorm here that has 6 minutes remaining on it. It'll be allowed to expire naturally. It's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds as that storm is now crossing the border into Louisiana. We are watching this other line of severe thunderstorms pushing through the Rolling Fork area and surrounding areas back through Silver City, Grace, Percy, Hollandale, even as far north as Isola. And these are also going to be pushing into the southeasternmost corner of Arkansas down here. And then we have another larger line/cluster of thunderstorms that is now beginning to weaken as it's getting towards Memphis. You see all these storms are really falling apart, but that outflow boundary is probably still bringing some strong winds to the Memphis area, even if they're not getting tons of precipitation. And then a lot of storms out here in central Mississippi that are decently strong as well. As these ones definitely could be producing some gusty winds and some small hail. I'm seeing apparently reports of a wall cloud near Iowa. We do have that storm near Rapid City still going on. Yeah, we do have actually a wall cloud reported in Iowa here. So this is our first major storm of the night to try and get going. We watched this one fire off near Mason City, which is literally what at the start of the broadcast, I was like, yeah, Mason City is where we might start to see some of these storms get going. And that is what we're seeing now. The storm is unfortunately kind of in a radar hole, but it is moving directly towards the radar unit here in La Crosse. So we are going to continue to monitor this one here as we're kind of getting into that mode where we're going to be getting into tornado zone ish. We are still rolling here, though. And again, this storm, the lowest picture we can get is like 8,000 feet. But it's out here right along the Iowa and Minnesota border. It's going to continue to move off towards the northeast. It'll probably eventually cross into Wisconsin before it dissipates. I'm expecting a lot of these storms to be pretty long-lived here. It's just how quickly do they grow into a line or a cluster of storms is going to be the number one question. I did not hear what you said, no. Okay, so Adrian, looking at some mesoanalysis, has told me that just east of this storm in northern Iowa is really where the most favorable environment for tornadoes is at the moment. World. Thanks. My dinner has arrived. Blake is just spamming commands tonight. I love it. All right, so I did get a burger from Freddy's. So I'm going to get my dinner situation figured out here before we get too active with our severe weather. Eating food on my mouse pad is always a really scary, dangerous game. And I'm sitting here trying to open this ketchup packet really carefully so I don't make a mess. All right. Success. We've survived opening the ketchup packet. This is big news. Yeah, Norman, Freddy's is phenomenal. Really good spot. It's just simple food, you know, it's smash burgers and fries and stuff. You know, it's simple food and they do it well. Pezik saying, I've never had Freddy's. Well, you should try it out the next time you can. Okay. Really quickly here, before things start to ramp up too much, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. So, and then I'm going to scarf down this food, and then things are going to get active pretty quickly here. So bear with me for just like 2 seconds. I'm going to leave our supercell firing off in northern Iowa, crossing the border into Minnesota on the map here for just a second, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds or something like that. All right. I have returned and I've acquired a couple of napkins. All right. Again, we're going to continue to stay with this supercell as much as we can, as it is now beginning to develop that rotation. So this actually looks interesting. This could definitely get tornado warned pretty soon here. Again, this rotation we're looking at is around 8,000 feet in the air. But definitely a concerning one here. Whoa! I'm seeing a picture of this storm from the storm spotter Mike Mars, who reported this wall cloud. And I've got a picture of that wall cloud, clear as day. I can't show this on stream. Oh, okay, I think the U.S. scored. I'm behind here. I'm assuming this is going to be a high press turnover from the United States. There it is, high press turnover. What is that, Balogun? Bury it. Yes! And he did the LeBron celly. This is absolute cinema. Oh, is it offside? It's offside. That's incredible. Oh my gosh. Anyway, this storm could easily be tornadic. I'm going to drop the link. I already dropped the link to that picture in the chat. I don't have the rights to display that image, but that's definitely a lowering. The bottom of the mesocyclone there, most certainly a wall cloud. As this storm is uptrending like it wants to become tornadic soon. It's Mike's birthday. Interesting. Happy birthday to Mike. Maybe he will get a tornado for his birthday here. They did just severe thunderstorm warn this. No tornado warning, though, as of yet. So happy birthday to Mike Mars, storm chaser, out there on this storm. I'll give you a quick picture here at where all these spotters are at right now. There's only a couple folks on this storm. Most everybody is really not around this. They started a little further north, it appears. I don't know why no one's targeting North Iowa here today. I mean, when I looked this morning, I really felt like North Iowa was going to be the spot. Like, especially at first. Obviously, things will shift into Wisconsin, but yeah, Flo Balogun was offside. That's a bummer. That offside goal, though, what it does is it now creates a fear for Bosnia, and they're not going to want to play out of the back anymore. They're going to be more hesitant to play out of the back, and they're going to be more concerned when they undergo pressure on their back line. So the U.S. is going to have the upper foot here in that regard. This burger literally fills up the entire like paper box it's in. this storm is definitely looking pretty strong here. It looks like we might have had a split happen with it. Again, if you're not in our Discord server, I recommend joining that. A lot of folks will post their weather photos in there. And a lot of stuff gets posted in there that I don't have the rights to show on stream. So you can view all the pictures and images from other talented chasers in the space. All right. I apologize for being a little quieter here. I'm trying to scarf down my food so we can be back to being fully attentive for the rest of the night. Back in New York and into Vermont, even actually getting towards New Hampshire, getting close. All sorts of severe thunderstorms, including a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, a pair of them, and this is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, as these storms are just continuing to blow on through in New York here. I don't believe these are tornado possible tagged. They are not. And I don't think they particularly need to be. This northernmost one is tornado possible tagged, though. And that does make sense. That is the only one where a tornado is even really remotely possible here near Canton, maybe near Edwards. And there's tons of convection and storms still ongoing down towards Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, even slightly into Tennessee. The Discord link on the Nightbot will not ever expire. And once we reach a tier 3 Discord server, we can have our own custom link. So it's easy to just type in from memory. We actually are just one server boost away in our Discord server from unlocking the next tier, which is always nice. Yeah, we have actually a severe thunderstorm warning out in Montana, northeast of Billings. I didn't see this earlier. It looks like it was. Oh, this is actually only 12 minutes ago, so not that long ago. But a strong thunderstorm bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds up here in Montana. This is going to be out in Musselshell, Treasure, and Yellowstone counties in Montana. And again, back into New York, we still have a lot of convection going on. where this line of thunderstorms is going to bring potentially 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe a very brief weak embedded tornado on the northern half of this line to a large portion of New York and eventually into Massachusetts, Connecticut, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Okay. Burger down. Okay, well, apparently we have a tornado on the ground up here in Iowa now. And the National Weather Service did not want to warn this, despite the images coming out of this wall cloud. Now we got a tornado evidently on the ground here. So definitely a concerning situation here near the Minnesota and Iowa border. And this is, again, I don't exactly blame the National Weather Service for this because the mid-level winds are kind of pathetic at 7,000 feet. And this report's only from 3 minutes ago. I mean, it looks like it's downtrended a lot. I mean, it has at the mid-levels anyway, but apparently at the low levels, it's there. So we'll most likely see a purple polygon pop up on the map for a confirmed tornado not long from now. We actually just had multiple other reports come up. A brief tornado. So, and Jesse actually uploaded a photo there. Tornado in progress, literally right here, is a absolutely legendary. That is an absolutely legendary like message to include in the report. So it looks like Mike Mars has gotten himself inside the tornado for his birthday. So shout out Mike for that. Yeah, I'm really interested to see that we still don't have a tornado warning here. And this is quite the interesting storm here, at least in terms of its presentation on radar. Again, I really don't blame the National Weather Service for not issuing a warning if they weren't looking at chasers and reports. But to be honest with you, the second that wall cloud photo came in, this probably should have been tornado warned. But on radar presentation, I don't blame the National Weather Service at all. So apparently we have a partially condensed photogenic cone out here in Iowa. And the U.S. has scored. My feed is a little bit behind my parents in the other room, so I hear them celebrating. Hopefully this one doesn't get called off sides. And it's Balogun. It's Balogun with a left-footed finish, tucks it under the keeper. That is huge. Alan, you should be there. I was really surprised that you weren't chasing today. Pardon me as I have Oh, in the weather photos chat, is that what it is, Adrian? Or and storm chase. Okay, I got it. I got it. Yeah, okay. So I've got a visual on this tornado now. I'm dropping in the chat. Show Mike Mars some love for his birthday. Getting a tornado. It is a very beautiful looking tornado. It may not be on the ground in that exact photo. But yeah, we do have a possible tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, go to that link I just sent on Twitter and show Mike Mars some love, man. I'm gonna repost that myself as well. The National Weather Service, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this on the latest scan, they actually condensed down this severe thunderstorm warning and added a tornado possible tag. But they still are not issuing a tornado warning on this, interestingly. At this point, I really can't imagine why. We do have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now, by the way. Yeah, it may not be on the ground in that photo. It's hard to tell, but it's very close nonetheless, and very much warranted of a tornado warning. I mean, I can't believe this doesn't have a tornado warning. Can I animate the radar? Yes, I can. It'll actually follow the motion for us too. Okay. I am now finished stuffing my face. So no more me being lazy here while I'm sitting here eating. We are in full force now. Let's go ahead and check in on New York out in Jefferson, Lewis, and Oswego counties, as we do have a couple of very large, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for these 70-mile-per-hour winds that are just blowing through the area right now. Very, very large areas of New York impacted by this. On the northern end of this line of thunderstorms, not quite as significant of winds, but a tornado possible tag is in place as these storms have a little bit of inflow, like here near South Colton, for example, where we could definitely see a very brief and weak spin-up tornado spawn in. In Vermont, we're also looking at these storms from earlier that were near Burlington. They've moved off towards the state capital of Montpelier. And man, radar just really has a tough time picking up on these storms at the low levels here. But when we look at the upper levels, we can see where these storms actually are. They are starting to roll through St. Johnsbury, Barr, towards Woodsville, pushing out of the Montpelier region now as they cross the border into New Hampshire. And we did actually just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for New Hampshire. That's going to be Coos and Grafton counties in New Hampshire. In Pennsylvania, for Lackawanna and Wyoming counties, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for this smaller thunderstorm that could be producing some small hail and possibly some damaging winds as well near Scranton. Down in Mississippi, we do have all sorts of convection still going on. As coming out of Rolling Fork and beginning to cross the river into Arkansas and Louisiana, all of these storms are just continuing to propagate off into that direction. Some of them producing damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and maybe some small hail as well, most likely just wind. I don't even think any of these are, most of these are just tagged entirely for wind. Meanwhile, our storms that were near Memphis dissipated, but did produce a significant outflow boundary that's now literally crossing I-55. So if you're in Arkansas, south of Blytheville on I-55 right now, you're going to get smacked by some winds out of nowhere from the east. So definitely make sure that you're attentive of that. That's literally probably happening like right now. Those winds are like literally hitting I-55 right now or within the next minute or two. Meanwhile, Memphis does have a little bit of convection remaining in the downtown area. Out in Texas, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing as I was watching for some possible mesoscale magic, but the line of storms did weaken before it reached this outflow boundary. We do still have a residual severe thunderstorm warning near Hereford and west of Canyon. And that one is just tagged for 6-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be allowed to expire in 7 minutes. And then east of Amarillo, we have 2 more severe thunderstorm warnings that are more recent. Both of these could be easily producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And the southernmost one, south of Claude, might be producing some small hail as well. Let's take a little picture of that hail core, and you can see that hail core lofting 60 dBz values upwards of 22,000 feet or so. Balogun just hit the crossbar in the 6-yard box. Okay, in South Dakota near Rapid City, we did have that storm from earlier, which is still looking like it's producing some hail. So possibly a pretty solid hail producer here. This is not a very tall storm at all, but it does have maybe some low-level hail. If not, I don't know if this is actually getting tall enough to even produce hail, to be honest with you. Maybe some small hail. But in general, this is more of a like downpour type of threat going on here. Maybe some wind as well. It is tagged for 1 1/4 inch hail, so that's $half sized hail. And then we'll jump all the way back now. Okay, we have a request to talk about the storm near Scranton. We can talk about it really quick. It is, just a general storm near Falls and Tunkhannock, headed down towards Scranton. Like Logan said in the chat, it does have very weak broad rotation, but nothing concerning at all in terms of any kind of a supercellular threat with this one. And then finally, we will jump. I guess I didn't go to Alabama. We'll talk about Alabama really quick too. A lot of these storms in Alabama have really fallen apart, which is good. Just some residual showers in the area. And then south of Huntsville, we do have a couple of storms still going. One near New Hope that is still severe, 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. And then another one near Reese City and Gadsden. That one is also producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly up to $half sized hail. We're going to go back to Iowa, where we did have what we believe to be a confirmed tornado not long ago. And it looks like this storm is going to try to recycle and see if it'll do it again. But it's looking pretty weak at the mid-levels. Now, to be fair, it looked really, really bad at the mid-levels when it produced a tornado. And for those who didn't see, we did have a visual confirmation on this tornado. And that was from Mike Mars, which I'm going to link that in the chat once again here for you guys, for anyone who may want to get a visual on that tornado. I appreciate everyone being with us here tonight, by the way, as we cover all this severe weather. I would be grateful for anyone who can like, comment, and subscribe and share. Especially liking and sharing will really, or liking and subscribing is really the number one thing you can do to support us. We're really grateful for all the support. It means a lot to myself and our team. We do have a staff of around 20 people. So it's like dust all over one of my monitors for some reason. All right, back in New York, we did just get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of the northern half of this line of thunderstorms. This one's tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. It's that nickel-sized hail. And it is no longer tornado possible tagged. I don't know that it really needs to be. Near South Colton, maybe. Just maybe, but nothing really impressive. And I'm not really expecting any kind of a significant tornado threat at all. Redbird in the chat, I see you. How you doing, my friend? So again, this is a series of 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings up here in New York. Should this continue to produce 70-mile-per-hour winds for quite a long time, this could be posthumously classified as a derecho type of event. We are nowhere near that threshold yet, but we have the conditions are definitely there where it could happen, I should say. Rolling through New York here. And again, this is going to make its way all the way to Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Massachusetts as well as it continues out towards the southeast. And it's really going to start to like bow or change its orientation a little bit. So you can see it's going to start towards the southeast a little bit and then eventually turn just ever so slightly to become a little bit more eastward as it kind of swings down. I guess swing is like the better term here. It's going to kind of swing down. Kind of like this type of deal. So that's what we're looking out for across the Northeast. Of course, in Vermont and New Hampshire, we do have a variety of storms going on right now that are severe warned, just crossing into New Hampshire here soon. Just a little bit of a cluster line of storms here, all the way from Chelsea back through St. Johnsbury. Yep, what you got? I was talking about what I'm seeing on radar at around 8,000 feet or 7,000 feet. Okay. Okay, so Adrian's just given me a really, really valuable update, which is that in this entire region, and I know the National Weather Service talked about this a little bit in their mesoscale discussion, but we are expecting at 700 millibars our winds and our low-level jet to increase coming out of the south here. And so something that these storms have been lacking is that mid-level rotation, but it's going to begin to get enhanced mid-level flow. And we are seeing a lot more convection starting to fire off here all over the place. So we are kind of getting into that tornadic mode here soon. And Adrian has told us that it's forecast from latest model guidance to really ramp up in the mid levels around now through the next hour or two. So we are expecting this tornado threat to go pretty late this evening, potentially to around 11 p.m. Central Time, I should say. Right now it's 8 p.m. Central Time. So that's 3 hours from now, essentially. And the next 1 to 2 hours may be the kind of peak period of that. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for the storm near Stewartville, and it is headed towards St. Charles, Iota, Elba, Altura, Utica. And this is all out here in southeastern Minnesota. So not terribly far from Rochester, which of course is a major city. And looking at these storm reports from earlier, we did have multiple reports of a tornado. 3 different ones, in fact. And then also that report of the wall cloud, which we did have a photo of that was shared in the chat. All right. So this a severe thunderstorm warning here just south of Rochester has just been upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for hail. So we do have up to 2-inch hail going on here with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. Let's take a quick little visual here on this hail core. And it's not looking unbelievably impressive. I assume the next radar scan that I don't have yet is probably looking a little better. But we are seeing 60 dBz values getting lofted about 35,000 feet in the air. So definitely an impressive hail core, just not monstrous like some of the storms we've seen in the last couple of weeks. But this is up here for Fillmore, Olmsted, Wabasha, and Winona counties in Minnesota. Oops. Okay, so from these maps that Adrian is sending me, he's shooting me some text here. It's looking like our mid-level flow is really going to ramp up, and it's going to be coming out of the southwest. Really mostly westerly flow. So that will definitely enhance our storm mode for being a little bit more tornadic here a little later on in the evening over the next hour or two. And again, we are getting into our cap erosion process right now where we're beginning to get storms overcoming that inhibition and firing off all over the place. All sorts of little bits of cumulus firing off. Any of these that can remain discreet and take advantage of this storm environment are going to pose the greatest risk for tornadoes here. That's a cool visualization on the World Cup bracket. I wish I could show you. I wish I could just have the World Cup casually on the side of my screen. All right, we do have a bunch of flash flood warnings I want to talk about. We had 3 just pop up here in New York. So this is for Madison, Juanita, Otsego, Otsego, I think, Herkimer, and and that's it. Those counties out here in New York for some flash flooding, as there's been a lot of rain in that area, and there's more coming from the storms near Syracuse. We also have a flash flood warning in Texas for Donley County. That's near Clarendon and Headley. And I've driven this entire highway. It's a really beautiful area to storm chase. It's just storms just really like to thrive in that area for some reason. Or at least while we were down there, I should say. I had a pleasant experience there when we chased down there. We literally followed a storm all the way down through Headley, Giles, Memphis, all the way down to Childress, I think. Or no, we went all the way to Kewanna. I think that was about where we stopped. But yeah, another flash flood warning down there is they've gotten a lot of precipitation, and it's hard for that rain to permeate through the surface because it's been so dry out there. I am seeing in the chat that we did get the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get that myself on the categorical outlook. Okay, it's not there just yet for me, but I'll show that when I get it here. I'm sure it won't be long, a couple of minutes. And apparently so they have actually lifted the SIG 1 tornado risk. That part has loaded for me. So I can go ahead and show this. So the Storm Prediction Center has lifted our SIG 1 risk. So that was the area of concern for possible strong tornadoes throughout this region here. And I don't know exactly why they've done that. Again, I haven't been able to look at much analysis as we've been, of course, broadcasting. I'm not going to read through this right now. I can read through it at the top of my screen, though. Okay, so I think they're expecting things to grow upscale a little bit quicker. So we did just get a confirmed tornado warning now in Ida and Woodbury counties in Iowa. So this is a completely different cell, by the way, in southwestern Iowa, where we do now have a confirmed tornado warning. So this was near Smithland, or 20 miles west of Ida Grove, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. It's in kind of a radar hole, so we don't have a really good picture on this. There's also some bright banding interference going on with the melting layer. But we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Iowa. So again, this is for Ida and Woodbury counties. All right, we have just updated the thumbnail for our broadcast in the means of transparency to remove that SIG-1 risk from our thumbnail here, just to make sure that we don't generate any confusion. So this is a tornado on the ground here in Iowa. Let's try the Sioux Falls radar. See if we can get a better look at this. Yeah, it's unfortunately really difficult to get a good picture. I'll try Des Moines also. Yeah, there's just no good way to get a good picture on this storm, but we do have a tornado on the ground out here in Ida and Woodbury counties in Iowa. And this was confirmed by emergency management, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. This was confirmed by emergency management here at 8:04 p.m., so 3 minutes ago. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in Iowa. We have multiple other storms that could become tornadic as they roll through Minnesota and Wisconsin, even northern Iowa here. I will say where this storm is closer to Sioux City is not initially where I was expecting tornadoes this evening. Okay, so we are definitely expecting that we could see a couple of discrete supercells into the eastern half of Nebraska this evening, as Adrian has just given me another update in my ear here, where we do have some pretty favorable shear and a decently perpendicular storm motion vector to the thermal boundary that would fire off some of these storms. But these ones are not going to be firing off yet. It would be a little bit later in the evening, and some model guidance is forecasting that. But again, currently the only tornado warning that we have on the map is our confirmed tornado on the ground near Smithland. And we're really seeing a lack of mid-level rotation with these storms so far tonight, and that is going to kind of be a problem that is waved away as the low-level jet is going to increase, and so those low to mid-level winds are going to surge up here over the next 2 hours or so. Unfortunately, we're just running into some bright banding here in our velocity scans with the radar unit, so it is really difficult to get a good picture on this storm. It's also it's in a radar hole, so that doesn't help. We also do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one is just southeast of Rochester near Chatfield, excuse me. And that hail core isn't looking unbelievably impressive, but still a strong severe thunderstorm regardless. Back in New York, we have 3 different considerable severe thunderstorm warnings spanning a large portion of the state. I mean, like 200 miles or something like that. This is quite the distance here. And all of this is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, potentially being embedded in this line of storms. We have a couple storms here in Pennsylvania that are firing off as well. Maybe some very weak broad rotation with these, but these aren't really particularly concerning to me for anything other than wind and maybe a little bit of damaging hail. All right, back to Iowa, where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in Ida County and Woodbury County. So unfortunate that this is in a little bit of a radar hole here. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan here near Williamsburg and Traverse City. And this one is tornado possible tagged. It doesn't look particularly concerning, but back here near Traverse City, we could definitely see a tornado develop if this one can start to take advantage of the environment there, but it's not looking like anything crazy at all. But definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on just in case it begins to develop. So again, we have currently 20 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, 5 flash flood warnings, and a confirmed tornado on the ground in Iowa. And we have like 10 different states that are under some sort of severe weather warning right now. Yeah, I think we have like 10 states. That are under some sort of a warning. Sorry, I never finished my actual sentence there. Okay. Whole lot of storms going on out here in Iowa. All sorts of convection starting to fire off. Just a little bit of broad rotation in a few of these. Nothing super impressive. And our storm that produced a tornado back near Mitchell and Osage in Iowa is now crossing the border into Minnesota. It has very broad rotation at the mid levels, but it's not looking like insanely concerning or anything at the moment. But it does have some broad rotation going on here at about 5,500 feet. Our considerable severe thunderstorm warning up here near Rochester has been shrunken down just a little bit. They've kind of chopped off the bottom part of it, as you see in this progression here. It is still going to include Simpson, Viola, Dover, St. Charles, Utica, Troy, Elba, and Plainview. So this one is for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And of course, our confirmed tornado is out in Iowa right now. The last time this was confirmed on the ground was 8:04 p.m., so that was 10 minutes ago. So it might not be on the ground now, and we have no way to tell via radar because this is a kind of in a little bit of a radar hole here. So we have all sorts of stuff going on around the country here. Again, we have one confirmed tornado warning here in Iowa. We have a bunch of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in New York. Or actually, all of those have just been downgraded except for one. So we are down to just one considerable severe thunderstorm warning in New York, but it is very massive still. And then we have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. In total, we have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map and 1 confirmed tornado warning. And again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in here tonight. If you haven't already, liking and subscribing is the number one thing that you can do to support us. So I would really greatly appreciate that. But obviously, that is not our main concern right this minute, as we do have a tornado on the ground. And again, this is out in Ida and Woodbury counties here in Iowa. It was reported on the ground near Smithland, and it would most likely have headed up through Odo and near Anthon. Give me just a quick second, as I'm going to edit the description of this broadcast to remove the word strong. So we're not really expecting much of a risk for strong tornadoes tonight now. There we go. That should be updated now, so that should be just a little bit more indicative of the current risk. I don't want to mislead or confuse the public at any point here. All right, remember, this is possibly our second confirmed tornado of the night, because the storm that is now rolling through Chester did formerly produce a tornado, or what we believe to be was a confirmed tornado, as reported by Mike Mars. And we did have an image of this tornado. I have a question in the chat that I'm seeing here about our color palette. So let me just go ahead and show this. So this is our color palette here. So a PDS tornado warning is going to have a thick black border around a magenta polygon. A confirmed tornado is going to have a thin black border around a magenta polygon. A regular tornado warning not confirmed will have just a red polygon with a thin black outline border. And then a tornado emergency will be red and white. Hopefully that will answer your question there, Logan. And again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. The last time this was confirmed was 8/16, so literally 2 minutes ago. So we did have further confirmation that this tornado is on the ground near Anthon. And it is, again, it's in a radar hole, so we have no way to see this on radar, but we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. All right, so our considerable severe thunderstorm warning near Rochester, that is, it's just east of Rochester, for areas like Simpson, St. Charles, and Iota, has been downgraded to just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. So a maximum of ping pong ball size hail in this. I didn't really, when I looked at that hail core a little bit ago, and I'll look at it again, it wasn't screaming out to me at all like this was producing 2-inch hail. So I was a little surprised to see that considerable upgrade on that warning there. Meanwhile, back in New York, we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for winds, which is a very valid warning, in my opinion. We do have very, very strong winds coming through areas like Tupper Lake and Malone. So this is a pretty powerful line of thunderstorms here out in the northern part of New York. For a little bit of a zoom out on the map, here's where we're at. Down here is New York City, and over here is Boston. Over here is Albany, and then Rochester, Buffalo. This hopefully will give you a better frame of reference of where we're looking at in New York. But again, our main concern is the tornado that is on the ground in Iowa right now for Ida and Woodbury counties. Just got a sorry, I apologize for all this typing, but I just got an emergency. I just got an EAS on my TV here, which is an Amber Alert. I'm out here in St. Louis, by the way, for context of where that's at. But I was like, I heard an EAS like in the background. I was like, what is going on? It's like we're not in any kind of a severe weather risk here in St. Louis. Anyway, so this tornado was last near Anthon and is headed towards Cushing and Holstein, maybe towards Correctionville. Logan, it was an Amber Alert, which is for a missing child or an abducted child. So I hope everything's okay with that situation. I hope they can get the child back. Those are really scary situations I can't even imagine going through. All right, back in southeastern Minnesota, we do still have some storms east of Rochester. South of the Twin Cities near Mankato, we have some other storms trying to fire off now. These will be interesting to watch, see if any of them can get going. We've only seen really these two storms that have been able to really establish themselves and get good, strong rotating updrafts. Hey, I don't want to see any St. Louis slander in the chat. Someone ban this man. Get this guy out of my chat. No St. Louis slander allowed. St. Louis is an incredible spot. Everyone thinks it's so violent, man, and we have significantly improved. So, okay, multiple of these storms here in southwestern Wisconsin, or I should just say western Wisconsin, are beginning to develop a little bit of rotation. So one near Leon, one near Tunnel City. So we're going to watch these ones very, very closely here. Either of these, if they can get themselves going, they have untapped atmosphere out ahead of them. None of this atmosphere has been tapped into yet out in Wisconsin. Only a couple of pop-up showers have been out there. It's Mankato. Okay, I apologize. So Mankato in Minnesota here, and that is southwest of the Twin Cities. So this is Mankato, where we have a couple of storms developing here as well. I'm not expecting, these are not looking very organized here in terms of trying to become tornadic, but yeah. Anyway, back in Iowa from our confirmed tornado warning, the last time this was confirmed was 8:16 p.m. So that was only 7 minutes ago. We could easily have a tornado on the ground headed towards Cushing, Correctionville, and Holstein. And again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Iowa for Ida and Woodbury counties. We can't confirm this via radar, but it has been confirmed through emergency management here. And we believe it's been confirmed for maybe like almost 15 minutes now. It could have been on the ground. Now, it could have lifted and then come back on the ground here multiple times. Yeah, Correctionville is a heck of a town name. There are some incredible town names out here. Oh. What's up, Adrian? Interesting. Yeah. So Adrian's letting me know that this confirmed tornado warning is just from one singular emergency management report. So only one person out here in this area has been confirming this tornado with emergency management. So we You can kind of do with that information what you will. One of the most difficult things in the National Weather Service, genuinely, is when they can sometimes get bad information. I'm not saying this is bad information. It is easily possible that we have a tornado on the ground here. But yeah, that's just something to think about. Food for thought. Seeing someone talking about the storm in Riceville. Okay, let's find out where Riceville is. I'm guessing that's going to be out here, these storms I was talking about, because both of these storms here in Wisconsin are still looking pretty good, although I'm not seeing a Riceville near here. Derek, I see you back in the chat. How are you doing tonight? The pronunciation police live in Correctionville. That's pretty funny, actually. Riceville, Iowa. Oh, okay. So Riceville is in Iowa. Is that this guy? Question mark. Where is Riceville? Am I blind? Or is this just in a different part of Iowa? Are we like near Davenport? South of Des Moines? Is it this? I don't see a Riceville anywhere. All right, so it's a made-up town. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's talk about it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have a little bit of a Southern End Charlie deal going on here, where we've got a little bit of rotation at the mid-levels on a storm that's on the southern end of a line. So this is very common. A lot of times when you get a line of storms like this, especially a bowing segment that's in this backward C shape like what you're seeing here, the southernmost storm will a lot of the time be the one that can develop some rotation and become tornadic. So that's what we're seeing here near Riceville. Just a little bit of a weak broad rotation there, nothing crazy right now. We do have a handful of spotters out there on that storm, so if it becomes tornadic, we will know pretty quickly. Team Kenny saying 1,000 followers tonight. You deserve it. I'm glad you go live for the small events that the big guys don't. Well, that's just because I'm not one of the big guys yet, but we're going to get there. I agree. 1,000 followers would be incredible. That'd be a dream if we hit that tonight. It's probably not going to happen, though. I think we're closing in on like 850 subscribers or something, which is still unbelievable. But we're committed to the grind. I know it's going to be slow growth, and that's okay. We're here for the long run. All right, back to our confirmed tornado warning down here in Iowa. Again, this is still for Ida and Woodbury counties here in Iowa. The last time this was confirmed on the ground was 12 minutes ago. This storm doesn't look very impressive to me. It's most likely not on the ground right now. But again, this is a confirmed tornado warning. So if you're out ahead of this storm, you definitely need to be in a basement or a storm shelter, inside, the interiormost room of a sturdy structure, whatever you can do. Put as many layers between you and a possible tornado as possible. Possible tornado as possible. Interesting. Incredible use of the English language there from me. Yeah, the small events are extremely dangerous. And I'll tell you why. The small events can actually sometimes be more dangerous than the major outbreaks. And the reason for that is because smaller events, people are less likely to prepare, people are less likely to stay weather aware, and they're less likely to care about it. But when you have larger events, you're more likely to have like a larger lead time. So for example, the Storm Prediction Center will be able to issue a moderate risk like the day before. So everyone starts buying all the bread and the milk at the grocery store and bottled water, and they start preparing for these storms. Whereas on a lower tier event like tonight, most people don't prepare at all. And a lot of people won't even pay attention or know that it's coming. So the smaller events can sometimes be more dangerous than the larger events for that reason. Calamity Jess, you're good. It's not a big deal at all. You can correct me on pronunciation all you want. I could care less. I'm happy to do it. I want to pronounce them correctly. There's no need to flame Calamity Jess. They're just trying to help out. There's a little bit of rotation starting to get ingested here south of Mankato, southwest of Eagle Lake. Just a little bit. Nothing crazy, but it's actually anticyclonic rotation maybe here. I think we have maybe some anticyclonic rotation developing south of Mankato. Probably won't do anything, but something to watch. When we go back to the lacrosse radar, these are the two cells that have intrigued me the most over the last couple of minutes anyway. They're not very impressive at all, but they do intrigue me. They definitely intrigue me. And we are looking pretty low in the atmosphere. Even at the mid levels, you can see that rotation is there. So this is, again, we're looking at 13,000 feet in the air. So if that mesocyclone can really dominate either of these ones and remain one strong updraft, we could definitely see these storms become tornadic. But again, that momentum transfer, that rotation's got to get all the way down to the surface. You got to stretch that updraft out. So it's got a long ways to go if it were to become tornadic. Whoa. What did I just do? Hang on. Oh my gosh. Try not to push every single wrong button challenge in Possible Edition. All right, so our rotation that was near Riceville has weakened a little bit. That's all I was trying to check on when I just went through all that work. Marcus, I see you in the chat. Welcome back. And yes, pronunciation of town names and county names is actually important to convey information properly. Because unfortunately, a lot of folks don't really have a good grasp on geography. So it's really important that you say their town name correct. Otherwise, they're like, it's not near me. I'm good. And there could be a tornado on their head. Seeing in the chat, the storm with anticyclonic rotation near Mankato is a left split. Okay, interesting. I haven't really looked at it closely because we've been following that tornado warning. I can pull some frames back and we can take a look at that and see if you're correct. And I believe you are. So a good shout coming from Franny Weather in the chat here, as this was a discrete supercell that did have a little bit of a split go on. So that left split is where we're seeing that anticyclonic rotation. As you can see, those two cells completely split up and separate here. So that the left mover is ironically looks a little bit better than the right mover, which is not all too common. But it does happen. And neither of these are really going to be particularly concerning for any kind of a tornado threat. What we are looking at is a little bit of a small hail threat, maybe some gusty winds with these. Back in New York, again, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has been shrunken down a little bit. As you can see, some of these storms are still continuing to roll through with very, very quick winds at around 4,000 feet here. So definitely could be producing those 70-mile-per-hour winds at the surface as they plow through northern New York. Excuse me. Back in Ida and Woodbury, we do have this confirmed tornado warning that is probably going to be lifted here pretty soon. As this tornado was last confirmed almost 20 minutes ago, the warning polygon itself has 10 minutes remaining until it expires. All right, and we're just going to continue to monitor everything pretty closely here because there's so many storms going on throughout Iowa, Minnesota, and into Wisconsin, where if any of them can get a good, strong rotating updraft and remain semi-discrete or fully discrete, the environment is definitely there to have a little bit of an elevated tornado threat. And I wouldn't entirely rule out a strong tornado tonight. The Storm Prediction Center did get rid of the SIG-1 hatching, which I think was the right decision. But I wouldn't completely rule out an isolated strong tornado tonight. Yeah. So one thing that Adrian's telling me in my ear right now is we do have some of these more splitting supercell type of photographs. That's ones that look like this, where you have that upper level support, but you don't have quite as much curvature. So if you wanted discrete supercells, you would probably want a photograph that looked a little bit more like this, that fishhook kind of shape. But we're seeing those straighter photographs there that are more indicative of splitting supercells, which makes sense because near Mankato, we did just have a splitting supercell, and the left mover has stayed decently strong. When we look at this tornado confirmed storm, by the way, from Sioux Falls, from the Sioux Falls radar unit, we can actually see that rotation is still there on both of these storms. It does appear to be anticyclonic on the southernmost storm that's within the tornado warning polygon. And then cyclonic on the storm. Yeah. Well, wait, no, that's also anticyclonic. I don't even know what's going on with these storms, to be honest with you. They kind of broke apart. This was a really strange storm in the way it developed. It could have been a splitting supercell, but they both appear to be anticyclonic, and I don't think this was ever one dominant updraft here. So some weird type of mesoscale magic going on down here. I've honestly no idea what is going on with these. Very, very interesting storm. And it could just be really the back end where we're seeing that rotation. That's probably more likely. That would make sense because that would be cyclonic. So it is possible that this was just a splitting supercell that is beginning to weaken. It's just in a little bit of a radar hole, so it's hard to get a particularly good grasp on what these storms are doing, especially because the mid-level winds have not really been there with most of these storms. Meanwhile, our southern end Charlie down near Riceville is still kicking. It's still got a little bit of rotation, nothing crazy. It's not looking particularly tornadic. The cell here near Warrens is looking a little bit better. Oh, whoa. Okay. So yeah, the cell near Warrens definitely has a little bit of a meso ingested into it. It looks to be a young, weak, discrete supercell here. So that's one to watch. Again, it's not the most impressive storm. None of these are looking super impressive at the moment. But we got a long time here tonight. Another hour and a half or so where we're still in that tornado possible type of mode. All right, we're going to go back to the Twin Cities radar and check in on our left split near Mankato. As, yeah, that rotation that was in there has weakened. Again, these left split storms are typically not going to be tornado producers. It happens every now and then, but it's pretty rare. Anytime they do, okay, and there we go. Our tornado warning has been lifted now. So we are down to no tornado warnings on the map at this current moment. Which is good news. At the top of your screen, you're seeing that update. It says it's a new tornado warning. It's not a new tornado warning. That's an update on the previous tornado warning there in Iowa, and it has been lifted. So the overlay should update any second here. The cell out here near Iota and St. Charles intrigues me a little bit. Doesn't really look like it's got any kind of spin to it. Again, there is quite a bit going on tonight, so you got to bear with me a little as we're going to be jumping all around. We're going to go to Colorado really quick, down here near the Kansas border, where we do have an elevated risk for some severe thunderstorms, especially with maybe some isolated large hail, but mostly just damaging winds. Down here in Kansas, we have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings, and in Colorado, especially on the Colorado side of the border. All of these are just going to be tagged with small hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not seeing anything different. Yeah. From the Goodland radar unit, we can see the storm here down Winona is also tagged with the same stuff. We may see another severe thunderstorm warning put on the storm near Menlo, though its winds don't look nearly as impressive. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. That helps them actually come out a little bit. They were a little bit parallel to the radar unit, so I mean perpendicular to the direction of the radar beam, I should say, which will render those winds as nothing. They'll come back as zero, even though they're obviously not zero, when the winds are moving perpendicular to the radar beam. So essentially, radar beam is coming this direction and the winds are going this direction. And so the radar cannot really scan a velocity on these winds. It'll just render them as zero. So you got to use storm relative velocity to actually get those to show up. A lot of very interesting radar artifacts you have to think about when analyzing the radar. Like Adrian told us a little bit ago, we do have some of that convection starting to fire off with one cell out near Coatesfield, Ashton, Farwell, Elba, in Scotia out here in eastern Nebraska. So that'll be something to watch. Our cell from a while ago near Rapid City is fully gone now, but we do have a couple of cells northwest of Rapid City, north of Deadwood. It's an area, a pretty beautiful area up there that I have been to not long ago. Out in New York and into the northeast towards Vermont and New Hampshire, we do have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing. A lot of these cells out here are really a little bit elevated, and we're just looking at more of a wind threat with these. With this considerable severe thunderstorm warning, it's the same thing. We're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds and some pretty small hail. Nothing super, super concerning down there. Near Albany, though, things are a little spicier, as we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning here in New York. So this one's tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail. This hail core is bubbling up a little bit better, though, than some of the ones we've seen this evening, as we are getting 50 dBZs up to about 30,000 feet. And those magentas are your 60 dBZs. Those are making it to about just upwards of 20,000 feet. So definitely a somewhat impressive hail core out here near Troy. This is just going to pass just north of Albany and or downtown Albany, I should say. It is an expansive region. In Michigan, we do have a couple of storms still ongoing out here. Where it looks like we might be kind of hooking out near Kakalska or Kalkaska. And it doesn't look like there's really any rotation on this. So I think that's just a little bit of just some morphology going on there. But a couple of severe thunderstorms up here in Michigan. These are just tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Neither of them are tornado possible tagged. When did the U.S. get a red card? How did I miss that? Okay, let's go back to Iowa. I apologize for the whiplash. So this storm formerly produced a tornado. This one is up here near Storm Lake. Fitting name. It is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour wind and a 1.25-inch hail. That's about $half sized hail. And then out in Wisconsin, again, all of these storms are trying to get organized. Any of them that can get themselves organized and remain discreet will pose the risk for a tornado. But right now, we're not seeing any of them that are posing an immediate risk for a tornado. Wow. I think we passed 153 concurrent viewers on the stream at one point. That is insane. Why did the sirens go off in Mankato? There's no warning. I don't know. I do not know. There should not be any tornado sirens going off in Mankato. There is not a tornado, although I will say it looks like this thing tried to kind of wrap up. It probably didn't produce anything, though. As this has become anticyclonic. So this is interesting. This was an original left splitter here, but it now has become anticyclonic. Or I mean cyclonic, excuse me. It was anticyclonic, it was a left split, and it has now become cyclonic here near Mankato. So that is definitely interesting to see. So this could be one that reorganizes itself and tries to get going here. So far, we have had 1.5 confirmed tornadoes on the night. We had a confirmed one from the National Weather Service out in Ida County in Iowa, and then we had another one in northern Iowa that was confirmed by storm spotters with images, but it was never confirmed by the National Weather Service. We never even had a tornado warning for it, actually. Sounds like the United States has scored and made it 2-0 on this set piece that I'm watching them take right now. Bear with me for 2 seconds as I indulge in this Anthony Robinson masterclass, hopefully, probably. We'll see if he takes this or not. Nope. Oh, wow. Was that Tillman? Who was that? Unreal. The United States just scored the go-ahead goal. They're up 2-0. They are down a man, though. I don't know who got a red card or why. I didn't even catch that happen. We've been locked in for a little while here with these storms. We did just get a second considerable severe thunderstorm warning in New York now. So this is now going all the way into Vermont. So it's headed towards Elizabethtown, Essex, Bristol, eventually, Middlebury, East Middlebury. And this one is just going to be bringing those strong winds, so up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Wow, Bosnian goalkeeper's got to have that one, in my opinion, my humble opinion. Yeah, I think it was Tillman who scored that there. Yeah, that was Malik Tillman. Yep. And oh no, Balogun got a red card. That is tragic because I think that means he'll be suspended in the round of 16. So that is not ideal. All right, going back to Colorado. Down in southeastern Colorado, we do have a handful of storms still causing some problems, mostly just small hail and really just 60-mile-per-hour winds is the primary threat with these. Just across the border in Kansas, similar story, 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. Some of these counties include Bent, Kiowa, Prowers, and Baca counties, or Baca. We do have a severe, whoa. Okay, near Albany, this looks like it could be producing maybe some larger hail now, potentially. Let's take another volumetric scan on this hail core out here, as this is a pretty strong storm that's rolling through just north of Albany right now. Possibly has a couple areas of weak rotation at the low levels as well. We're only looking at like 1,500 feet in the air here. But let me take a volumetric scan of this hail core. Okay, yeah, so this one's probably putting down maybe up to like $half or maybe ping pong ball sized hail. Nothing crazy, but could be some damaging hail out here north of Albany, New York, the state capital. So that is definitely something to watch. All right, back into Iowa and Wisconsin. We are still watching everything very, very closely here to see how this environment is going to progress. All of these storms are just continuing to fire off. They're kind of basically storm training in a straight line here. And that is definitely going to limit our storm mode from being discrete. Now, if we were seeing more sporadic, just random supercell development, that would be a little bit better for our storm mode to be eventually tornadic. Obviously, that's not what we want. So this is good because this is one of our fail modes that we're seeing kind of actuated here. And it is already around 9 p.m. So the sun's going down. It really is like right around now where things are either going to get going or they won't. We've got maybe an hour to 2 hours left where the environment could be decently favorable here. All right. So we're still rolling here. Plenty of storms out in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Now, if you do want to look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks for yourself and see how they update things and just kind of what everything looks like, you can visualize this for yourself on our website, and you can easily download these images and share them with your friends and family so that they can stay weather aware. It'll include that risk level like key or legend in the bottom right. All of this comes directly from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's put into a more digestible format. And this map is also navigable, so you can view all the counties when you zoom in. And if you want a zoomed in image, you can just right click and copy it and paste it wherever you want it. And I'm not trying to sell you anything. This website is just a tool. We gain nothing from you using our website. It is solely built with the purpose in mind of trying to help people like you keep your community and your friends and family safe by giving them making sure that they stay weather aware. Meanwhile, near Lime Springs, we are still seeing a little bit of rotation right around Chester and Lime Springs here. So that's something to watch. It is pretty weak, and it's at around 5,000 feet. So not anything like super concerning, but it is definitely something to watch. All right. Yeah, what Adrian said in the chat, if you are new here, liking and subscribing is the #1 thing that you can do to support us. So I would greatly appreciate that. Always optional. Our latest scan here near Chester and Lime Springs definitely looks just a little bit tighter. So this is definitely an area where potentially this storm could try to take advantage of the environment. The problem is that it's pretty congested here. And I'm going to turn on METAR here to kind of show you an example of what I'm talking about. So all these storms are a little bit congested. And what you'll notice here is at the surface, where'd my pen tool go? Hello? There we go. At the surface, you'll notice like in Decorah, for example, there are no winds at the surface. So that is not what you need for tornadoes. You need winds coming into that inflow, and ideally moisture rich winds. Now you do have plenty of moisture. We're looking at 77, 79 degree dew points, 75, 76, all over the place. So we have plenty of moisture at the surface. What we're lacking is some of those winds coming into these storms. So you'll see near Prairie du Chien, perhaps, or Chien, we have 5-knot winds that are just coming out of the south. What we would want to see if we wanted tornadoes, which obviously we don't, are winds coming out of the southeast and going a little bit faster to help transport that warmth and moisture into these storms. We don't have that, and that's one of our limiting factors for tonight. And as I zoom out on the map, you can see with our METAR, all of these winds are just very weakly coming up this direction towards even towards the northeast. It just kind of depends where you're at. Most of these winds are going pretty much due north. So that is one of our limiting factors here tonight. In terms of our storm spotters, there are tons of them out here. Prairie du Chien. I see. Am I still expecting an MCS in northern Wisconsin? In northern Wisconsin, like far northern Wisconsin, I'm not so confident in an MCS. But if you mean like eventually towards like Green Bay, for example, definitely possible. My one of my roommates from college was a really big Packers fan. Every time I think about Green Bay, that's all I think of is him just being a Packers fan for some reason. All right, we're going to check in on what's going on in the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan here. So we still have some of these storms rolling on through, none of them looking particularly threatening for anything besides a wind threat. And all of these are going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing more, nothing less. I'm guessing he was mad when the Bears beat the Packers in the playoffs. I bet you he was. All right, we're going to check back in on New York, where we do have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is going to be allowed to expire in less than a minute here. So we will be down to 1 considerable severe thunderstorm warning in just a minute. And this is rolling on through into Vermont. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here in New Hampshire as well. This one is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. Might as well add MCV2 as a command. I think MCV is already added. We got it twice. Maybe it might be useful to make a cooldown on those so they don't accidentally get spammed from when I do something stupid like that, for example. We are a very young organization here getting things figured out. By the way, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning down in Texas for Amarillo. So I wanted to point that out, as we do have this line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds, possibly some small hail as well, as it's rolling through Amarillo and off towards the northeast. 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail tagged on there. There is still a flash flood warning in place for Brewster or for Donley County here, as well as down in Brewster and Pecos counties in southern Texas as well. There's another flash flood warning. They've been getting a lot of flash flood warnings really in the last couple of weeks. We did just get a new tornado warning in Iowa here. So we now have a tornado warning in place. This is what I was talking about near Chester and Lime Springs. So this rotation uptrended a little bit here. So the National Weather Service has gone ahead and placed a tornado warning here now. Yeah, this was the last scan we looked at. It was this scan right here when it was near Chester and Lime Springs. And now that rotation has moved a little bit off and it is now just east of Chester here. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning on this. Am I safe in La Crosse? Yeah, I mean, a strong storm in your area, but you're safe from any kind of immediate tornado threat. And not really much of a hail threat there. Just a strong storm, some gusty winds. Nothing crazy. But again, we do have a tornado warning in place now in Iowa. So this is for Howard and Fillmore counties in Iowa and southern Minnesota. We're straddling the border here. So this is Howard County, Iowa, and Fillmore County, Minnesota here. Do I think anything is coming to Neenah, Wisconsin? I don't know where that is exactly. I'll find it. Hang on. Oh, next to Appleton. Okay. Ah, okay. You're right on the lake. How about that? Yeah, you'll definitely be getting some storms this evening. In terms of their magnitude, I don't know exactly what it's going to be like yet. But we are going to continue monitoring things here. Our storm mode for this evening is still kind of to be determined. We're watching it develop in real time right now. We do have this tornado warning here in Howard County, Iowa, and Fillmore County, Minnesota. We haven't really seen any discrete storms be able to take advantage of the environment out in Wisconsin yet. So far, we've just seen 2 storms out in Iowa take advantage of that environment and remain discrete, producing tornadoes. But that's all we've seen so far. The potential for storms in Wisconsin to take advantage of this environment is most certainly there, though. So the risk is nowhere near over. You're most certainly going to get some storms near Appleton and Neenah, regardless, or Neenah, perhaps. I don't know if it's Neenah or like Neenah. I think Neenah makes a little more sense. Again, this is a tornado warning in place. So for areas like Chester, Lime Springs, eventually towards Greenleafton and Granger here. This is Neenah. Yeah. It's probably, I think, wait, it is Neenah? Or are you laughing at me saying Neenah instead of Nina? I feel like Nina makes more sense than Neenah with the way it's like, phonetically anyway. Irrelevant, of course. If you are in the path of this tornado warning, you need to be in a basement or a storm shelter if possible. And this one is headed towards Greenleafton and Granger right now. There's really multiple areas of rotation starting to spawn in within this cluster of storms out here straddling the Minnesota and Iowa border. All of it is kind of weak. All right, and the latest radar scan here, that rotation is still there. It's a little bit messy here. So definitely a tornado possible situation here on the border of Minnesota and Iowa. This is for Howard County, Iowa, and Fillmore County, Minnesota. So it's Nina. Okay. Not Neenah. Got it. That's what I thought, but now I'm getting confused. I think it's Nina. Nina. As it looks like the United States is going to take down Bosnia and move on to the round of 16, which is incredible news. They will take on Belgium on Monday at 7 p.m. in Seattle. Oh, wow. Okay, I have a really cool photo from one of our storm chasers who lives in Iowa here. He's not out chasing tonight, but this is a picture of some of these towering clouds that are out there in Iowa that he can see from very far away. So he's looking at one of the anvils here of one of these storms that is pretty far away from him. He's in Garrison, Iowa, and he's looking to the northwest. So that is a really, really cool photo from him. I forget exactly where Garrison is. I think it's somewhere in here. And yeah, the United States has taken down Bosnia 2-0. So that's awesome. Fantastic news. And I can't remember exactly where Garrison, Iowa is. That's a rabbit hole we don't need to go down. Of course, we have a tornado warning on the map right now in Iowa. Again, it is really fully across the border into Minnesota now. So this is really just for Fillmore County, Minnesota. But there is like a secondary area of rotation that is trying to form possibly near Granger. So that's definitely something we need to watch too. Multiple little areas of rotation here where we could see the development of a tornado at any point. And this storm is, again, like kind of straddling the border of Minnesota and Iowa. It's going to continue to move off towards areas like La Crosse. Obviously, it may not be tornadic by the time it gets there, but it is going in that general direction. And this rotation we're looking at here near Granger is only around 3,700 feet in the air. So this is definitely one of the better looking storms we've seen tonight in terms of radar depiction. So we are going to continue to stay with this storm. Again, this is near Chester, Lime Springs, and Granger. It's moving towards Greenleafton, Harmony, Canton, maybe eventually towards Highland and Preston, a little further out. Looks like on our latest scan, things have downtrended a little bit, which is good news. The rotation is beginning to move out of the polygon here. So it's possible that this warning will be lifted in just a couple of minutes as this rotation makes its way out of this polygon. And I don't know if the National Weather Service will issue another tornado warning downstream for this one. I don't think I would, to be honest with you. I'd maybe be more inclined to issue a tornado warning for this one that's headed towards Harmony than anything else. But to be determined. What's the weather looking like in Bosnia? That's a great question from our web designer, Josh, who has done a phenomenal job building probably the most aesthetically pleasing website in all of meteorology, to be quite honest with you. It is really, really beautiful. I can't recommend enough using our Outlook visualization tool to take a look at the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks. I'm going to drop that link again in the chat. And again, we gain nothing from anybody using this. We're entirely promoting this as much as we can because it is such a useful tool that you can share to your friends and family to help them stay weather aware. We gain absolutely nothing from people visiting our website. in general, we gain nothing at all because we're super young. We are beginning to hook out and wrap around here just southwest of Granger. So this is definitely something to watch. We may get a new tornado warning for this new area of rotation. As you can see, that classic hook echo morphology beginning to try and form here on radar with that kidney bean looking supercell down here. It's trying to separate from the main pack, as this one is going to be headed towards Granger and Harmony, maybe towards Canton. Oh, Lord. All right. We are still sitting here watching this storm near Lime Springs and Granger. We are going to be getting an update on these velocities in just a second here. Any second now. Could be in about 3, 2, 1, possibly. There it is. Okay. So there's our latest velocity scan here, as things do look like they are trying to wrap up near Granger. So we could see this cell become tornadic here. We might see a new tornado warning, something along the shape of like this, maybe. I'm not really good at drawing polygons, obviously, but yeah, this is definitely a concerning storm here, as it begins to recycle down towards the southeastern part of this storm. Seeing a message in the chat, in La Crosse, Wisconsin here, and it's storming pretty bad. Anything coming our way? Yeah, you're definitely getting some general strong thunderstorms right now. I can show some lightning on the map here, and you can see all of these storms are pretty electrically active all across the map here. In La Crosse, just some strong storms right this second, but eventually you might have this storm, this semi-discrete supercell that's near Lime Springs and Granger to your southwest. This one may come your way towards La Crosse, so you want to be on the lookout for that. Yes, USA did win. USA are on to the round of 16. The interesting thing, too, is that the United States are going to be playing Belgium in the round of 16, which is a rematch from 2014 when the United States lost to Belgium in the round of 16 in the 2014 World Cup. So that is definitely an interesting storyline to watch. Yeah, we are approaching 200 likes. That's super cool. We also are, I think we're approaching towards ish 900 subscribers. What are we at? We're probably at like, I don't know. It's not really worth looking right this second. We need to be focusing primarily on this possibly tornadic cell that's trying to wrap itself around near Granger. As you can see, these targets are trying to pull all the way around to the backside of this storm to establish good, clean inflow into it. So if it can wrap up, we can easily see this one become tornadic, as our tornado warning was just lifted here. So we are now without any tornado warnings on the map for the time being, but we may easily get a new one. And this is just north of Cresco. We're kind of straddling the border of Minnesota and Iowa here. And eventually this one is going to be headed towards Wisconsin, possibly towards the largely populated area of La Crosse, or at least just south of it. So definitely a cell we're going to keep a very close eye on here. Anything concerning from the supercell with the earlier tornado warning near Storm Lake? Wait, where was Storm Lake? Oh gosh, that was down here. Yeah, so that storm, in terms of is it currently concerning? Not really. It does still have a little bit of weak rotation going on. Let me go ahead and yeah, so it's got a little bit of weak rotation going on at the mid levels. We're looking at around 8,000 feet here. This is just not a very impressive storm. It's not looking particularly concerning to me anymore. But it did reportedly, at least, produce a tornado down there. I believe it was just southwest of Storm Lake. Where was that at? It was in Ida County. Yeah, it was in Smithland. That's what it was. Southwest of Storm Lake in Smithland. I don't think this is correct. I've screwed something up with my storm motion vectors. But we are looking at some rotation still near Granger as this thing is still trying to reorganize itself. So we are going to continue to watch this one very, very, very closely here as it's headed towards Harmony. So no tornado warnings on the map right now, but we could still see a new tornado warning put in place here near Granger and Harmony if this cell can wrap itself up. It's not capable of producing a tornado right this second, but it could get there. As long as you talk football, do you remember Donald Igwebuike? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not, look, I will say I'm not the largest American football fan in the world by any stretch, but that is definitely a tough, difficult to pronounce Nigerian last name, I believe. Igwebuike, if I remember correctly. All right, so let's check in. I'm gonna pull some other frames back and try to get us a better storm motion vector here instead of being lazy. Give me a second. What do I want to do with this? Do something like here. It's maybe a little bit better. The storm just keeps like changing up and evolving, and it's really annoying. It's tough to get a particularly good looking velocity couplet to show up here on radar that's actually indicative of what's going on. But again, we do have a rotation on this cell, which is trying to recycle, and we're only looking 3,500-ish feet into the air here near Granger and Harmony. So if this does recycle itself and begin to hook out again, wrap up, and kind of show that RFD, if we start to get that bounded weak echo region, that whole type of deal, we could definitely see this one become tornadic. So it's something to watch. We're going to continue to watch it very, very, very closely here. I am going to quickly jump around the map and show you some of these other storms. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton County. That's for 2-inch hail. And I think the closest radar is actually, it is Goodland. Okay, that's fine. So this is near Syracuse, Kansas. This is Hamilton County, where this one is dropping some large hail. We can take a look at that hail core here. So you can see in all of its glory, we're getting those 60 dBz values. That's your magentas in there that are reaching around 30,000 feet. And we're also seeing 50 dBz values lofted upwards of 40,000 feet. So this is a pretty strong hail core here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out in Massachusetts now. So that's intriguing. This is for the line of storms that is now beginning to make its way out of New York. And this is what I talked about earlier, is it was coming in like this and it was going to begin to swing down. And that's what we're seeing now. It's going to continue to push off this way into the Atlantic. On the northern part of this, we are still looking at quite the wind bag up here, where we could still see some very strong winds rolling through the Burlington area, which has already been hit by some storms earlier tonight. All right, back in Texas near Amarillo for Armstrong, Carson, and Potter counties, we do still have a strong thunderstorm rolling through that region, bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly some smaller hail. As we go up in the tilt angles, I'm not seeing anything too crazy with this storm in terms of hail, but it is possible that just up the highway from Amarillo, we are seeing some small hail developing in there. And finally, up to Michigan. So in the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan, we do have some strong storms continuing to roll through that will bring some pretty strong winds. And in fact, there is a little bit of rotation to the west of Lewiston. So these storms are tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they're not tornado possible tag, but this is an area of rotation that could begin to develop. I guess I ought to circle it right here as it continues to move off towards the east. So that's definitely something to watch in Michigan. Seeing the lightning in La Crosse is crazy right now. Okay. We will get back. We will get back to Wisconsin here. All right, so in Wisconsin, I can turn on lightning here and kind of prove that this is true. We are seeing some pretty powerful winds, and also at low levels here, we are seeing some really powerful. We are seeing a lot of lightning. We're also seeing some really powerful winds here at the low levels as well. So I'm surprised this isn't severe thunderstorm warned near La Crosse at this point. Possibly an area of rotation trying to develop west of Sparta. Plenty of storms are going to want to take advantage of this environment here. All right, you are going to have to bear with me for literally like 60 seconds or less here as I got to take a quick leak. I will be right back. I'm going to zoom you guys in on what's going on here near La Crosse, and I'll turn on lightning so that you can stay with everything here for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. I apologize. A lot of lightning going on here in Wisconsin and La Crosse. Oh, we're buffering? I'm seeing. Okay, we may be having a slight connection issue. I think we're okay now. I think it was a little bit of a lag spike. I think we're good. All right. I apologize for that. Had to take a quick restroom break. I am human. We need a 1-minute apology video. All right, Ben, get to work. You gotta edit that for me. It's gotta be like me, like distraught, like crying. Okay, back here near Harmony. We are still continuing to watch this guy out here. With maybe multiple areas of rotation. This whole cluster of storms has been trying to get organized for a little while here. All right, and the one near Sparta was looking interesting as well. I remember, yes, it was. Okay. And that one is actually uptrending significantly here. So the cell near Sparta is one that could try to get going here. Okay. Towards Green Bay, we are seeing a lot of these storms beginning to work their way through central Wisconsin here. And then back in the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan, I was looking at some potential rotation that was west of Lovell's here, and it has broadened out. So that's good news. I'm not expecting any of these to become tornadic, but they definitely had a little bit of rotation, at least at some point. But some stronger storms with 60-mile-per-hour winds rolling through the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan. What's up, Adrian? Okay, yeah, so out in Kansas here, near Gem and Colby, an area that I am pretty familiar with because there's a great town called Oberlin, Kansas up here that's got a phenomenal barbecue spot called Wild Frontier Barbecue. We have quite the hail core going on out here, and I think they just, put a severe thunderstorm warning on this not long ago. This cell looks like it might be producing some pretty large hail here, and that hail core is in development, but it is expansive. We're getting 60 dBz values up to 35,000 feet here. So this is definitely one to watch in terms of being possibly a hail producer. There's actually some rotation here too in the mid levels. It's kind of broad, but it is there, and it's centered right over Gem. So this is definitely one to watch out here in Kansas near Gem, Rexford, and Colby. And here's a little bit of a closer look at that hail core. So you can see some of those magentas extending as far north, almost to 40,000 feet, just around 35,000 feet. So this is a pretty strong one here. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton and Kearney counties in Kansas as well. This is going to be tagged for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I'll go ahead and take a look at these hail cores as well. Yeah, you can see these are towering up as well. Not quite as tall, reaching about 30,000 feet. And these echo tops really near Colby are extremely impressive here in Gem, surpassing almost 60,000 feet. So very, very impressive updrafts going on there. Very, very powerful storms with lots of instability. Our previous considerable severe thunderstorm warning on this cell near Syracuse, Kansas has been lifted, so we are down to just one. And it is definitely looking like a little bit of a hail producer here. So that's definitely something to watch. Back in Connecticut, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just beginning to clip into Connecticut here now. So this is Massachusetts and Connecticut. Also Vermont. All of these areas that are within these severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. And it really almost, in a few minutes here, it'll basically be the entirety of Vermont that is within a severe thunderstorm warning. Like, I mean, literally like the entirety of Vermont. So If you're out in Vermont or New Hampshire, anywhere up in the Northeast, expect some strong storms with some gusty winds coming your way. Out in Montana, I know I was looking at this a minute ago while silently listening to Adrian there. We do have a little bit of rotation with a little bit of a mini supercell west of Glasgow. So that's definitely something to watch as well. The environment out there isn't particularly favorable, but definitely something to watch. Back near Rapid City, we did still have this outflow boundary here that has kicked off another cell near Vale and enhanced its rising motion. And we do have a 3-body scatter spike here. So definitely some hail in this storm in the upper levels here. As you can see that spike coming out of the storm. So I'll take a little bit of a volumetric scan on this one. It's another small storm, but you can see that it is lofting some hail upwards of about 25,000 feet. So definitely a pretty strong hail core there. This is, again, just north of Deadwood out here in South Dakota. So here's Rapid City. There's Spearfish and Deadwood, so for reference points. And here's where our storm is. All right, jumping back over to the main event out near Wisconsin, not Wyoming, excuse me. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. The tri-state region over here. Our storm near Harmony has begun to fall apart and cluster up, which is good news. That will begin to weaken it. It looks like a lot of our storm mode here is just turning into a giant mess. But if any storm can remain discrete or semi-discrete, we will be more likely to see an elevated tornado threat if any of those can do that. Now, I will say, so far this evening, we have not trended in that direction, which is good news. Will there be storms in Colesburg, Iowa overnight? I don't know exactly where Colesburg is. Looking around. I'm going to find it. Hang on. Where are we at here? Oh, okay. It's like right in front of my face, pretty much. Where is it? There it is. Colesburg, Iowa. There she is, right there. Yeah, so it's definitely possible you get some storms overnight in Colesburg, Iowa. One nice thing about our website, too, is that you can also go to the forecast page, and I'll just go ahead and show this. I'm just going to look up the zip code for Colesburg, Iowa. I can tell you. So 52035 out here in Colesburg, Iowa. There it is. So you can see on our website, it'll pull it up. It'll tell you what the outlook is for today. It'll tell you the current conditions. It's 85 there right now, pretty humid, some winds coming out of the south and clear skies. And then it's going to tell you what's going on over the next 5 days, which is very nice. And if you see that you're within some sort of a storm prediction center risk, for example, tomorrow, which is Thursday, you're in a slight risk there. You can click on that. It'll take you to the map on our Outlook map, and you can see exactly what's going on there. And there you are out there in Colesburg, Iowa. And then you can even read the Storm Prediction Center's discussion about that if you would like. And you can share this image of Colesburg, Iowa, for example, being in this slight 2 out of 5 risk. You could copy it right there and share it with your friends and family really, really easily. So great tool on our website from our incredible graphics website designer, Josh. He has done an incredible job with the website. Ben, I'm going to ban you. All right. So again, I'm going to go ahead and turn on our lightning. It is kind of surprising to me that we just haven't seen like any of these storms have severe thunderstorm warnings issued on them. A lot of them are decently strong storms that could be producing some gusty winds. Plenty of lightning out here too. Of course, you're not going to you're not going to severe thunderstorm warn anything for lightning, obviously. But like you can see with this storm here, which is not far from La Crosse, we have winds at less than 400 feet in the air being sustained upwards of 60 miles per hour. A couple of pixels coming in here at 59.2 knots, which is like almost like 65 miles per hour. The storms here north are not really going to be affecting you down in Colesburg, excuse me, in Colesburg, Iowa tonight. These ones up north are going to continue to move off towards the northeast in this type of direction here. All right, we're going to check in on the northeast really quickly on what's going on out there, and then we're going to jump to Kansas in just a second. Out near the Vermont-New York border, all of these storms are just now crossing into Vermont. They're literally riding the border right now, and they're going to blow all the way through Vermont, bringing some gusty winds, up to 60-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. And then down into Massachusetts, and even potentially clipping down into Connecticut. Another cluster of storms is going to continue to blow through that area as well. Eventually, New Hampshire is going to get some of this action also. And again, these are the storms that originated out in Canada. So what we've seen is a little bit of a swinging cold front here where these storms were oriented like this, and then like this, and then like this, and they've just continued to push down and change their orientation as they will eventually make their way off into the Atlantic overnight once they begin to weaken. All right, down in Kansas, we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place near Syracuse and Kendall. Some pretty strong mid-level winds with this storm. And it is tagged for that golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we can take a little bit of a picture of that hail core here. As you can see, a pretty strong hail core now with 60 plus dBz values getting lofted 30,000 feet in the air in a pretty significant pile here. And then up near Colby and near Gem, this storm, that rotation completely fizzled out that was in there. And again, I wasn't expecting that to become tornadic at any point. We definitely do have the risk for some hail with this storm here. Northeast of Colby, we could see some smaller hail. And then near Gem and Rexford, we could see possibly up to ping pong ball sized hail with this storm. I think it is tagged for $half sized hail. Yep. 60-mile-per-hour winds and $half sized hail. Seeing a question about Berlin, Wisconsin. I don't know exactly where Berlin, Wisconsin is. I think I remember seeing it earlier. I'll find it. Uno momento. Oh, I was pretty close. It's like right here. There it is. Yeah, so Berlin, Wisconsin, definitely, I'll go ahead and circle about where you're at on the map here. You are going to be having some stronger storms heading your way, possibly some severe storms as well, to be determined as things have downtrended a little bit this evening. Which is good news. But as you can see, I can turn on lightning here, and a lot of these storms are pretty electrically active and bringing some pretty strong winds as well. So you'll definitely be getting some storms regardless of how strong they end up being. You're absolutely welcome, Morgan. Thank you for stopping by. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you so desire. Okay, the storm near Harmony might be trying to hook up again here. Or a wrap up, I should say. As we do have some inflow being established in there. So we could see, potentially, if things continue to uptrend over the next scan or two, we could see a tornado warning put in place here. And this would be for areas like Burr Oak, Mabel, Harmony. We're kind of straddling the border here of Minnesota and Iowa. Yeah, definitely some rotation going on there. And this is headed towards Harmony and Canton, just across the border into Minnesota. In South Dakota, for Butte and Meade counties, we did get a severe thunderstorm warning that was put on this one we talked about a little bit ago that looked like it was producing some hail. So here's a look at that hail core. It doesn't look very impressive, I will say, but could be producing some hail. It's tagged for $half sized hail. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. My volumetric scanner is not, I don't know. I think it is working correctly. I think this storm is just not super impressive, which is fine. That is a good thing. It's definitely not bubbling up super high into the air. That is for sure. Out in Kansas for Hamilton and Kearney counties, we do still have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We can take another updated snapshot on that hail core. As you can see, this one is definitely bubbling up. It is not anything crazy, but we are getting 60 dBz values above 20,000 feet with that one. So a pretty strong storm there, to say the least. And we are watching eastern Nebraska for the potential for a storm or two to fire off and possibly become tornadic later this evening. It's not something that we're expecting, but it is something that can't be entirely ruled out. The storm back here in northern Iowa intrigues me because it is very discreet. It is unfortunately in a radar hole, though. And we are getting into the evening hours here. It's almost 10 p.m. Central Time now. When we turn on lightning, things are still very electrically active, so you can probably still see if you're in La Crosse, because even though the sun's down, there's all sorts of lightning. So you might still be able to see a little bit out there. Bright lights. Near Mankato earlier, we were watching one of these storms for the potential to try and recycle itself and develop into a tornadic storm. Let's go ahead and check in on this one near Owatonna, because that one's not looking super impressive. Oh, I hate it when I do that by mistake. Well, okay. We do have a little bit of rotation just west of Waseca here. So definitely one to watch there as well. Not anything super concerning. But this is cyclonic rotation just west of Waseca, southeast of Janesville here. We are in Minnesota. Minnesota! Okay, thanks, Ben. Okay. All right, we are still looking at this storm near Mabel and Burr Oak. as it just continues over and over and over again, trying to recycle. It's Waseka. Okay. Waseka. But this one near Burr Oak and Mabel just continues to recycle, and it's trying to get itself organized, but struggling to do so. Yeah. Northwest Iowa? Okay, so I'm assuming that's this semi-discrete cell near Greenville that we're talking about here. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Adrian. Cool. All right, so we are looking at about the next 30 to 45 minutes as our primary region or time frame, I should say, for possible tornadic development. And our main areas of concern are going to be out here in kind of the tri-state region of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa, and then also possibly pertaining to this semi-discrete, or I mean, this discrete cell out here in northwestern Iowa. So that's one we're going to pay attention to as well. All right, give me a second here as I am updating our overlay here to hopefully have some fixes for you, which will be good as our director of production, Ben, has been working on fixing some of the erroneous code in our overlay that was causing some of our issues in our broadcasts here. So hopefully we should have some patches coming at you live right now. Give me just a minute to plug in some numbers. Some numbers. All right. There we go. So hopefully now our tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that are canceled or updated will correctly display. And it won't say that there was a new one issued. And hopefully now you'll also be able to hear the sounds from our notifications here. How much longer do you think till it's good to hit they, hey in La Crosse? I'm assuming you're asking me how long until La Crosse is like in the clear, or maybe you're asking me how long until this cell near Harmony hits La Crosse. So this one in Harmony, I'm starting to think it might stay just south of La Crosse. So you might be in the clear from that one, to be determined. We do have a new cell near Iota that's catching my eye. So this new cell near Iota is catching my eye for sure. Adrian, are you seeing this one? Let me know what you think about the environment it's in. It's just east of Rochester. And it looks like you guys can finally hear our warnings when they pop up now. So that's great news. We have fixed that issue. No, you're good, Adrian. Take your time. That one just looks pretty intriguing to me. It's taken on that solid morphology, and it looks like it's trying to establish some inflow in an RFD here. And it's also got decently clean air out ahead of it. It does have a weak echo region on there also. So we're going to continue to watch this one just east of Rochester. And I'll give you an update on that in a little bit as Adrian digs into the atmospheric environment that it's moving into for us. Since I, of course, can't look at that on radar here while I'm looking all over the place. The one near Waseka is still rotating a little bit. Nothing crazy there, nothing super concerning right now, but just something to watch. Okay. All right, down here near Grayling in Michigan, we do still have a strong storm and quite the outflow boundary too, pushing along this entire line of storms here. So we are seeing just this area where strong winds are going to be possible pushing through Michigan here. This is the lower peninsula of Michigan, moving eventually through Prudenville, St. Helen, Roscommon, Rose City, West Branch, Mottersville, McBain, Marion, all sorts of areas like that. Also, this other cluster just to the north, pushing through Fairview, Mio, and eventually towards areas like Glenny, maybe towards Harrisville, depending on how long this storm can last. I will say, this storm has just made multiple attempts to try to get organized here near Mabel. I mean, multiple attempts to try and get organized here. So definitely one to watch. We're going to say that I'll turn on lightning here and just give you a nice look at the light show that is showing up here in the general tri-state region of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Okay. Okay, so what Adrian's just giving me an update on is that there's not really anything particularly stopping this storm from trying to become tornadic here. It is young. It will need time regardless. But one thing that we think it will need is a bit of a merger or a nudger at some point. So basically another cell that can kind of interact with it and just give it a bump. And a lot of times that can provide the energy that is needed to really wrap up that RFD and try and get a tornado out of these types of storms. So that's what we're watching here with the storm in St. Charles, eventually headed towards Winona and Arcadia out here in Wisconsin. Okay. So this storm is also in it's within some good mesoscale parameters as well. It's got a little bit of instability. It's got a little bit of surface vorticity, so essentially spin at the surface. So it's definitely got some of the pieces. It needs some time and it might need a little bit of help. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one. We're also keeping a close eye on the one that has been straddling the border and just trying repeatedly to recycle and try to do something down here. As it just keeps recycling down further to the south, trying to stay south of the border of Minnesota here. So definitely one to watch. All right, we're going to check in on the Northeast in just a second here. Here's a storm that is still out in Montana. This one looks like it's weakening. So this severe thunderstorm warning will continue for a while here, but who knows if it's going to last the entire 50 minutes it has remaining. This is a new one they just issued not long ago. This was literally 3 minutes ago. They put a new one on this, but it looks like this storm is downtrending a little bit. But it is out in Montana. A lot of times they will allow these to last a long time with these severe thunderstorm warnings. Out in Vermont and into the Northeast, though, this is where the primary concern is. We are beginning to form one uniform line here that's just going to continue to bowl all the way through Vermont, New Hampshire, eventually into Maine, also including Massachusetts and maybe the northern part of Connecticut. So definitely something to watch, and a couple of other discrete cells out there that are trying to become severe as well, like this one down here in New York near Liberty. And we're going to check in again on Kansas. Our considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded. This cell does have good clean air coming into it here. So it's got moisture coming into it and inflow from the south. But the hail risk has definitely decreased with it. And we saw that hail core a little bit ago did not look as impressive anymore. I would still agree with that. We're still seeing 60 dBz values lofted upwards of 20,000 feet, but it's not looking incredibly impressive there. And then out here near Gem and Rexford here, these storms are still doing about the same thing from before, possibly producing some small hail and some gusty winds. Nothing particularly crazy. It is tagged for just 1-inch hail. All right. So we'll jump back to our main event out here in Wisconsin. I'm seeing a couple of questions about Appleton, Wisconsin. Appleton is definitely under some thunderstorms right now, and it's going to continue to have multiple thunderstorms coming on through the general region here for the next couple of hours. Some of them could reach severe thresholds too. And what you will notice is that all of these storms do continue to have moisture surging up from the south into them at these surface winds coming out of the south. And all that corn sweat is just providing plenty of nutrients for these storms to get going here. How did you get that website? So this is not a website. This is the Gibson Ridge GR2 Analyst version 3 radar visualization product here. So it is kind of the industry standard. It is pretty expensive. I think it costs like $250 or something. But it is the cream of the crop for radar analysis. But maybe you were talking about our website, which we built with our incredible website designer, Josh, which is really cool because it allows you to visualize all of these Storm Prediction Center's outlooks, and you can easily download them to share with your friends and family. And you can even zoom in to view the counties and copy and paste those images to share with your friends and family so that they can stay weather aware as well. This one intrigues me. This is south of La Crosse, where this storm maybe could try to get going. It looks like it's outflow dominant, though, it looks like I'm seeing an outflow boundary coming out from it. So probably not, but it could try. Down here near Decorah, we're still seeing that's probably going to be our best risk, or our highest risk, I should say. Whoops. Our highest risk for tornadic development here. So we're going to continue to watch that one as well. At the surface, it is moving into an environment with 79-degree dew points, which is really, really impressive. And also winds coming at 10 miles per hour out of the south. So it does have some of the ingredients that it would need if it wanted to become tornadic. All right, out in Connecticut, we did actually have Hartford County was now included in this downstream severe thunderstorm warning here. So out in Massachusetts and Connecticut, we are seeing more severe thunderstorm warnings. Basically, the entire state of Vermont is within a severe thunderstorm warning right now, as these storms continue to barrel through out of New York and into other parts of the northeast through Vermont, eventually towards New Hampshire, and then through Massachusetts and northern Connecticut. And then in northern Michigan, we do still have a couple of stronger storms that could be producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing crazy other than that with these. The main attraction, of course, is out here in Wisconsin and really the greater tri-state region of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin here. Really, where'd my pen go? Anywhere in this circle. We got another maybe hour or so left where we could still see strong and potentially tornadic storms develop. How do you make the whole entire map move in your videos? Our editor does a phenomenal job helping editing our videos. So he does a lot of that motion for us. Catman in the chat saying, first time being here, but I'm very interested in meteorology and I've heard about you and I wanted to get to know you. Well, welcome. I tend to try to be myself on these broadcasts, so you can try to get to know me that way, I guess, a little bit. You can also join our Discord and follow us on all social platforms to interact with us a little bit more in depth. And then out in Neenah, which I now know where it is, boom, we have reports out of Neenah saying it is heavily raining there. This is just south of Appleton, which makes sense. You're also probably getting a good bit of a lightning show out there as well. Although maybe not, actually. I'm not seeing a ton of lightning in that area. So probably just a lot of rain and wind. It looks like a lot of the lightning that was out in the western half of Wisconsin is not really translating so much out to the eastern half of Wisconsin, which is interesting. Kevin is sort of an OG. Yeah. I don't know if I would say blowing up. I'm not sure if I would use that, but we're definitely experiencing a lot of growth right now, which has been a real honor. It's really, really exciting to have everybody here. Sadly, not allowed to have Discord, although I do have Twitter, which I think I may not follow you on. Well, definitely check us out there. Life of James saying just outside of Sparta, Wisconsin, and the lightning and thunder is intense. Yeah, I believe it. Sparta is right over here, not too far from La Crosse. And there's been a lot of lightning out in that area, especially a little bit ago. No, you are not going to be slabbed. Nobody is getting slabbed. Finn's Flash Weather saying, also first time for me. I also have my own channel, Finn's Flash Weather, with 574 subs. Nice. My name is Finnegan, and I want to be a meteorologist when I grow up. Well, keep pursuing those dreams, man. Do not let anything stop you. Get your degree. Learn about the field. Don't be too eager to jump into things before you have a good idea of what's going on. But practice as much as you can. Learn how to read soundings and hodographs. Pay attention in your math classes and go get that degree and get out there, dude. Make it happen. Real Telescopic, I really appreciate the high praise, my friend. Stay safe tonight, and I really appreciate you tuning in. Anything expected for Green Bay? Yeah, you're definitely going to get some storms out in Green Bay and really the general, the greater Green Bay area. And I see Timo, the day trader, coming in from Appleton, where they're already getting some storms right now and will continue to for a little while this evening. Really, the entire eastern, like central eastern part of Wisconsin, anywhere really in this circle, is definitely going to get a decent amount of thunderstorm development and action throughout the evening. Maybe not development, I should say, but thunderstorm action throughout this evening. Where do I work? I have an internship currently with a private sector company called Earthcast. I also serve as a TA doing grad school, so I'm employed by Mississippi State University, where I am pursuing my master's and writing a thesis. I will begin that in the fall. And then I do this. And then I also do sports media with St. Louis City SC, the MLS team. I do analysis for them. I do a lot of different things. I understand soundings, but photographs confuse me specifically on how to tell storm motion. Well, the nice thing about photographs is like kind of once you figure them out. I see Ben on this on the esports MSU account, which is kind of funny. That's funny. We do have a little bit of a mission statement video on our channel, yes, that you can view. Do you think our storms will still make it to Colesburg, Iowa yet in Northeast Iowa? No, not right now, at least. Maybe later this evening and into the overnight hours, but I'm not really expecting anything out here in Colesburg, Iowa, at least for the time being. Everything's going to stay north of you. Yeah, you can use the bunker's right mover vector, but you can also use what I like to use the most is your 0 to 6 kilometer bulk shear vector. So if here's your hodograph, and I'm going to draw like a really terrible hodograph, so bear with me here. So like where's my pen? If this is your hodograph, for example, your 0 to 6 kilometer wind vector would just simply be this. And that is going to generally be your average storm motion. That's what I like to use the most. There are other things that contribute to your storm motion, but I like to use the 0 to 6 kilometer storm motion vector. Photographs are confusing, though. Should we be looking out for tornadoes in Green Bay? It's not entirely outside the realm of possibility, but it is pretty unlikely. You should be okay in Green Bay. No need to panic or worry too deeply, but definitely just keep in mind that it is possible. It can't be entirely ruled out. The low-level jet is cranking on that photograph. Oh yeah, I drew the classic supercell photograph there. Okay, what other messages have I missed? How did you hire an editor and a website designer? Well, I actually had a good friend of mine from college who's really talented at editing videos, so I hired him. I also had another good friend from college who's an unbelievable designer and coder, so I hired him to do our website. He is an absolute beast as well. The two of them have been really, really integral to our launch here. I also hired a graphics guy who's done an incredible job as well, another friend from college. Lots of friends from college. Pretty much almost the entire team outside of our storm chasers are friends from college. You know, having that network is really helpful. Seeing a question about the greater Milwaukee area. I'm not really expecting much of anything there this evening. Maybe you'll get some storms into the AM hours, but not really expecting anything out in Milwaukee. I'll be in college in 2 years. That's awesome. Michelle says, also want to jump in and say that tonight is the first time I've watched your stream for a length of time. Doing awesome. I've enjoyed the coverage. Well, thank you very much for the kind words. I really appreciate that, Michelle. And I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad folks are tuning in. It's really awesome to be able to serve the community. That's our number one goal. We want to do good in the community. We're going to eventually do charity work. We want to do things the right way. None of the fear mongering, none of the clickbait and the revenue engineered social media engineering garbage. We're doing things the right way because we're doing it for the people. We're not doing it for revenue. Do you see any potential for tornadoes in Algona, Iowa? Where is Algona? Locking in. Hang on. Okay, that's like north central Iowa. Where are we at? Oh, right there. So not really. There is this cell that we've been watching that looks like it is falling apart to your northwest. And that's really the last bit of concern you would have near Algona, Iowa. So you should be good for the evening there tonight. How is Marshfield looking for overnight storms? Where is Marshfield at? Okay. So you'll probably be getting some. Marshfield is in, oh gosh, why am I using yellow? Marshfield is out here in central Wisconsin. You'll probably get some storms tonight. Probably nothing super crazy though. Some lightning, maybe a little bit of gusty wind, nothing super insane. What do I think about the weather tomorrow for Milwaukee? Well, this is a fantastic segue because you can just view this for yourself on our website here. You can just go to forecast and you can type in the Milwaukee zip code or whatever your zip code is. In this case, I think it's 53200. Nope. 53295. Oh, I typed that wrong. 53295. What? 53295. All right. In Milwaukee, you can literally forecast is unavailable for some reason. That's bizarre. I've never seen that happen on the website before. Is that going to happen everywhere? Okay, clearly it didn't like Milwaukee for some reason. 53203. We'll try that. See if that'll give us a forecast. There we go. So you can plug in your zip code on our website and you can see the current conditions, the risk from the Storm Prediction Center, and the forecast for the next 5 days. And you can also see the risk that you have for every single day of the next 5 days as well. In the general Milwaukee area, they've got a slight risk tomorrow. That's a 2 out of 5 risk and a 1 out of 5 marginal risk on Friday. So really cool feature on our website. And if you want to read more about the risk that you're in, you can just simply click on it. It'll take you to the map and you can view day by day what the risk is for your area. And then you can read all about the areas that are impacted and the meteorology behind it if it intrigues you. All stuff that you can do on our website. Who creates the outlooks? The Storm Prediction Center. That's a fantastic question, by the way. That is the Storm Prediction Center. So I'll show you what their website looks like and the reason ours exists. So their website, it looks like this. And it is a little bit difficult to read and interpret as it's just not wanting to load for me for some reason. There we go. So their website can be a little bit difficult to read and interpret. It's a little bit dated. A lot of the formatting is difficult to deal with. So that's why our website exists the way it does. It's simply a visualization tool. So the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service are issuing these forecasts that you see on our forecast page and the outlooks that you see on the outlook page. We're never going to issue our own outlooks. We don't want to ever contradict what the government says. It's not good for people when different groups do that. Like issuing your own polygons and areas of concern on the map is just not a good thing for me, in my opinion. Now, there are exceptions to this, like circling an area on the map and saying that's where I think the greatest potential for tornadoes is going to be or something like that is completely fine. But when you're drawing shapes like this on the map that resemble what the Storm Prediction Center puts out, you're crossing the line, in my opinion. So these are just simply a visualization of the graphics that the Storm Prediction Center puts out. And it's all formatted into a much more digestible format so that viewers can actually get a good idea of what's going on. And you can just download these images and share them with your family and friends as well so that they can stay safe and stay weather aware. If you want to get a closer zoom in, let's say you're in Milwaukee and you want to center on Milwaukee for their risk, you can right click and copy that image. And when you paste that image out, I'll go ahead and open that image. That's what it'll look like. So you'll be able to zoom in and it'll show you your risk level in the bottom right, the source so that your friends and family know it's trusted. It's coming from the Storm Prediction Center, which you can see down in the bottom left there. And then also it at the top left, it tells you what you're actually looking at. So the website is a really intuitive tool. Our web designer has done a phenomenal job with it. So it's not different from the original. It's just visualized differently. It's the exact same outlook that the Storm Prediction Center puts out. Again, we never want to contradict them. I think the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service offices get a lot of hate for no reason. They do a really, really good job. And we don't want to undermine what they're doing by trying to issue our own types of outlooks or anything like that. One, I think it's kind of unprofessional, but two, it's just bad for building trust with meteorologists. And so it's better to just be consistent with what they are looking at. So our maps are the exact same as the Storm Prediction Center's maps. They're just formatted differently, so it's easier to look at. Hopefully that makes sense. I am seeing a question about Tomah, Wisconsin, which is having some storms right now. So it's not far from Sparta. So here's where, oh, I lost my pen tool. Okay, hang on. I got to restart my pen tool. Uno momento. What's up, Adrian? Where are you seeing this? Oh, east of La Crosse? Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I see that. Okay, so near like Cashton, we are seeing some winds really starting to ramp up near the surface here. Pretty low level winds around 1,100 feet, getting up to around 70 miles per hour. So at the surface, probably around 60. It wouldn't shock me to see a severe thunderstorm warning issued on this storm. Again, I know we just had a conversation or a question about Tomah, Wisconsin. You're definitely going to be getting a couple more storms this evening. You'll be seeing some lightning, maybe some gusty winds, and maybe even through the morning hours, you could see a couple of residual thunderstorms continue to push through your area, but it'll be a little bit more scattered after about another hour or two here. For meteorology, is it important to take chemistry? In my opinion, no, not really at all. I think it's important to have a basic background in chemistry, as we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning down in Armstrong and Texas. A considerable severe thunderstorm warning, down in Armstrong and Donley counties in Texas. This is southeast of Amarillo. We also just got a flash flood warning put in place for Donley County as well. So this is a strong thunderstorm here, producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. And this is radar indicated here. So for areas like Clarendon, Headley, Giles, Howardwick, Ashtola, we're southeast of Amarillo. So for context, here's Amarillo. Flash flood warning in place down there as well. Up in Kansas, we do still have this strong storm going on, which could be producing up to $0.5, maybe ping pong ball size hail. Probably not ping pong ball, probably about $0.5 max size hail with this one. Gusty winds as well. It's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail on there. And yeah, chemistry is not super important for meteorology, in my opinion. Okay, I see we're getting a raid from Cruz Haynes. I appreciate that, my friend. All right, back up into Wisconsin. All right, let's chill on the spam, guys, in the chat. We don't need the spam, guys. But I appreciate the raid, Cruz. It's good to see all of you guys in the chat. Very much appreciated. Let's see. But yeah, on the chemistry conversation, I don't think meteorology, or I don't think chemistry is particularly that important for meteorology. It's very important to have a basic background in chemistry, but not going super in depth. It's not really necessary. Is Hillsboro, Wisconsin in danger with high winds? Where is Hillsboro? Remind me. Marshfield, by the way, I saw a message about Marshfield. Marshfield, you'll have a couple more storms tonight, but nothing crazy. That's up here in central Wisconsin. Some of these residual thunderstorms may come your way into the overnight hours here, but nothing super, super crazy up there. I took the intro for chemo. That's a diabolical autocorrect there. Oh my goodness. Hillsboro. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Where in the world is Hillsboro, Wisconsin? I saw it earlier. I just don't remember where it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah. I was like, I could have sworn it was near La Crosse. So Hillsboro, yes, you'll definitely be getting some more storms tonight. And particularly maybe in like an hour or two as this cluster of storms continues to push off in your direction. So you're kind of in the clear right this second, but it won't last terribly long. You will definitely be getting some storms later this evening that could bring some strong gusty winds. So definitely make sure that any loose items that you may have outside are tied down. Any potential of a tornado for Toma? I have a daughter and she's scared of storms and won't sleep till she knows she's safe and we don't have to go to the basement. I'm not really concerned about Toma with a tornado risk. I can't entirely rule it out. I have to be honest with you at all times. You can't entirely rule it out, but I would not expect a tornado in Toma tonight, or really, honestly, anywhere in Wisconsin. Like we might see maybe one tornado throughout the entire rest of the evening here, as our storm mode has been very, very messy tonight, which is a good thing. We haven't gotten that tornado potential realized. There was a lot of good potential in the atmosphere here, as we did just have a severe thunderstorm warning put in place in Wisconsin here. So this one is going to include Juneau, Monroe, and Vernon counties in Wisconsin for areas like Ontario, Elroy, Hillsboro, Linden Station, Mauston, and New Lisbon. We're getting Applebee's. Any chance this turns into a big Boeing line of thunderstorms producing 60 to 100 mile per hour winds? No, not really. So this orientation is a little bit too I don't know the best way to word this. It's a little bit too east to west. I don't want to say zonal because I know that means nothing to non-meteorologists, but this flow or the orientation of our storms here is a little bit too like east to west for us to have that big Boeing segment like that. Now, it is possible that we get some localized areas with some stronger winds, maybe reaching 60, possibly 70 miles per hour. I wouldn't expect anything to get much higher than that, though. As we do just continue to get these EAS warnings on my TV here. Let me just turn this off. All right. Oh yeah, Toma is within the severe thunderstorm warning. It's not going to last for the whole 36 minutes there in Toma. You're already almost on the backside of the storm, so you are not in a terrible spot here. Just some gusty winds, some rain, and some lightning. You're heading your way, or kind of rolling through your area right now, and then some more possible storms that may come through Toma into the overnight hours here. You might get a couple different rounds of storms, but I'm not expecting anything to be particularly severe. But again, we can't entirely rule it out. Oh my goodness, how did I miss 174 messages here? All right. So again, we are tracking things out here in Wisconsin right now. And again, the counties within this warning polygon are Juneau, Monroe, and Vernon counties here in Wisconsin. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see a little bit better of where we are at exactly. So for some reference points, here's Green Bay, here's Milwaukee, and up here are the Twin Cities. So that's kind of where we're looking at here in Wisconsin. I'm going to check back in on the Northeast really quickly, as almost the entire state of Vermont is within a severe thunderstorm warning right now. For a lot of these storms just continuing to plow through the state, bringing some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour out there. These do extend all the way as far south as into Connecticut. So through Massachusetts into Connecticut, we just have this giant line of thunderstorms continuing to bowl on through Vermont. It's pushed mostly out of New York at this point. Vermont, Massachusetts, into New Hampshire, and clipping the northern portions of Connecticut. We did actually just get a severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas here. This is near Hot Springs. And this storm is tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Kind of fired off out of nowhere. Let me pull some previous frames here. See where this thing came from. Yeah, so this storm just kind of fired off out of nowhere here. It's not looking like anything super crazy. I'm not expecting really any kind of significant hail with this. Let's see lightning out here if there is any. Yeah, it's got a little bit of electric activity with it. So definitely some lightning going on there. In the last 5 minutes, there was plenty of lightning. Oh, we got the legendary Mr. Pettis in the chat saying, great to see the amount of people in here. Keep up the good work, Will. You're killing it. Thank you very much, my friend. I greatly appreciate it. Northwest of Dodge City, near Garden City now, we do have an outflow boundary extending out of this storm. So becoming a lot more outflow dominant. Less of a hail risk with this one now, shifting into more of a wind risk. So 60-mile-per-hour winds. It wouldn't shock me to see potentially a gust, like an isolated gust of wind hitting 70 miles per hour with this storm. A little bit of a wind bag starting to push on towards Garden City in Kansas here. All right, we're going to make our way back up to Wisconsin. The La Crosse radar has kind of been our home for a while here. Yeah, Mr. Pettis in the chat is a legendary figure. It is really cool to see his support. Really greatly appreciated. He does a lot of really good work in the meteorology community. If you don't subscribe to him already or follow him on social media platforms, definitely do that. Oh, yeah. Yep. Good call. I see this. So we do have some velocities picking up in the low mid levels here around 4,000 feet, where we're sustaining winds close to 70 miles per hour here. So we may see a new severe thunderstorm warning, and courtesy of Adrian for pointing me to this. We may see a new severe thunderstorm warning that might look something like this, headed for areas like Monroe Center, Plainfield, and Watoma. And this is again out here in central Wisconsin. So just north of our current severe thunderstorm warning. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. Some gusty winds there, possibly topping out around 60 miles an hour at the surface. Definitely something to watch. This is just south of Babcock and Nakusa. Got some messages in the chat talking about a nice light show and thunder in La Crosse. Yeah. Right when storms pass you in the evening hours tends to sometimes be some of the most beautiful hours in the evening, when you can just see off in the distance that light show and you can hear the distant thunder and precipitation, and it's just beautiful, man. Absolutely gorgeous. So we are going to continue to stay with these storms here. We got Logan in the chat saying, hey, if I see something, I'll let you know. That's what I do with Cruz. I'm on Cruz's meteorology team. I used to be my middle school chief meteorologist. That's awesome, brother. That is very cool. Death, taxes, and Timothy talking about Kankakee or Plevna. The Bogachita tornado, by the way, was absolutely insane. That was like really one of the first tornadoes I had ever actually been on in close proximity. We were in the Bears cage on that, and we chased it so well. That was a really crazy day. That was a powerful tornado. Ben, actually, no, why was that actually so funny, bro? That's pretty funny. All right. And again, we are looking at some strong winds up here just south of Babcock. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen a severe thunderstorm warning put in place up here. This is only around 4,500-ish feet in the air. So obviously momentum transfer all the way to the surface, friction, those winds are going to be lower at the surface. But some of the members of our staff team are cracking me up in our chats right now. Again, I do just want to say, like, our staff team is over 20 people now. I mean, we have such an incredible team. None of this is possible without them. They do such a great job and deserve all the credit in the world. We are getting close to 900 subscribers too, which is insane. We got Lord Duke in the chat saying lightning is very active in Monroe County right now. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. Monroe is one of the counties that is within this severe thunderstorm warning here, where we do have 60-mile-per-hour winds blowing through areas like Kendall, Elroy, Mauston, eventually towards Hillsborough, though it probably won't be quite as bad in Hillsborough. You're going to be just south of those 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's really going to be through this corridor here for Kendall, Elroy, and Mauston especially. Kind of something like this would be the corridor where we're going to see those strongest winds throughout there. And yeah, I can go ahead and show some lightning here, as we do have quite a bit. See if I can get it to load. Give it a second. There's probably a lot of lightning that it's got to load in here, so bear with me. The data is refreshing, so may pop up in just a minute here. How's Arkansas looking? Good to sleep? Yeah, you're good to go in Arkansas. A couple of stronger storms out there, but in general, you're pretty much good. Kason saying, last school year, everyone went to me and said, will it rain? By the end of the year, it got old, and I just showed them how to access radar and weather models. Yeah, sometimes, see, that's the thing. It's like, you know, you give a man a fish, you feed him for the day, but if you teach a man to fish, you feed him for life. That's part of the reason I try to do so much educational content in our weather. As you can see, that lightning has loaded, and there is just loads of lightning. Tons of lightning out here in Wisconsin. Even though I'm in Oklahoma, people don't look at the forecast at all. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. People mostly only care about the weather when it's going to affect them. Again, these are some pretty strong thunderstorms starting to kind of line up a little bit here. rolling through Mauston and areas throughout central Wisconsin. I'll go ahead and turn on counties. We can shout out some county names that may be impacted here. Juneau, Adams, Waushara, Marquette, Green Lake. Lots of counties here that are going to be impacted by these storms over the next hour or so. Illinois stole all the tornadoes. Yeah, well, it has been very, very active out in Illinois and Indiana this year. Rain saying, see you in the next stream, Rain. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Be safe tonight. We will see you soon. Again, we are continuing to roll deep here tonight as Wisconsin is active. Looking at lots of lightning, some strong winds in this area, and a lot of rain too. Down in Texas, I do want to cover the considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is still going down here. There's also a flash flood warning paired with it. This is for Armstrong and Donley counties, just southeast of Amarillo. And these storms will be gone by morning. I make myself laugh. I just want you guys to know that. We do have a tornado possible storm tag somewhere. I'm guessing that's the Wisconsin one. I just didn't notice this before. No? Okay. Color me intrigued. Where do we have a tornado possible storm tag right now? Could be up in the northeast. Don't think so. One of these evidently is tornado possible tagged according to my overlay, though it could be wrong. Perhaps the one down here in Connecticut, Massachusetts, no? Okay. Interesting. I have no idea what that's about. Might be something we need to look into. It could be on this storm out here in Wisconsin, but I didn't see it a second ago, but I'll check in on it again. Because that makes the most sense to me. Oh, it is. Okay. So we do have a tornado possible on the storm tag, or a tornado possible tag, excuse me, on the storm out here in Wisconsin. Personally, I'm not really concerned about any kind of a tornado risk with this, to be quite honest with you. Maybe on the southern end of it near Mount Tabor, but I'm not really concerned about it at all, to be quite honest with you. Team Kenny saying a 7 away from 900. Keep up the great work. See you in the next one. Thank you very much for stopping in, Team Kenny. I greatly appreciate it. And yes, we are 7 subscribers away from the big 900. We are also well over 200 likes on this broadcast, which is insane. The number one thing that can be done to support us is simply to just be here and subscribe and like and comment too. But all right. So again, this is a tornado possible tagged severe thunderstorm warning. What you're seeing in the bottom left and top left hand corners of your screen where it says tornado possible right now in our overlay. And again, I'm not particularly worried about any type of a tornado threat with this, but we are going to watch it very closely here just in case. We're going to stay with this one as it continues to roll through areas like Kendall, Elroy, Mauston, Linden Station, New Lisbon, and Camp Douglas. maybe just clipping Hillsborough, but it's probably going to stay just north of Hillsborough. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning out in Montana. It's a very large one for a line of thunderstorms capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe some small hail as well. So this is out here in eastern Montana, and it is going to continue to move out in that direction as well. We can kind of see the progression of this line of storms here. I can pull a few frames back, and we can take a little bit of a better look at it here. As here we go forward in time, you can see that line just continuing to propagate to the northeast, producing some gusty winds, probably up to 60 miles per hour, which warrants that warning. So Taylor, I see you in the chat. Good to see you, my friend. I hope your car situation is getting sorted out readily. Taylor is one of our meteorologists here at WillBrattonWx. You can actually see her and read about her on our website, on the About page. Jessica in the chat saying, watching from Appleton, Wisconsin. Thanks for keeping us updated. Absolutely. Kaysen saying, gotta go now. See you next stream. Kaysen, thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Have a great night. And yeah, out in Appleton, still getting slammed by some general thunderstorms. Nothing super crazy. Mostly just rain and a little bit of lightning. But nothing really particularly crazy out there. Now this intrigues me a little bit. For the love of God. Okay. Possibly just like the slightest bit of a rotation going on here near Dundas. I'm not really concerned about it at all. But just something to think about. This is pretty much due east of Appleton here. Just something to keep in the back of our minds. Not really majorly concerned about anything with a tornado threat right now at all, to be honest with you. We got a saying, rain just started south of Camp Douglas, Wisconsin. No big wind so far. All right, that's good. One last question for tonight. How come you reached 890 before Cruz, even though you started later than him? I have no idea. I think the content that we're putting out is really, really good. And it's just resonating with people. Cruz does a really good job. So I hope he continues to succeed. Logan saying, are you using Weatherfront? No, I'm not. I'm using Gibson Ridge GR Analyst version 3. It's kind of the industry standard, cream of the crop stuff. Wow, and we did just hit 900 subscribers. That's actually insane. We just hit 900 subscribers. Thank you guys very much for that. That is unreal. That is actually unreal. We're on that road to 1,000 right now, and we're getting close, man. Faster than I expected. Way, way faster than I expected. Any idea what Sioux City will look like in a little bit? Give it a look. Generally, I'm not really expecting anything. It looks like you have a little bit of cumulus trying to bubble up to your southwest. So maybe you get a shower or thunderstorm that rolls into Sioux City in a little while, but I'm not expecting anything crazy out there at all. Where can I send the weather report that I saw about 4 minutes ago? You can actually do that in our Discord server. You type !Discord in the chat, you'll get a link to our Discord server. Or you could submit it on our website if you have your own photos that you took. You can submit those on our website. Thank you all for the congratulations, guys, on 900 subscribers. I really appreciate it. Can we glance over Arkansas? The power keeps going off and on. Okay, I guess you must be out in Hot Springs. I'm kind of surprised to hear that that the power has been flashing there. As we are definitely looking at a storm out here that's, maybe producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but it's not anything crazy out here in Arkansas for Fountain Lake, Mountain Valley, Hot Springs Village, and Jesseville. We are pretty much just north of Hot Springs here. Monroe County, Wisconsin, anything to be worried about? Well, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and you are having some storms rolling right your way here as, really rolling out of your way. But you have a second round that is coming through in Monroe County. So for context, this is Monroe County that I'm outlining here. That's a really poor outline, but close enough. So you just had these storms roll through that are now severe thunderstorm warned that are pushing off to your east, but you have another round coming out of Sparta that is continuing to push through Monroe County. So some strong storms, maybe some gusty winds, not anything crazy that you need to be too terribly concerned about in Monroe. Getting asked about the panhandle of Sauk County, Wisconsin. I'm guessing that is like over near Hillsboro or Valton is kind of what you're talking about. You're going to have some storms later this evening for sure. Again, probably nothing crazy. Maybe you get a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-per-hour winds or so, but nothing particularly crazy. How's the severe thunderstorm warned storm in Wisconsin? I'm right about there. It's not looking crazy. Definitely producing some really strong winds, but it is tornado possible tagged, though I don't particularly see much of any of a tornado risk going on with it. But definitely some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some gusty winds out there, and some, plenty of lightning and rain as well. You need to take it seriously if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but I just put it in the storm reports in your Discord server. Okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, I see that storm report there. I believe that was from about 50 minutes ago, though, so that was pretty old. It was a funnel cloud that was reported back in Minnesota. It did never touch the ground. So I appreciate you sharing that with us. All right. Again, we do have some strong thunderstorms potentially producing 60-mile-per-hour or higher winds rolling through Monroe, Vernon, and Juneau counties, and eventually towards Adams County here in Wisconsin. I'm going to take a quick check-in on the Armstrong and Donley considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which is going to be allowed to expire not too terribly long from now. It really ought to be downgraded as this doesn't look quite as strong as it did earlier. So this one is near Clarendon and Headley right now. There's also a flash flood warning for that area for Donley County. All right, we're going to jump back up to Wisconsin for a second here and show all of these thunderstorms. Let me just clean the map up a little bit. All of these thunderstorms, some of which may reach severe thresholds, just continuing to propagate to the north and east, mostly east. And then out on the east coast and the northeast, we still have some strong storms rolling through Vermont into New Hampshire now, rolling through all of Massachusetts, top to bottom, as well as clipping into Connecticut. So definitely some strong storms capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail continuing to roll through the Northeast. And we'll stay out here in Wisconsin. When do you think the storms in Toma, Wisconsin will start to calm down? Not long from now, although it is basically calming down right this second, but you do have another one that is headed your way in just a few minutes. So the calm won't last, as you do have this other cluster near Sparta that is headed your way. After that, things will start to calm down for you, at least for a little bit. There are going to be more storms tonight. Unfortunately, this is just one of those nights where none of these storms, I'm not expecting any of them to be particularly dangerous, but you are going to get some thunderstorms tonight, possibly for even a couple more hours into the overnight hours here. I know it is already 11 p.m. almost. What's going to have to happen after midnight? Northeast Iowa going to get crazy? Probably not. Definitely could still see more development in this area as things continue to push off to the northeast. But I'm not expecting anything particularly crazy. Milwaukee, you should be pretty much fine. A bit worried about flooding. Yeah, we actually did just literally, I think, like right now or a couple of minutes ago, we just got a flash flood warning down here for Neenah and Appleton here in Wisconsin. So this is just southwest of Green Bay, where we do have a flash flood warning now in place. There it is, just popped up on your screen now. And you should have actually been able to hear it now, which is nice. Nice touch. We finally fixed that issue, which is great news. So yeah, with already up to 1.5 inches of rain has already fallen, with potentially up to 2 inches more in that area. Again, there's just a lot of thunderstorms that are just continuing to roll right through your area, that are just going to continue to produce some heavy rain. So good shout on that flash flood that you were just talking about. Very phenomenal timing there. I'm under Lake Winnebago. Watching this lightning in Neenah and Appleton is crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Cruz, you can find my email in our various platforms. You can find it on our link tree. I'm not gonna read my email out on the broadcast, but there is a good email that you can find in my about on YouTube, or you can get in touch with me on Discord, whatever's easiest for you. Ben, what is that image? Would a Discord DM work? Yeah, absolutely, man. You can hit me up on Discord for sure. All right, so we are continuing to track all these storms out here through Wisconsin, even clipping back into southwestern Minnesota and northeastern Iowa. Nothing particularly insane going on here, but we do have a couple of areas where stronger winds are definitely possible, and flash flooding and lightning is definitely a pretty decent concern as we go into the evening here. Back into the northeast, we do still have some strong thunderstorms rolling through Vermont, top to bottom, pretty much covering the entire state, all the way down through Massachusetts as well, even clipping into northern Connecticut. These storms are now pushing into New Hampshire, so that is definitely something to watch out for, and eventually they will make their way into the Boston area. Go Blues, by the way. All you Boston people out there, make sure you think about the 2019 Stanley Cup as often as possible. Go Blues. All right, I am going to check in on our considerable severe thunderstorm warning down in Texas. That is still allowed to just continue running here, although it doesn't look particularly concerning down here. Definitely some strong winds. Could maybe see up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts. I wouldn't be expecting up to 70-mile-per-hour gusts, which is what it's tagged for. So definitely something to watch and pay attention to if you're in this polygon, especially really on the eastern half of this polygon. If you're in like Ashtola, you're good at this point. Something to watch. Out in Michigan, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning just a minute ago, as we have a little bit of a bowling ball trying to blow on through. Just a little windbag through Glenny and towards Mankato. So that's something to watch. This one could definitely be producing up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is eventually going to move off into the lake. Predators own the Blues. See, Mr. Pettis, I would love for you to be right, but you're just not right. I'm sorry. The Predators objectively have been pretty bad. Although I will say this season, the Predators did definitely own the Blues. But in general, all time, it's not even remotely close. Fort Dodge, Iowa. What are we thinking? What are we looking like overnight? Probably nothing. You should be chilling in Fort Dodge. Maybe you get an isolated shower or a thunderstorm, but nothing really crazy. Any rotation with the storm in Juneau County, Wisconsin. Okay, so we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning here, which is going to expand further north now and include some of the areas that I was a little more concerned about near Monroe Center. So we do have kind of a little bit of a windbag forming here in central Wisconsin that's going to continue to propagate off to the east. Again, this is nothing particularly insane, but definitely 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this. We do have a little bit of rotation trying to organize itself here. Out near White Creek, kind of over the lake here, just southwest of Delwood. So I'm not really that concerned about it. It probably won't do anything, but definitely something we're going to keep watching for the time being. So that little area of rotation that we're watching just in case is right there. And they did just actually tornado warn it. I don't particularly think it's going to do anything, but we did just get a tornado warning for it. So definitely worth watching. And again, that rotation is there. There's no denying that. It's just not looking particularly crazy. This is almost 5,000 feet we're looking at here. It's not bad. This is not a bad tornado warning from the National Weather Service, by the way, especially in the nighttime in a populated area. You got to be safer than sorry. But I'm not expecting this to particularly do anything, and hopefully I'm right. Shelter in place south of Minneapolis for armed suspect. Well, all right. That's an interesting weather forecast. Hopefully everyone's all right out there. Yeah, that was kind of a crazy call out for sure. What was that? All sorts of beeping there. That was interesting. And again, we do have a pair of severe thunderstorm warnings here out in Wisconsin. We're really just looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds with both of these, although the southern one is tornado possible tagged, and we do have a tornado warning here rolling towards Grand Marsh. So this is that weak area of rotation. I'm not expecting it to do anything, but like I said, it's better to be safe than sorry with these nighttime nocturnal storms here. Anything in Madison, Wisconsin? Nope. Maybe you get an isolated storm into the overnight hours, but nothing really going on out there in Madison. I do have a friend from Madison, Wisconsin, Lou Smith. I think he's doing stand-up comedy now, actually. Shout out Lou Smith. So this tornado warning, by the way, is for Adams and Juneau counties here, and it is headed towards, really just towards Grand Marsh, just north of White Creek. So this is what we're looking at here. Again, this is a weak area of rotation that I'm not particularly expecting anything to happen with, but definitely something to watch. How's Winona, Minnesota looking? Winona. I know I saw it earlier. There it is. Winona, Minnesota. You're going to have a couple storms rolling through your area. Some strong gusty winds are possible. Nothing really severe criteria, most likely. You should be all right. Just some general thunderstorms this evening. Hopefully that helps. We got to stay with this tornado warning here, as this rotation has been there. It's just really been weak. We saw it back in New Lisbon for the first time, and I didn't say anything about it. But as it neared the lake here, I was like, I guess maybe we should pay attention to it. And then they warned it. And it's already broadened out significantly. So I'm not really concerned about this. I doubt this tornado warning is going to last the full 27 minutes. And they're probably going to shrink it down. But again, it's better to be safe than sorry when you are in a nighttime setup like this. I have no problem with the National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning here. We are continuing to inch toward 1,000 subscribers, which is actually insane. Up to like 910 right now. That's just crazy. And again, I'm not terribly concerned about this tornado warning. If you're in this tornado warning, you just need to be aware. Put yourself in a safe environment. The interior-most room of a sturdy structure, get in a storm shelter or basement if you can. Whatever you got to do to put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. Yeah, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning still in place, actually a pair of them, still in place out here in central Wisconsin. We are seeing at around 5,600 feet, some values reaching 70 miles per hour here. So near Monroe Center. Again, this is where my greatest concern for wind damage really has been, is out in Monroe Center and headed out in this direction towards areas like Plainfield. But they didn't severe thunderstorm warn it until more recently. But it is in a severe thunderstorm warning now, and we're watching it closely here. On that note, hearing you aren't super concerned about the tornado warning, not weather related, but as a Jets fan, oh no, oh no, oh no. I apologize for what happened last year for the Blues. You know what? That was character development. We needed that. We needed that. We are looking like a really strong team coming into this year. We have such a good young core. I think in 2 years from now, the Blues are going to be genuine contenders. Oh my gosh, not a Jets fan talking about, oh no. That was heartbreak, by the way. That was like a level of heartbreak. Full respect to the Jets, by the way. That was a good hockey team, that Jets team that took us down. We were the underdogs in that series. The Jets were the better team, but the Blues played better hockey in that series, even though they weren't the better team. And the Jets ended up getting the best of us there. The Predators are not winning the cup next year. Sorry, bro. Hate to break it to you. We do have 200 concurrent viewers, which is actually insane. That's a milestone for us. The highest we had ever hit was like 60 or something before today. Or before yesterday. I mean, insane. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. These are some really crazy milestones. And obviously our concern really is nothing to do with that. We're worried about the tornado warning down here. As again, this is near White Creek and headed towards Grand Marsh, but I'm not particularly concerned about it. I'm going to watch it closely though, because if it uptrends again over the next scan, it could be something to pay closer attention to here. But it's not anything I am sitting here biting my nails over. Norman saying, thank you guys for the tremendous. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is one of our storm chasers, by the way, in the chat. Norman, if you don't subscribe to Norman, by the way, I don't know what you're doing with yourself, because Norman is a phenomenal storm chaser who produces incredible content. Yeah. Someone in the chat saying, I'm near Hillsboro and I need to sleep, bro. Kind of scared. I think Hillsboro is good. Wait, have I lost? Yeah, Hillsboro is good. You're good down in I assume you're talking about Hillsboro, Wisconsin here. You're good. You've got another line of storms coming your way, but again, it's just going to be some general stronger thunderstorms, nothing particularly concerning there in Hillsboro. You should be okay and you can rest easy. I'm in Friendship right now and I'm fried. Legendary comment. Absolutely legendary. That is an all-time chat message. Out in Friendship, I think you're mostly okay. This tornado warning is really centered, or this rotation in the tornado warning is really centered to your south, closer to White Creek, headed towards Grand Marsh. So if you're up here in Friendship, you should be okay. But yeah, again, I'm not terribly concerned about this tornado warning in general. But we are going to continue to watch it. If you're in this polygon, you still need to take it seriously. How is north of Green Bay looking for the overnight hours? It depends how far north. Really, it's kind of touchy around Green Bay. You're definitely going to see some storms moving through the general Green Bay area this evening. Maybe you see some isolated storms that roll through the northern part that are a little bit on the stronger side, but nothing crazy at all. Our primary concern, of course, is down here near White Creek, as things are still there. So this rotation does still exist. It's just north of White Creek, headed towards Grand Marsh. We got someone in the chat from Elroy. I think you should be good in Elroy now. Elroy is down to the southwest here of where we're at. For a little bit of context, here's Elroy down here, and our tornado warning is up here. And you should be good. Again, you're going to have more storms coming your way to Elroy, but you are generally okay, at least for the time being. I am slightly north of White Creek, and our phone's just alarmed. Yeah, that sounds about right. Slightly north of White Creek is kind of the most concerning spot on the map right now. So make sure that you're taking this one seriously. I would definitely make sure that that you're in the interiormost room of a sturdy building there. If you're just north of White Creek, I mean, that is literally exactly where this rotation is on the map here. In Grand Marsh, yeah, it is coming right for you. But again, I think you're going to be okay. I'm not expecting this to put down a tornado. It's possible, but I'm not expecting it to. So don't panic. Just make sure that you're in the interiormost room of a sturdy structure. Try to be in the safest place possible that you can wherever you live. If you got a basement or a storm shelter, get to it as quickly as possible. You're in Delwood. Yeah, Delwood, you're not really within any kind of a tornado risk in Delwood, just a strong storm over you. What about Coloma? This is probably going to stay to your south a little bit. Your phone might go off if the next tornado warning polygon ends up including you. You would just barely be included in that polygon if they issue a new one. But you should generally be fine there in Coloma. Unless this something up here turns into a new area of rotation just to your west. Something to look out for. We'll see. We could have another tornado warning that gets popped up for that bit of rotation. I don't know how aggressive the National Weather Service is going to be. So keep your guard up. And if your phone goes off, definitely get to a basement as quick as possible or some sort of a storm shelter. I'm in Friendship. Should I be taking this seriously? Well, you should take every tornado warning seriously, but in Friendship, you should be fine. You just got a strong storm in Friendship. The rotation, the area of concern for rotation is really down near White Creek, just to your south. I got a question talking about, is Adams County safe to chill? Yeah, I think they're gonna shrink this tornado warning down in just a minute to not include Juneau County. But in Adams County, you're still there. You're still active. And they did literally on cue. Insane shout. They just cut out Juneau County out of this tornado warning. So we're just solely in Adams County now. And again, the main concern is down near White Creek. But I'm not sitting here like this is gonna put down a tornado any second. I don't think that's the case. It could, and you need to take it seriously, especially if you're near White Creek or Grand Marsh, or south of Friendship. But if you're in Friendship, you're generally pretty much good now. Just a strong storm in your area. Jordan, I see you in the chat. You should be all right out there. I see you're just kind of on Lake Michigan up there. You definitely could get some strong, or you're probably going to get some stronger storms this evening, but nothing too crazy. You should be okay. Anything in Mauston? I just have wind and thunder. No, you should be good to go in Mauston. Just some general thunderstorms in your area. Nothing crazy. Mauston, you are southwest of where we're at here with this tornado warning. There's Mauston. You have another line of storms coming your way, but nothing crazy. Heavy rain in Adams. Yep, I believe it. Appleton, you are definitely dealing with some flash flooding going on, and you could get some stronger storms still this evening, but nothing too insane up there in Appleton. Seeing a question about hail. We're not really looking at much of a hail threat really at all tonight here. In general, around the map, I'm not really seeing much of any kind of a hail risk. This is more of a wind threat, maybe a weak embedded tornado, which is what we're seeing potentially near White Creek. As this rotation looks like it's kind of dissolved a little bit here. Still a threat for a potential tornado, but nothing too insane. Levitate, thank you very much for the congratulations. Yeah, we did hit 900 subscribers and headed towards 1,000. Unbelievable milestone. So I'm really grateful for all the support. In Toma, you are all right. You're almost entirely out of the woods now, back towards Toma. For Newchester, I don't know where Newchester is at. Find it. You know, I'm inside. Oh, what? What am I staring at it? Is it literally on my screen? No, I'm just blind, maybe. Hold on a minute. Okay, maybe it's just not showing up on my map. It should be on my screen here. It's like it's near Grand Marsh. I see it. But yeah, definitely you are going to be in the path of this storm out there in New Chester. So definitely stay vigilant. If you hear those sirens go off, put yourself in a basement. New Chester's Grand Marsh. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's kind of rolling through your area right now. So you want to be taking this seriously if you're in Grand Marsh, just in case. Heavy rain and lots of lightning up in Friendship. Staying with my sister-in-law in a little cabin, and the storm is keeping me awake, trying to enjoy. Yeah, definitely, definitely stay safe up there in Friendship, but you should be all right. And again, I am thinking that the storm is still not particularly concerning, but yeah. They call New Chester Grand Marsh. Interesting. So again, we are tracking this rotation near White Creek and Grand Marsh. Really, we could see it. And there we go. We just had this tornado warning shrunken down a little bit. So we're just within Adams County still. And this is really just entirely for Grand Marsh and Brooks, just east of White Creek. Oxford, you should be okay. This should go just north of you in Oxford, but definitely stay attentive just in case. Lone Rock, I don't know where that is. I will find it. Hang on. Oh, that's pretty far southwest. Lone Rock. Where is that at exactly? Like right over here. Yeah, there's Lone Rock. You're going to be completely good in Lone Rock tonight. You don't got to worry about nothing. Maybe an isolated storm, nothing crazy. Friendship update. Well, I hope we can be friends. You know, I think we're getting there in our stage of friendship, and I think we are starting to grow. I'm just playing. Out in Friendship, you're good to go. You just got some storms rolling through the area, some lightning, some rumbles of thunder, nothing crazy, maybe some gusty winds. You'll be all right. Montello, you do have some gusty winds headed your way and some general thunderstorms. I think this storm will stay to your north generally, though, so you should be okay. Winnicott. Oh, you should be all right in Winnicott or Winnicott. I'm not. I apologize if I butchered your spelling. You do have some general thunderstorms headed your way, but your husband should be okay. Okay, if your name is Donna and your husband's name, or if you're a Nowinski and your husband's name is Hubert, definitely watch out for this storm as it is headed your way, according to your husband. We don't have any tornadoes on the ground right this minute. And again, I'm not particularly concerned about this tornado warning. There is a tornado warning still in effect. And if you're in this portion of Adams County near Brooks, Grand Marsh, or White Creek, you still need to take it seriously, but definitely make sure that you are staying like in a safe spot. Interiormost room of a sturdy structure, storm shelter if you've got one. But in general, I'm not really that concerned about this. I really don't think this is going to produce a tornado. Yeah, in Arkdale, you are all good to go. Fillmore County, Minnesota. You had a phone call out earlier. Yes, you did. I can check in on Minnesota. I haven't looked over there in a little while. I think you'll be all right. I mean, just some general thunderstorms. Again, more of this convection might just start to bubble up and head your way, but I'm not expecting anything like, particularly tornadic or anything like that this evening out there in Fillmore County. So you'll be all right. Okay, so a really interesting tidbit coming from someone in the chat here saying once the storm leaves Adams County, it'll switch from the La Crosse WFO to the Marquette WFO, or excuse me, to the Milwaukee WFO. So that's actually really interesting. Thank you for filling me in on that. And our flash flood warning, by the way, in Appleton was just upgraded to a considerable flash flood warning. So if you're in that area, you definitely need to be taking care of yourself here. This is for Brown, Calumet, Outagamie, and Winnebago counties out here in Wisconsin. I probably butchered some of those names. I apologize, but anywhere around the lake, and I should say anywhere just north of the lake, in the Appleton area. So yeah, that is a considerable flash flood warning that's out here for Appleton, Neenah, Kaukauna, Wrightstown, Menasha, some surrounding areas as well. And again, we do still have a little bit of rotation right near Brooks. It's just not very impressive to me, but it is there. I'm not denying it. It's there. It's sitting kind of right on the bottom edge of this tornado warning polygon here. It's headed right towards Brooks. And it has even just weakened even more on the latest radar scan. So this tornado warning may be lifted here in just a couple of minutes. It's possible that the Milwaukee office decides to issue a new tornado warning out ahead of this. I don't particularly find it likely. If they did, it would look probably something a little bit like this. But I think in general, we're pretty much good here. No need to panic out here for all you folks out there in Wisconsin. Warning still going off in Adams and Friendship. Yeah, that makes sense because it's kind of county-wide for a lot of these warnings. So they're probably going off in the majority of Adams County right now. But you're good. If you're in Friendship in Arkdale, Adams, you're completely good. I got nervous, but only because I can't get my phone to work and I have kids around this area. We have had some wind and heavy rain, but it seems to be going through pretty fast. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay, and I'm not terribly concerned, like I said, about this tornado warning, and I think it is going to be lifted in just a couple minutes. It'll expire naturally in just 6 minutes here. Someone in the chat saying I'm within the tornado warning zone. Currently, the lightning is rapid, but it's calming slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh boy, did not mean to do that. There we go. How's La Crosse looking for the rest of the night? First time watching your stream. Keep up the great work, and thank you for all you do. Looking out for the safety of others. God bless and have a great night. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Out in La Crosse, you are going to be okay tonight. Maybe some strong storms, just general thunderstorms continuing to blow on through your area. Maybe some very small hail, some gusty winds. I'm not expecting anything too significant at all. I live in Nekada or Nisada. Just general thunderstorms. I don't know exactly where that is. It's got to be like in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. Okay. I might not find it. Okay. I give up. We're going to Google. Oh, it's next to Arkdale? Oh, I'm blind. It was right there. Yeah, okay, so you have another little storm headed your way right now. So that's this guy here, which is going to continue off to the east. But you're in general, you're all right. This is not a severe thunderstorm that you're under. It's just a general thunderstorm, some lightning, some thunder. I can go ahead and turn on lightning again. And you can see a lot of this stuff as we got into the later evening hours has really become a lot more electrically active here. Dells, Wisconsin. I don't know if you mean Delwood or Necedah. Got it. Necedah. I figured that was most certainly wrong, but and again, this tornado warning is naturally going to expire in about 3 minutes. The rotation has really broadened out significantly. I'm sure it'll get lifted within a couple seconds here, to be honest with you, maybe before it gets before it naturally expires. How's New Lisbon looking for the rest of the night? I think I was gonna say, I think I know where that is. You're good. You're gonna have some more showers and storms rolling into your area, but nothing too insane. You can see some of these storms pushing into your general area. Nothing too crazy. You don't need to be like panicking or too terribly concerned about it. You will be okay. How long will this last in Appleton? My poor porch is Pooch. Your dog is panicking. I got you. Yeah, you're gonna be dealing with storms for a little while, unfortunately. Now it looks like you are gonna get a break here soon, at least for a little while. But in general, you're gonna be dealing with storms tonight for a little while, unfortunately. I apologize. Um, I'll do my best to try and turn off the weather. I'm thinking you have a few people here who live in Necedah or Necedah. Necedah. Yeah, I think so. So I'm safe to go home. If you're in New Lisbon, if you're going to be traveling around New Lisbon right now, I would definitely do it now, but you are going to have some more storms coming your way soon. They're not going to be anything particularly strong, but maybe some gusty winds and a lot of rain. We do have a flash flood warning that was just put in place here for Portage, Wapaka, Washara, and Wood counties here in Wisconsin. And that one is going to roll for another 3 hours. And our considerable flash flood warning for the Appleton greater area is going to last for another 2 hours and 15 minutes. An update on Grand Marsh, you're good. You are good, unless you're just east of Grand Marsh. But generally, you are okay. How is Nina going to be looking in about 45 minutes? Probably some general thunderstorms. Nothing crazy. Pine Bluff, Arkansas? Or is there a Pine Bluff, Wisconsin? East of Grand Marsh. Ah. How far east? I'm not seeing Pine Bluff. Maybe it's near like Westfield, or it's not showing up on my map. But yeah, east of Grand Marsh. This storm is still headed your way. Again, I'm not really that concerned about this storm being tornadic. I know there's a tornado warning with it right now. It's about to go away here in a few seconds. And I doubt that the Milwaukee National Weather Service office is going to issue a new one. It's possible they issue a new one, but I doubt it. Apparently, we have reports of vehicles stranded out in Appleton. So I want to say that if you're out there in these flash flood warnings and you see standing water, first of all, it's nighttime and you're not going to see that water until you ride up on it. So drive slowly, please, if you're in these flash flood warnings. But if you do see water, you can't tell how deep it is. Just turn around, take a different route, go around it. It is never, ever, 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 ever worth it. No one ever gets stranded in flash floods by driving around them. It's only when you go through them. Turn around, do not drown. Watching from Fond du Lac. Welcome, welcome. Wisconsin Rapids. Oh boy. Where is Wisconsin Rapids? I'm going to have the whole state of Wisconsin memorized by the end of the night. My goodness. I'm going to find it. Okay. Wisconsin Rapids. Right there. Bam. I'm brilliant. So you're chilling in Wisconsin Rapids. General showers, maybe some light thunderstorms, nothing crazy. You'll be okay. Chilton. Okay. I'll find it. Hang on. Okay, that's just east of the lake. I got you. You'll be all right there too. Some heavy rain is definitely likely. Here's where Chilton is. There it is. So here's Chilton. You'll be okay. Possibly some showers and storms coming your way. I should say most likely some showers and storms coming your way through the overnight hours, but nothing crazy. You will be okay. New Lisbon at 5 a.m. By then, I think you'll probably be good without any showers and storms. It's possible you still have some residual showers and storms in the area there, though. All right. I'm learning so much about where cities are in my state tonight. Thanks. Me too. I don't know anything about Wisconsin. I'm from Missouri. I'm from St. Louis. So, yes, our tornado warning has expired, by the way. So we are without a tornado warning here. And again, I was never particularly worried about that tornado warning. I don't know that it was entirely necessary, but it is always better to be safe than sorry in these nighttime scenarios. So absolutely nothing wrong with the National Weather Service issuing that tornado warning. Someone said, good luck finding Hustisford. I take that as a personal challenge. I'm finding it. Bang. There's levels to this. There's levels to this. Bang. I can't be stopped. I'm a machine. We're getting questions about Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Probably some general showers and thunderstorms in your area. I know there was a severe storm down there not terribly long ago. I will... in a momento. All right, here is for Pine Bluff, Arkansas. You can actually view this yourself on our website, and you can actually see the current conditions out there. You can see the Storm Prediction Center's risk for you, and you can also take a look at what's coming up what's coming up in the next 5 days. I don't know what just happened there. That was a legendary stutter. So you can check that out on our website. I'm camping in Green Lake. Am I good? Let me find Green Lake. Hang on. Bear with me. Green Lake. Oh, right in front of me. Yeah, so you'll probably be okay. I'm hoping for you, since especially because you're camping, that these storms will stay just to your north. Especially if you're on the south side of the lake, you're more likely to be okay. But you are probably going to have a couple showers and storms that might come through your area a little later on into the later hours, like the early AM kind of hours, like maybe around 2, 3, 4 in the morning. We did get another flash flood warning, by the way, back in Adams County here in Wisconsin. Alma, Wisconsin, you should be okay. That's back here at the border of Minnesota. You'll be all right. A couple of storms may head your way, especially this one just to your southwest right now near Plainview. That one's like, between you and Rochester. It might come your way. You might get some showers and storms, nothing crazy. You'll be okay. It is just about time to switch to the Green Bay radar here, as we are kind of getting close to it. We're closer to it. Ah, yes. Thank you, Ben. Good shout. Will Appleton get a tornado? Probably not. Adams, Wisconsin, you will be okay. You don't have a ton of time left in terms of these storms. If I remember correctly, Adams is like right here near Arkdale. It doesn't show up on my map, but Adams, you should be okay. You're going to have some general storms coming through your area still, but you should be all right. No significant severe weather risk. Back in Winona, Minnesota, that's also right near the border. That's kind of the same deal as I was talking about with Alma. So you'll have some more storms in your area here tonight, but nothing crazy. Just general thunderstorms, maybe some gusty winds, some very small hail, but nothing crazy. Is Plainsville going to have a tornado? Probably not. You should be good out there in Plainsville. And yeah, for the record, we have no tornado warnings on the map right now. So we're not worried about any kind of a tornado threat right this second. I don't think we're going to see another tornado warning with this storm, but it is possible. We have shifted to the Milwaukee Weather Forecasting Office from the National Weather Service. So a slight change in who is issuing those warnings for you guys now as we shift into eastern Wisconsin. Yeah, with the tornado warning we had earlier back near White Creek, we saw that cell begin to wrap up a little bit and a little bit of rotation did develop, but it was always weak and in the mid-levels. So I was never really particularly concerned about a tornado with it. And I don't think that we had one. But I don't mind the National Weather Service being aggressive and issuing tornado warnings. Better be safe than sorry when you have nighttime storms. A lot of people won't pay any attention to nighttime storms. So it's very important sometimes to issue those warnings. Out in Montana, I did just want to give a quick update on this line of thunderstorms that is pushing through into northeastern Montana here. Eventually, we'll probably clip into North Dakota as well. These are all tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some very small hail, but nothing crazy with those. And our severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in Wisconsin right now are for Marquette and Waushara counties. The golf courses in northern Adams County will be soaked in the morning. Oh, yes, they will. Everyone who's got an 11 a.m. tee time is probably going to be canceled, unfortunately. We did just get another downstream severe thunderstorm warning here. So this is, again, for Waushara County. And this is just extending our severe thunderstorm. Let me disable the radar. It's a little messy here, so I'll show you. So now this is our current area of concern for this severe thunderstorm, and it's just 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're not looking at anything crazy here, just 60-mile-per-hour winds, not really any kind of a hail threat, not really any tornado threat at all. Just some winds. Now, again, it's possible that we get some rotation that gets quickly embedded and we could get a tornado, but most likely we're going to be all right. Heading to sleep since we're safe for now. Thanks for keeping us all updated and safe. Glad I came across you tonight. Well, thank you for stopping by and for trusting us with your severe weather coverage. Sleep well tonight, and I hope to see you in a future broadcast. Blake's cracking me up. Our graphic designer. Again, out in Appleton, these showers are starting to subside a little bit for your area right now, but you're still in a considerable flash flood warning, and apparently multiple vehicles have been stranded out near Appleton. So if you're anywhere in that area, you've experienced a ton of rainfall, the ground is saturated, and it takes a lot of time for that water to run off and make it towards tributaries and, permeate into the surface of the earth. So definitely make sure that you're taking it seriously if you are in that area. We did also just get a flash flood warning down near Hot Springs, Arkansas, where we do have a strong thunderstorm down here. Nothing crazy with it. Really just a lot of rain and some lightning here, but not really any kind of a crazy wind or hail threat at all. Not really reaching severe thresholds. But there is a flash flood warning for Garland and Saline counties in Arkansas as well. Of course, our primary concern right now is up in Wisconsin, where we have flash flood warnings for Brown, Calumet, Outagamie, and Winnebago. That is the considerable flash flood warning. And then we also have Adams, Portage, Wapaka, Waushara, Wood counties within a general flash flood warning. And then down in Texas in Donley County, we also have another flash flood warning there. Eastern Montana, you mean Montucky. Yes. Out in old Montucky. Yeah, for anyone who is heading to bed, by the way, that way you can find me in the future for our future broadcast when severe weather is coming your way. Definitely make sure that you like and subscribe. It's going to be the best way to, one, support us, and two, make sure that you can stay weather aware, so that you can always find us when we're live covering the severe weather in your area. Something triggered west of Marshfield. Marshfield. I'm seeing in the chat. Good Lord, I forgot where Marshfield is again. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern end of this cluster of storms, by the way. Again, this is all just a giant wind threat. Nothing else crazy going on here. Just 60-mile-per-hour winds bowling on through central Wisconsin, heading towards eastern Wisconsin. Ashley saying, going to bed, no other risk for the rest of tonight for northeastern Iowa, right? Yeah, you should be okay. Maybe you get a pop-up storm, nothing crazy. You should be all right in northeastern Iowa. Stay safe tonight and sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. NATO Aaron in the chat. I see you, my friend. How are you? And again, just north of Appleton, we still have this considerable flash flood warning. So if you're out there, one, just go to bed. Don't travel around unless you have to. You know, it's almost midnight. But two, definitely make sure that if you see water, turn around. Don't try to drive through it. Turn around. Don't drown. The old classic rule of thumb. In your videos, how do you make your face move with the screen? I'm not sure if I know what you mean. Almost a 1K. Yeah, we are closing in on 1,000 subscribers, which is actually mind-blowing. So I really appreciate all the support. If you're in here and you haven't subscribed, I would greatly appreciate it. And also leave a like on the broadcast. It's always very helpful. Ben just sent that on the wrong account, which is funny. Okay, out in Montana, we did get one more severe thunderstorm warning that I do want to go ahead and quickly show, because the original large one here is going to expire in like 30 seconds. So they just issued a new one for the same line of thunderstorms, 60-mile-per-hour winds up here through Montucky, we're calling it, into northeastern Montana, eventually clipping into North Dakota. So I just wanted to cover that, touch on it really briefly here. Of course, our main priority right now is out in Wisconsin. Cheeseland. Bro, what is going on with this guy? I don't know if you guys see this in the chat. We have this one guy who just keeps showing up on like a bunch of accounts, just saying like the same thing over and over in the chat, and I don't know what it means. And we just keep trying to ban him. Yeah, I don't know what that is. No idea what that's about. It's kind of making me laugh though. How many folks are here because yeah, probably a lot. I'm in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Is there a tornado warning nearby, or where is that located? No, there's no tornado warning nearby. There is no tornado warning at all on the map, so you will be okay. There is a strong thunderstorm that is headed your way that could bring 60-mile-per-hour winds, but you'll be okay. Nothing crazy, just stay away from windows. Polyglot saying, thanks for the updates. I appreciate your format. I'll be back in the future. Okay, absolutely. Thank you very much for that feedback, and thanks for tuning in and trusting us tonight. Zoom in on Amro. I got you. There's Amro. So again, in Amro, you just got these storms coming your way. Little bowling ball of storms here. That'll bring you some strong winds. Nothing too insane, though. Just up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, stay away from windows if you can. Try to make sure you don't have any loose items sitting around outside. They may blow away. Other than that, you will be okay. Nothing too terribly crazy. Oh my gosh, man. Like, we are actually really closing in on 1,000 subscribers. It's actually blowing my mind. I'm really, really grateful for all the support. It's just actually insane. I know you guys can't see this in our Discord right now. And again, I've mentioned this before. We have a team of about 20 people putting this on. And obviously not all 20 are here right now, but we have a full staff of about 20 people. And everybody is so excited about this right now, all the support that we're getting. It's really just been incredible for us. Everyone's just sitting here in the call with us while we're doing the broadcast here tonight. It's really, really cool stuff. Super grateful for the support, and especially more than the support personally, I'm grateful for everyone trusting us with their coverage, because sometimes it's potentially life-threatening situations. So it does mean a lot that you guys are trusting us with that coverage and providing you with that information. And that's not a responsibility that we take for granted or take lightly. It's why we do what we do. Our goal here is to make a positive impact on the community, and make a positive impact on as many people as possible. That is our measure of success. It's not monetary. Our measure of success is how many people can we make a positive impact on. So I just really appreciate you all trusting us along that mission. Yeah, we are only 3 weeks in. We officially launched. So our first ever video, I believe, was on June 7th, which was a Sunday, and that was our background. Why are we doing this video? And then our first forecast video was on June 9th. So official launch was on really June 9th. We are 4 weeks since then. Or sorry, 3 weeks and 1 day since then. Do you think anything will stay south enough to hit Fond du Lac? Love me a good storm to fall asleep to. Me, freaking too. I love. Nothing is better. Nothing is better at all than falling asleep to a good storm. Unfortunately for you guys, probably not. I hate to break it to you, but you might still hear some of that thunder. It's not going to be that far to your north, so you might be able to hear some of that low rumbling thunder off in the distance that could help serenade you to sleep. This is insane. We're about 20 subscribers away from 1,000. It's like actually insane. Don't feel bad for making it monetary. Well, okay, here's the thing, right? We have to straddle the reality of if we're going to do this full time, I have to be able to support myself and my family, and I need to be able to pay my staff to support themselves and their families as well. So there is a monetary component of it, but we're never going to sacrifice our morals or the public interest for clicks and revenue, which is a practice that does exist in the space right now. It's really bad for the public, and we're not willing to do that. We're very committed to the public. It's our number one goal. And yeah, I play thunderstorm sounds on YouTube to fall asleep every night. I'm not gonna lie, as much as I kind of hate to admit it. Listen, I'm gonna blow your mind right now. I'm gonna change your freaking life. So on your phone, if you have an iPhone, you can go to your whatever this is, the like control center, where you can like turn on Bluetooth and all that, and you can enable this thing that looks like an ear right here. You can turn that on and go to background sounds and click that. And then do you hear that? You can turn on rain on roof. You can turn on, what else can I do? I think I can do like a light thunderstorm or something. I can do rain. This one's rain. Yeah, this one's rain. So if you put this on your phone and then put it under your pillow, I'm giving you guys life-changing technology right now, by the way. Take this seriously. If you turn this on your phone, and you take a pillow, I don't have a pillow in here to give an example, but if you put it under your pillow, it'll muffle the sound and it'll sound real. It'll sound like a thunderstorm's outside. It's absolutely incredible, life-changing stuff. Absolutely life-changing technology right there. If you're not using that, get on that trend immediately. It's incredible. And this is a Will Bratton classic right now. Not many people know about this setting. I'm out here trying to change lives. Saying, nice, looking forward to watching this in the future. I really appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing you in the chat in the future. Oh, man. Yeah, this is true. If you ever want to mess with one of your friends, if they don't know how to turn it off, you can just turn that on their phone, and it might take them hours to figure out how to turn it off if they don't know what it is. That's kind of diabolical, though. I'm not going to lie. You shouldn't do that to your people. These storms out here in northeastern Montana are still rolling through the area, eventually towards areas like Sidney, Ritchie, Wolf Point, Culbertson, Freud, Plentywood, and eventually going to cross into the northwestern corner of North Dakota. Just wanted to check in on those. All of those are bringing 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing crazy. Out here in Wisconsin, we do still have all of these storms just rolling deep. But again, nothing crazy, and we still have a couple flash flood warnings in place for these as well. My staff is like on an absolute heater of zingers right now in our staff chat. Like the jokes they're making are absolutely frying me. Absolutely frying me. Oh my God, he's back. He's back. He's back. He's back. This guy. How does he keep spawning in and saying this thing over and over again? What is going on with this guy? Heather in the chat, Heather Lynn, I really appreciate that, by the way. It does mean a lot what you said. I really appreciate those kind words. We're out here trying to do things the right way, the way they should be done. I will say, just west of Oshkosh near Waukau, we do have possibly some small hail. I'm gonna do a little investigating here. Sherlock Holmes action. What is going on? Okay, my volumetric scan is not giving me the latest scan here, unfortunately. We could have some very, very small hail getting into the mix here, though. Just west of Oshkosh near Waukau. I just wanted to point that out. I'm not expecting this to be any kind of damaging or severe hail, but maybe just tiny little pea-sized hailstones falling out of the sky. Most likely just heavy rain. Someday you can take donations to your nonprofit. Yeah. All of our okay. I don't want to get into, sketchy territory here, but all I'm going to say is that if we do start a nonprofit, it's going to be done the right way, how it should be done, where we're genuinely, our entire goal with that is going to be doing charity work. And that is something we want to do. Right now, all we have is that 20% of our merch proceeds go to disaster relief. That number will eventually make it up to 100%. And we'll also have the whole nonprofit thing going on too if we can get up to that point. That's the dream. We want to do as much good in the community as he's back again. How has this happened? This guy is inevitable. He's Thanos. And Ricky, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I don't want to get myself into any kind of touchy waters here, but it's really disappointing to see that. And I think it started off as a really good thing, and it turned into a really shady thing. And yeah, so I'm not going to be any more specific than that, but that's just me. We're not going to be falling into those types of patterns. Everyone that we bring into our team is very thoroughly vetted, and we're trying to do things the right way. And we're very committed to doing that. We're either going to do it the right way or not do it at all. And we're never going to sacrifice our morals for the extra dollar. That's just never going to happen. I would not be able to look at myself in the mirror when I wake up every day. Our severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, back here in Wisconsin are still going with about 17 minutes remaining. There are still some strong winds associated with these storms, despite the heavier precipitation starting to move off to the east. So still something to watch. Still some very gusty winds back towards areas like Red Granite or Neshkoro, Germania, Berlin, Auroraville, Poisippi. Some cool town names out here in Wisconsin. Is it going to Nebraska? Nebraska mentioned? Nebraska mentioned. No, it's not going to Nebraska, by the way. Nebraska, by the way, is an inside joke here at WillBrattonWx. Oh my gosh, this guy is back again. How does this keep happening? Oh man. Actually insane. Melanie saying, so what about about when should I expect storms in Plymouth? We're between Fond du Lac and Sheboygan, wanting to go to bed soon. Uno memento. You're probably good in Plymouth. You might get some storms like much later into the AM hours, maybe around like 2, 3 in the morning out here. But generally, these storms are kind of trending to the northeast, so they're probably going to just stay to your north. So I think you'll be okay out there. You can definitely go to bed comfortably. So hopefully that will answer your question, Melanie. How does Green Bay look? You'll be all right. You'll be all right in Green Bay. Definitely a lot of precipitation. You could end up with some flash flooding out there in Green Bay, and maybe some thunderstorms as well, but nothing crazy. You will be okay. Dude, he's back again. This is unreal. This is like actually blowing my mind. How does this even happen? When will you end stream? That's a good question. We just had a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, that was put in place here. This one is going to be for Calumet and Winnebago counties here in Wisconsin, tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to stay with things for a little bit longer here. It is midnight now, and I got to get up. Tomorrow's going to be a very long day. Yeah, we're going to be going live again tomorrow night, possibly with some storm chasers out there. All right, Finn. How's Oshkosh, Wisconsin looking for tonight? You'll be okay. You're about to get blasted with some rain and wind, but in general, you will be okay. Nothing super crazy. What is with this guy? I'm back. La Crosse is getting hit hard right now. Okay, let's tap into what's going on in La Crosse. There's been a lot of scattered storms out in this area. Or maybe just too close to the radar. Yeah, all sorts of storms in the general La Crosse area right now, and out throughout southeastern Minnesota too. Oh, sorry guys. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, La Crosse having the radar unit there is makes it a little hard to see storms directly over La Crosse, of course. But there's all sorts of storms going on out here in southeastern Minnesota and into western Wisconsin here. And it's going to continue, but again, these are not going to be particularly dangerous storms. They are going to be maybe slightly stronger thunderstorms that will produce a lot of lightning and maybe some gusty winds, potentially up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but and we are less than 10 subscribers away from hitting 1,000, which is insane. We were supposed to get some good storms in Prairie du Chien, but it was a bust again. Looks like we may get tons of rain in a few hours, though. What does it look like tomorrow in the Appleton, Green Bay area? Well, I got news for you. You can actually plug in your own zip code and find out exactly what things are going to look like for your location. So let's find the zip code for, we'll do Green Bay. Okay, so like 54, 311. Okay, out here in Green Bay. Here's what it looks like for the next 5 days. And you can view this yourself on our website. You don't need to, you can get it for yourself very easily. It's really intuitive. It'll tell you the current conditions as well. You've got a flood advisory and a flood watch out there in Green Bay as well. St. Louis weather is so boring right now, just extreme heat. And yeah, I know. That is where I live. Go St. Louis City, by the way. Cobra saying, just subscribed. Thank you very much. We are at 8 subscribers away from 1,000 here. And we're two likes away, by the way, from 300 likes on this broadcast. Really insane stuff. I am just incredibly grateful for it. And there we go. We surpassed 300 likes on the broadcast. That's really awesome. Thank you guys for that. I really appreciate it. It seems like nothing, right? It's just a number. And that is true. It is just a number. But those milestones are fun to track. And particularly, it helps us hit the algorithm so we can try to reach as many people as possible. Seth saying, thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for being here for it. And there we go. We've hit 1,000 subscribers. Wow. 3 weeks in. 3 weeks in, we've hit 1,000 subscribers, man. That's insane. I really appreciate all the support, guys. Actually incredible. Wow. Words can't describe, guys. Words cannot describe. It is a real honor to be trusted in the community, to be able to bring good weather coverage. And we came into this with the mindset, like we were building this from 0 subscribers. And we were like, if we produce good content and we do things the right way, the people will come. And it seems like our message and like the reason behind why we're doing everything and the way we want to do it is really resonating with the community, which is just incredible to see. It's really validating. So I'm just super grateful for all the support that we've had. Nightbot is getting into the action there. That's crazy. Thank you guys all for the congratulations. Nato, Aaron, Ben, Norman, my mother, Blake, Adrian, Noel, Kristen, Timay, Michelle. So many folks out there. Even our techist friend. How's it looking for Eden, Wisconsin? Okay, let me find Eden. Uno momento. Oh, that's just south of Fond du Lac. Okay, I got you. You should be okay. There's Eden. You should be all right. You might end up with a shower or storm as you get towards the AM hours, but you'll be okay. Melanie saying, that's awesome. Congrats, by the way. Milestones mean everything. I get it more than you realize. I don't have a channel here, but I do have a business page on Facebook, so be proud. Well, thank you for those kind words. I really appreciate that. Susie, you're not right, but you're right. Maybe. I hope. That's pretty funny. It's absolutely awesome that instead of trusting the weather channels on TV, we all just jump to YouTube and find a live. That's where the real info is at. I will say your local meteorologists, a lot of them do a good job. And I think you should definitely trust them as well. A lot of them do a great job. There are some not so great apples out there, of course. But there are a lot of them who do a good job. And they work, all hours of the day too. And they are specialists in their local area. So, they do good work. Will Brilliant Wisconsin get hit? I will find out. Yeah, you'll probably get a couple of thunderstorms in your area. Nothing crazy. There's Brilliant. It was on my screen the whole time. Sorry about that. You're gonna get some storms in your area for sure, but nothing like absolutely insane. Some gusty winds, potentially up to 60 miles per hour, but in general, you will be okay. But you most certainly do have some storms coming your way. Seven-hour stream. I did not realize this was a 7-hour stream. I'm not gonna lie. This has felt like a 3-hour stream. Man. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. Heather saying, I agree, but watching your live helped me track all the way through. It's just me and my dog home tonight, so I was scared. My phone was screaming warnings. Yeah, no, I get it. I absolutely get it. Wax saying, thank you so much. Enjoying your stream. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Real Telescopic saying, Goat, thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words. Obviously, we're still a really, really small page, only at 1,000 subscribers, but that is a huge milestone that we're really, really excited to hit. So I'm really grateful for you guys all trusting me. What do you think is going to happen in Prairie du Chien tonight? Need to remember. Probably not really much of anything. I think you'll be all right. You're probably not going to get any more storms down there. It looks like all this convection is starting to kind of tame down a little bit. So we're going to see storms continue to propagate out towards wow, my goodness, out towards the northeast, excuse me. But I think you'll be all right in Prairie du Chien. Anything in Wisconsin, yeah. Throughout all of central Wisconsin, really, we have a bunch of storms firing off, and we do have a considerable flash flood warning, which is the most concerning part, and that's for the greater Appleton area. So if you're in that area and you do see any like water on the roads, just turn around. It's not worth it. It's never worth it. Just go around. No one's ever drowned by going around flash flooding. They only drown by going through it. Lisa's saying, I've been lurking tonight, so I haven't been in chat. Congrats on your milestones. Thank you very much, and it's good to see you. Yeah, USA won over Bosnia. I hit 1,000. Life is good. I couldn't agree. Nader Aaron saying you should go to the NSCS in February. I might. We'll see. I mean, I am in grad school. I'm getting my master's. I'm doing a thesis, so we will see. To be determined. But I'll try to go. Where is it at, by the way, in February this year? Oh, it's in Colorado. It's in Denver. Okay. See, Denver's tough because I'm going to be down in Starkville, Mississippi. So that's a heck of a trek. Oh, it's in Overland Park, Kansas. That's actually a lot easier for me. Thoughts on the small storms headed to Rochester? I'll jump over that direction. Yeah, so some slightly stronger storms out there, nothing crazy. Maybe some stronger winds on the order of up to maybe 60 miles per hour, but I doubt it. I don't think any of these are really going to hit severe thresholds. I think you're going to be all right. But for the rest of the night, just some scattered showers and storms headed your way. You can see them on the map here, coming from your southwest. So nothing crazy to look out for. You should be able to sleep soundly tonight, knowing that you will be all right. What does tomorrow look like? Any storms? Good point, or good question. So for tomorrow, the Storm Prediction Center has two different large areas of risk. Nothing above a 2 out of 5 slight risk, though. And again, this is for Thursday. So we're going to be back in Appalachia towards Chattanooga and Knoxville, even including Atlanta, and then into the northern plains through the Dakotas, back through Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin again, possibly even into Michigan. And in terms of the tornado threat, it's not really anything significant. We'll probably go live tomorrow, though, just in case. That's out in the Dakotas through Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin, just barely clipping Wisconsin. It's more of going to be a wind threat. So you can actually view all these maps on our website, so you can stay up to date. Someone could drop that link in the chats. That'd be great. Heatherlyn says, thank God my mom and dad and sis are in Rochester tonight at the Mayo Clinic for her last test to see if chemo worked. Well, I really hope it did. Our thoughts are definitely with them. So I really hope it worked out. My mom has actually taken a trip to Mayo Clinic as well. So it is a good spot. And yeah, I really hope everything went okay. Melanie asking, okay, so everyone has an origin story. What's yours? We have a full video on that, which I can go ahead and link really quickly. It's just called Why Am I Doing This? Or Why I Am Doing This, excuse me. Why I Am Doing This. It just kind of outlines our goals and our mission, why I decided to start this, a little bit of what my background is. So if you're interested, you can give that a watch. Don't have to, of course. Will storms be developing across Wisconsin tonight? Oh yeah, we've seen it all night, and it's going to continue, especially out throughout central Wisconsin. In southern Wisconsin, you'll be okay. Nothing crazy going on down there. I can show you from the Milwaukee radar. Pretty much clear air, and then down near Chicago, same deal. Pretty much clear air. But throughout central Wisconsin, we do have lots of storms going on tonight that will continue to push towards Green Bay and eventually crossing Lake Michigan. Up in northern Wisconsin, pretty much clear air as well. All right. I'm glad I came across your channel tonight. Well, thank you. I'm glad you did as well. We're happy to have you here. Enjoy the rest of your night. Heather saying, it's the best. It's my mom. She's finished her 4th round of chemo, and I'm so very glad for yours. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that hopefully it's going well. I'm going to be excited to hopefully hear good news from you soon. All right, NATO Aaron, have a great rest of your night, my friend. Again, we are still saying with these storms out here in Wisconsin right now with severe thunderstorm warnings in Fond du Lac County, Calumet and Winnebago counties, and then a considerable flash flood warning for Brown, Calumet, Outagamie, and Winnebago counties as well. Alrighty. Man, I can't actually believe this has been almost a 7.5 hour broadcast. This has felt like one of the shorter ones we've done. Oh, I did not. I didn't see that. Looking at Beaver Dam. Okay, let me find it. Sorry, I didn't see that message here. Okay. I just saw it. There it is. Okay, down in Beaver Dam. Yeah, you should be okay. It's possible that you get an isolated storm that extends far enough south to clip you, but I think you'll generally be okay. You can definitely go to bed comfortably down there in Beaver Lake. You will be okay. Ashley saying, oh, okay. So we got, thank you. Have a great night. We'll definitely be tuning in more often. Well, thank you. Have a great night. Stay safe out there and get some good sleep out there in Beaver Dam. Ashley saying, oh, forgot quick. Will you be live tomorrow? And do you think Ryan Hall y'all would be live tomorrow? Do you think? I don't know. I don't know what his schedule is. He might be live. I don't know. We will probably be live, but I don't really know. I'm not like, I don't have a personal relationship with him, of course. So I don't know, but he might be. And for us, it's also a maybe, but we'll probably go live tomorrow night. Most likely we shall. Yeah, there's a lot of great content creators out there who do weather coverage. I mean, you can tap into any of their broadcasts. I'm sure, the big two, I'm sure one of them will maybe be live. You can tap into their broadcast. And if not, there's smaller creators too. And kind of like myself. And hopefully we'll probably be live as well tomorrow night. And, your local media always does a great job too. All right, Ashley, have a great night. Is Appleton, Wisconsin okay? I mean, you're still in a flash flood warning. For Dylan Carrier in the chat there. You're still in a flash flood warning in Appleton, and this is a considerable flash flood warning, by the way. And we have reports that multiple cars have been stranded out there. So in general, you're okay. Like, you're not going to get blown away by a tornado or anything like that. And the significant storm threat is pretty much over, but you're going to still have a bunch of precipitation coming your way and the possibility for significant flash flooding in your region. So definitely make sure you're staying safe with that. If you happen to be driving around out there. But I recommend just kind of staying put. You'll be okay, but nothing crazy. Just flash flooding. Some lightning too, which can never, lightning's always got to be taken seriously. Boston. I feel like I know where that is. I wish I could just search like on my map. Oh, Boston was from earlier. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Boston's closer to La Crosse. I'm learning my Wisconsin geography. You might have another one of these storms headed your way. Hang on. Give me a second here. Yeah, you might get clipped by some more of this convection that's coming down from your southwest, headed through Boston. But again, it's not going to be generally anything like super severe. These circles suck, dude. I can do a better job drawing a circle than that. But yeah, they're going to blow right on through Boston. But again, this is not going to be anything super severe. Just some rain, lightning, general heavy storms, nothing crazy. You'll be okay. All right, guys. I am going to say, I'm going to check in on the storm actually really quickly before I go through this. That is, okay, so this is now crossing. This is the one that came out of Green Bay a little while ago. And it's crossing over into the lower peninsula of Michigan now. So it's going to be blowing through Beulah. I always feel like Beulah is like a New Yorker trying to say Ferris Bueller. Beulah. Anyway, we are seeing these storms that are going to continue to blow on through Beulah, Kingsley, Traverse City, possibly some small hail with these, just generally some gusty winds though, and heavy rain. So, and that's what the severe thunderstorm is tagged for, is just gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. But in general, I am going to say we are going to be ending the broadcast for the evening. I really appreciate all the support. It's been absolutely incredible. Breaking 1,000 subscribers tonight was not on my bingo card by any stretch. I'm really grateful for all the support. We've had like 320 likes on this broadcast. It's just been incredible, this amount of support that we've had. So I'm really grateful. And I look forward to continuing to do as much good in the community as we possibly can. So thank you guys very, very much for tuning in. I hope everyone stays safe out there. And make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on so that you can tap in every time that we go live. And we'll probably have a forecast video coming out tomorrow, but maybe slightly to be determined because we stayed up really late tonight broadcasting, and we are going to be broadcasting again tomorrow. So to be determined slightly, but keep on the lookout for that. We'll talk about it internally and figure out what we're going to do. But everybody have a great rest of your night. Stay safe out there for those of you in Wisconsin and Michigan where some severe weather is still ongoing. And if you're in these flash flood warnings in Wisconsin and Arkansas, stay safe there as well. And we will see you guys very, very soon. Again, thank you guys so much. Much love, guys.